What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is a story where Izuku married with Tatsumaki and Fubuki. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations and support the amazing author Bookish 10-8 for writing this story. Now, let's get into part 2. City A. Ruins. After pummeling Molzargard with his Dark Angel Rush technique, Puri Prisoner took a step back to view his work and to take a breather. Molzargard's large body was riddled with holes caused by Puri Prisoner's fists, showing the kind of damage the S-class hero could do when fighting with the intent to kill. He pummeled that thing with nothing but the power of his bare fists. Thought a very impressed Ian who watched the fight from a safe distance. As much as he'd like to help, he'd only get in the way of the S-class heroes. That's a Class S hero for you. Even so. As Ian predicted, Molzargard's body began to heal itself. All the large holes in Molzargard's body filled up until all the damage done by Puri Prisoner's Dark Angel Rush was completely gone. Now healed, Molzargard repaid Puri Prisoner by throwing a punch down on the hero. "Let me give it a try," offered Silver Fang, who ran in front of Puri Prisoner and deflected Molzargard's large fist without issue. Instead of hitting Puri Prisoner, Molzargard's fist slammed into the ground beside the Class S hero, leaving the alien open for Silver Fang's counter. Silver Fang threw a rapid barrage of jabs at Molzargard's chest, which threw back the large alien and had him skid along the ground on his back. Starting to get annoyed with the annoying lifeforms on this planet, Molzargard climbed back up to his feet and decided on a quick and efficient way to deal with his enemies. Should we use a bombardment to finish off these humans? A second head grew out of Molzargard's original one. "Yes, that is good," answered the second head before it split itself from the original and grew bat-like wings on both sides of its head. Using the wings, the head flew off towards the spaceship with the intended goal of ordering the artillery crew to fire a bombardment down on the humans. Too bad for the flying head that it wasn't missed by Metal Bat. "Get back here," shouted Metal Bat, who jumped up after the flying head and swung his bat down on it. The flying head was tossed back down to the ground floor and was turned into a fleshy paste. Regenerating itself after a few seconds, the head tried to fly off again, but Metal Bat smashed it into pieces with a single swing of his bat, preventing it from going anywhere. Molzargard glared at the human, preventing his second head from sending his orders to the artillery crew, but stopped when he heard the voice of his fellow general, Jiryuganshup, in his mind. "Molzargard. What are you doing?" "I'm in battle," informed Molzargard through his thoughts. "There's an intruder here," told Jiryuganshup, much to the surprise of Molzargard. "Ridiculous," thought Molzargard, turning to stare up at the spaceship of the dark matter thieves in disbelief. Even if a human did manage to somehow slip by him, the artillery cannon should have shot them down before they got anywhere close to the ship. "It's true. Hurry. Finish them off and get up here. They're wrecking everything." From Molzargard's point of view, he could see multiple explosions erupt from the bottom of the ship. Once the explosion subsided, a green blur flew out of a smoking hole in the bottom of the ship before it crashed through an intact part of the ship, making another hole that soon exploded. Said explosion was followed by several others. What was that? Dark Matter Thieves' ship. With full cowl at 40% power, Izuku used his own body as a battering ram by literally smashing through everything in his way. The purple-colored metal that made up a majority of this ship was a lot more durable than titanium, but it wasn't strong enough to stop the rampaging S-class rank 1 hero. Moving at blinding speeds, Izuku smashed through the ship's structures so fast that the metal glowed red from heat caused by the friction of Deku's movements and the energy cascading off his body. Whatever doors and walls weren't smashed through were all melted and warped as Deku blew by, causing nearby machinery to explode from the intense friction and heat. The crew of the Dark Matter Thieves was ordered by Jiryuganshup to stop the intruder who was damaging the ship, but any alien who attempted to get in the hero's way was killed instantaneously. Deku was simply too powerful and moving too fast for the aliens to stop. Those who tried ended up as bloody smears along the walls after Deku flew straight through them. After 5 minutes of Deku smashing his way through the walls, doors, and machinery, he slowed to a stop in the middle of what must have been once a hallway. It was hard to tell, what with most of the surrounding metal being warped out of shape or on fire. There were also some corpses of aliens littering the floor, a result of his rampage. Deku took in his surroundings and frowned in thought. Despite all the damage he made to the ship, it still wasn't falling out of the sky. The technology of the spacecraft was truly incredible if it could remain afloat even after all the damage he had done to the ship and its crew. Danger sense warned him of a nearby threat behind him. Jumping up and backflipping in the air, Deku avoided a tackle from an alien who ran underneath him. Landing on his feet with a grace that was abnormal for someone of his size, Deku looked at the alien who turned around and snarled at him. Being both large and muscular, the alien lacked eyes on his head, and in place of his hands, he had a mouth with sharp teeth that resembled crab claws. The alien was also wearing a spiked collar around his neck. Deku focused on the green liquid that dripped out of the alien's mouth like saliva and saw how it melted straight through the metal of the floor. This one is different from the rest. Not only does it have a larger build compared to the others, but it appears to secrete acidic saliva. It likely has acidic breath as well, and it may secrete the acid from its claws as well, thought Deku, taking all of 2 seconds to analyze the threat before him. Years of analyzing quirks meant he always had a knack in identifying abilities. In a world lacking in quirks, he now used his analysis skills to study the strengths and abilities of heroes, villains and mysterious beings. Well done, intruder. You've made it far, but this is the end of the line for you, shouted the alien, confidentially. I am Guribas and there's no way you can hope to defeat me, he declared before he charged at Deku as a green mist poured from his mouth. My acid breath why? Full cowl. Spark barrage. A barrage of straight but incredibly powerful jabs hit Guribas nearly at the same time, and before the alien could process what just happened, his body exploded in a burst of blood and gore. The walls behind Guribas were also destroyed by Deku's attack, causing several more explosions to erupt inside the ship. Alright, let's get back in the game, Deku said to himself before he flew upwards, smashing through several floors in the process and causing even more damage to the ship. Dark Matter Thieves ship. Control room. Iryaganshub, who had been watching Deku through the security cameras, gaped in terror and disbelief. This can't be happening. Even the mighty Guribas, the best warrior we have, was defeated. Iryaganshub was a large being with dark blue translucent skin, and instead of legs or arms, he had a multitude of tentacles, much like an octopus. He also had an oval head and orange eyes with no pupils. Iryaganshub tried to find more footage of the intruder, but the human was moving so fast that the surveillance cameras could barely catch a glimpse of a green blur before the feed would cut off. What manner of creature is he? And how did get on board our ship in the first place? Exclaimed an agitated Iryaganshub as he looked over the multiple screens before him. Damn it. Mulzargard was supposed to be guarding the ship against any threat. Now he and I are the only elite fighters left to fend off this barbaric biped. The alien crew members sitting by the consoles looked at each other in worry. Defeating one of the 3 generals was no small feat, and by the footage they watched, the intruder had done so with ease. I bet he's mucking about. I need him now. Curse the bastard, complained Iryaganshub, failing to notice the doors behind him slide open. Iryaganshub, what is the problem? Iryaganshub stilled and stopped complaining when he heard the voice of his superior behind him. Lord BOROS. I'm sorry. I've made a terrible mistake. I've allowed one of the natives of this planet to infiltrate the ship. He apologized to the leader of the Dark Matter Thieves. BOROS was a very tall cyclops-like alien with light pink spiky hair and bangs that fell over his face. He had sharp teeth and pointy ears which were lined with silver earrings. He had one large blue eye and light blue skin with dark blue crack-shaped markings across his face and body. BOROS adorned a set of golden armor which had a spiky design and a red eye in the chest. The armor also came with a red cape. In the mere 5 minutes since he came aboard, 37% of the ship has been damaged. It seems he's alone, but he has managed to instantly kill every warrior sent to intercept him. I'm at a loss here, continued Iryaganshub, nearly on the verge of panicking. Do not panic. As long as the power sphere remains intact, the ship will continue to function, said BOROS, mildly impressed that a being from this obsolete planet could sneak aboard his ship and cause so much damage in so little time. Still, it was only one intruder. They might be strong enough to defeat his common foot soldiers, but they were no match for his top lieutenants. BOROS studied the numerous screens that display an overhead map of his ship. The parts of his ship which have been damaged were displayed in red. The damage thus far seems to be limited to the crew living quarters, but our pawns alone won't be enough. Iryaganshub, you, Mulzargard, and Guribas will destroy him. Show him what we're made of. With his order given, BOROS turned to leave. Iryaganshub spoke before BOROS could get far. Guribas has unfortunately just fallen, sir, told a nervous Iryaganshub. BOROS stopped and looked at Iryaganshub from over his right shoulder. He what? He asked, his tone sounding only a little surprised after hearing about the death of one of his top lieutenants. But let me get Mulzargard back here. The 2 of us working together will wipe out the intruder without fail, I assure you, declared Iryaganshub, hoping to appease BOROS. BOROS ignored Iryaganshub and instead turned to the monitor that showed a blurred image of the intruder who defeated Guribas. Is this the one that the prophecy foretold of? He wondered, and for the first time in years, he felt a sliver of excitement fill his body. Perhaps he will finally remember what it was like to feel the thrill of battle. City A. Ruins. While Deku was busy destroying the spaceship, the S-class heroes were still dealing with Mulzargard. While Metal Bat prevented Mulzargard's second head from flying away, Silver Fang, Atomic Samurai, and Puri Prisoner were fighting Mulzargard's body. But the roar, Mulzargard threw a powerful punch at the three heroes who all dodged out of the way. The three S-class heroes then charged the alien before they pelted it with a barrage of their attacks. Puri Prisoner unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, Silver Fang delivered a series of fast martial art jabs, and Atomic Samurai kept cutting the alien to pieces. From the sideline, Ian could only watch helplessly as the S-class heroes kept beating the enemy down with their powerful attacks, only for all their efforts to prove fruitless whenever the alien regenerated. Comrades. Direct physical attacks have no effect on it. All of our efforts have only been in vain. Let's withdraw for now and think of a way to destroy it, like with heat. He called but was ignored by the S-class heroes. Smashing is all I'm good at. Forget it. Exclaimed Metal Bat, smashing his bat into Mulzargard's flying head. This is all I know how to do as well. Can't teach an old dog new tricks. My apologies. Apologized Silver Fang while thrusting a fist into Mulzargard's chest. That goes for me too. Sorry, sweet Ian. Stated Puri Prisoner while punching a hole into the alien's large body. Ian, I'm disappointed. Don't you have faith in me? There's nothing I can't cut. Admonished Atomic Samurai while he made another cut across the alien's leg. Ian could only watch as the Class S heroes ignored his words of wisdom. It's pointless. These guys are used to coming out on top. They aren't the type to listen. Even though his body was riddled with holes and his head was sliced into 3 separate pieces, Mulzargard's injuries healed, but that didn't deter the S-class heroes from attacking him with even greater ferocity. Mulzargard. Look, I really need you on the ship. Getting rid of the intruder takes priority. Spoke Jiraiya, using his telepathy to speak with Mulzargard through his mind. I'd love to, but I'm still busy down here. These creatures are persistent. Mulzargard answered through his mind while dodging and blocking attacks from the 3 humans. You've got to be kidding. The life forms down there are proving to be tough to handle too. What's with this planet? Nothing tough about them. Denied Mulzargard, even though he had yet to defeat a single one of them. What's the ship's status? Is it going down or what? It's not going down, but he has damaged 40% of the ship and more than half the crew have already been killed by this intruder. Garibas has also fallen. There's no way. Thought Mulzargard in disbelief. More than half the crew dead, 40% of the ship was damaged, and worst of all, the intruder managed to defeat Garibas. That's it, he needed to get back on the ship, now. I need to end this fast. Begin cleansing my location with a bombardment from the ship. Ignorant of the fact that Mulzargard managed to deliver his order to the ship, Metal Bat smashed his bat down on the alien's flying head. The head exploded, but like every other time, it started to regenerate from the damage made by Metal Bat's swings. However, Metal Bat noticed something strange floating alongside the pieces of flesh which were joining back together. Before Mulzargard's second head completely regenerated itself, Metal Bat quickly swiped the floating object. What the hell is this? He asked, looking at the object he just took from the alien. A marble. Why have you got one of these? He asked, looking at the blue marble in his hand. He also noticed that for the first time since he started pummeling it, the flying head looked very worried all of a sudden. Give it back. Demanded Mulzargard's head, looking to attack Metal Bat. If it was any other Class S hero who had found the marble, they might have tried to study it to find out its purpose and discover why the alien wanted it back so badly. When it came to study and research, Metal Bat tended to take a more simpler approach. Sure, here you go. Metal Bat tossed up the marble before he casually smashed it with a one-handed swing of his bat. The instant the marble shattered, the second head of Mulzargard turned into a puddle of rotting flesh, dying with a strangled cry. Metal Bat ran up to the puddle to make sure the alien was actually dead. Damn, that's nasty, you nasty bastard. You dead? Since the alien wasn't answering or trying to kill him, he'll take the silence as confirmation. Hey, I just discovered something. These guys have a marble thing inside them. Destroy them and they die. He shouted, informing his fellow Class S heroes about Mulzargard's weakness. A smirk stretched across Atomic Samurai's face as he looked up at the tall alien with his katana at the ready. So I just have to keep slicing away at you until I hit this vital marble he's talking about. He stated before he started slicing Mulzargard's body even faster than before. Unknown to the heroes, the remaining crew of the Dark Matter Thieves was preparing to launch a bombardment down on their heads, the very same thing that destroyed City A in an instant. Dark Matter Thieves' ship. Control room. Right after he gave the order to the artillery crew to initiate a bombardment down on the enemies giving Mulzargard trouble, Jiraiya turned his attention back to the security cameras in the hope of finding the intruder. After going through the live footage of literally hundreds of cameras, Jiraiya was starting to get frustrated. Where is he? He shouted in frustration while looking from monitor to monitor. The sound of thundering footsteps behind Jiraiya made him gulp. Crap. Large thick security doors secured the control room, but they were no match to the bottom of Deku's boot. With a single kick, the large doors broke apart and flew straight at Jiryuganshu, who caught them with his telekinesis. So this is the control room, muttered Deku to himself, surveying the many monitors along the wall and the aliens by the consoles on the lower floor. Strangely enough, this control room was designed very similarly to the one in the Hero Association headquarters. What were the odds? Looking across the platform, Deku eyed the tall alien that resembled a blue-skinned octopus, though the alien's skin was starting to turn into a mix of colors, whilst, at the same time, heavy pressure started to build up in the room. "You dare enter this place uninvited and bust up our ship?" roared Jiryuganshu, who very much wanted to show the intruder why he was one of Lord Boros' generals. With the use of telekinesis, Jiryuganshu launched the broken doors at the intruder. Using full cowl at 40% power, Deku easily dodged the doors by bending backwards into a perfect 90-degree angle. The metal doors hit the wall behind Deku, who then used leg strength alone to straighten himself back up. "Now Jiryuganshu, the supreme telekinetic power in the universe, will grind you into blood sausage," threatened Jiryuganshu, whose voice distorted as a result of his calling upon his telekinetic power. Supreme telekinetic power in the universe. I think Tatsu would have something to say about that, thought Izuku in good humor, even though he was facing off against a powerful alien. From the power he could sense coming off the alien in waves, he would measure Jiryuganshu as a dragon-level threat. "Telekinetic gravitational wave," roared Jiryuganshu as his body glowed with power. "Die, Earthling." The crew who were working at the consoles on the lower floor all tried to run away, but they didn't make it far. The force of gravity exponentially increased within the control room. All the machinery broke under the immense gravitational pressure, and all the aliens who attempted to flee were crushed to death. Not that Jiryuganshu cared. No normal human could withstand such pressure, but Deku wasn't exactly normal. Where the aliens had their flesh and bones crushed into pulp under the invisible pressure, Deku remained on his feet, although his feet did sink into the metal floor, which left him standing in the middle of a crater. The aliens' telekinetic power isn't anything to scoff at. Most heroes would have been crushed to their deaths under this amount of pressure, but this is nothing compared to what I've gone through when sparring with Tatsu, thought Deku, having undergone much greater pressure from Tatsumaki's telekinetic power. At one point, she had even used her telekinetic abilities to push him deep below the earth. He did manage to dig himself out, but being buried 500 miles below the earth's surface still hurts like hell. Jiryuganshu couldn't pretend to hide his shock. How could a human withstand the pressure of his most powerful attack? At best, his attack made the intruder hunch forward slightly for a split second before he straightened himself to his full height. How is this possible? The only other one to ever live through this technique was Lord Boros, he thought in a panic. In his panic, Jiryuganshu reacted too slowly to stop Deku, who jumped at him, even as the increased gravitational pressure pressed down on him. Jiryuganshu soon found a large hand wrapped around his throat before he was forcefully pushed down onto his back, making him lose his concentration and cancel out his telekinetic gravitational wave technique. Jiryuganshu tried to use his tentacles to pry the human off him, but was surprised when multiple black tendrils emerged from the human's back and wrapped around his tentacles, restraining them in place. What kind of odd species live on this godforsaken planet? Wondered a bewildered Jiryuganshu. The alien's eyes glowed with power as he attempted to use his telekinetic power to crush the human. Unfortunately, the human squeezed his throat as a warning. Any further attempt to use his telekinesis would result in getting his neck crushed. Jiryuganshu's species didn't need oxygen to breathe, but he did need his neck to be connected to the rest of his body. Having seen what the human could do, it wouldn't be difficult for them to squeeze his throat hard enough until it was ripped off his body. "Are you the one in charge?" asked Deku, simply and to the point. I won't tell you a thing, stupid earthling," spat Jiryuganshu in defiance. "When Lord Boros comes for you, you will be begging for a quick death. He will kill you and make an example out of your entire planet." Deku had hoped there wasn't a higher-ranked alien running the ship, but the tentacled alien in his grip just confirmed it. Hopefully, Boros wasn't that much stronger than Jiryuganshu. That's all I needed to hear. Raising his free fist, Deku brought it down on Jiryuganshu's head so he could give it a quick and painless death. At the last second, Jiryuganshu wrapped a telekinetic layer around the human before he pushed his power inwards in an attempt to squeeze the human or at least throw him off. Sadly for Jiryuganshu, his plan didn't work out because when Deku felt the telekinetic energy wrap around him, his muscles tensed up on instinct. The simple act of tensing his muscles shattered the telekinetic layer around him, removing the last remaining obstacle for Deku's fist before it smashed into the surprised alien's skull. Just like that, Jiryuganshu's life ended in one fell swoop. Retracting his black whips, Deku stood back up and flicked off the dark purple blood that covered his right glove, splattering the lifeblood of Jiriganshu across the walls of the spaceship's now destroyed control room. Deku took the time to look around the room, glancing at the destroyed monitors and the splattered remains of what used to be a crew of alien invaders. The oddity of the situation wasn't missed by him. When did my life get so chaotic? Sighed Izuku Midoriya as he wondered how he went from a quirkless nobody to being the #1 hero who fought monsters and aliens for a living. Surely if he hadn't been forcefully teleported away from his original world, his heroic career wouldn't have taken such a bizarre turn, right? Izuku scoffed at the notion. Fat chance. Without warning, Deku turned around and stared out the doorway and the empty hallway beyond it. For whatever reason, danger sense was going off, pulsating every 2 seconds. Almost as if, "He's calling me," realized Deku, figuring that the leader, BOROS as Jiriganshu had called him, was purposely pulsating his power so he could follow it. It was almost like danger sense was a sonar on a fishing boat, but in this situation, BOROS was a fish that wanted to get caught. At least this saved Izuku time from having to search the rest of the city-sized spaceship. Leaving the destroyed control room, Deku headed in the direction of BOROS. It was about time he settled the score. Hero Association HQ. Rooftop. Throughout the alien invasion, every S-class hero played a role of some kind. Flashy Flash, Watchdog Man, Zombieman, and Pig God were undergoing search and rescue efforts to find any survivors within the destroyed ruins of City A. Any survivors found were then brought back to the Hero Association headquarters for safety and medical treatment. Atomic Samurai, Metal Bat, Puri Puri Prisoner, and Silver Fang were busy fighting the dragon-level enemy on the ground. Demon Cyborg and Tank Top Master attacked the spaceship from ground level. Genos would fire beams of energy, while Tank Top Master threw large pieces of rubble. So far, their efforts have proven to mostly be in vain, thanks to the spaceship's massive size, but they weren't deterred. Super Alloy Darkshine, Tornado of Terror, and Drive Knight remained on standby, watching everything at a distance, while prepared to intervene if something were to happen, such as surprise attacks or enemy reinforcements. Tiled Emperor used his laptop to gather as much data as he could on the alien threat, especially the spaceship. Luckily, Child Emperor didn't have to worry about anything sneaking up on him as he worked, thanks to King standing by his side. King would wipe out anyone who got within 50 feet of them. Still, the 10-year-old prodigy found something worrying. His scans were picking up rising energy spikes within the spaceship. Using an educated guess, he predicted that the energy spikes were a signal that the spaceship was about to fire its cannons again. If that happened, every hero out on the field would be killed. City A. Ruins. Now that they knew Mulzargard's weakness, the 4 S-class heroes began to tear apart the alien in search of the marbles that were hidden in his body. So far, they managed to destroy one more after one of Atomic Samurai's many sword swings cut into it, leaving Mulzargard with 3 heads remaining. After drilling more holes in Mulzargard's body using his fists, Puri Puri Prisoner found another one of the marbles. Quickly grabbing it before it could sink back into Mulzargard's flesh, Puri Puri Prisoner placed the blue marble in his mouth and crushed it with his teeth. The instant the marble shattered, another one of Mulzargard's heads died and melted away, leaving the alien with 2. Even though he just lost his 3rd head, Mulzargard gave it little thought as he waited for the bombardment that would kill these annoying humans. Is it time yet? Bombardment coming quite soon. Without warning, the bottom of the massive spaceship lit up with bright purple lights, signaling the commencement of the bombardment. The S-class heroes looked up at the light in shock as dozens, if not hundreds of large shells were fired down on them. Both of Mulzargard's heads smiled in smug satisfaction. It's over, you will die. There's no escape. Luckily for the heroes, Tornado of Terror was there to help. Standing several feet behind her fellow S-class heroes, Tatsumaki glared up at the falling shells in contempt. A green aura surrounded Tatsumaki, and with a simple wave of her hand, she caught each and every one of the shells in her telekinetic grip, stopping them all in midair. They just stopped. Muttered Puri Puri Prisoner in confusion. Turning around, he and the other S-class heroes realized that Tatsumaki was using her psychokinesis to hold the shells in place. All of you muscle heads would be dead without me. Can't you finish one small fry? Stated Tatsumaki, glaring at her fellow S-class heroes while having her hands on her hips. She then spread her arms out and levitated herself into the air. Maybe you should try starting over from Class C. With her opinion of them told to her fellow Class S heroes, the floating Tatsumaki turned her attention to the spaceship. The Esper raised a single finger and pointed it upwards. The simple gesture willed the captured shells to turn until they were all pointing up at the spaceship. Hey, aliens, take your shells back. Told Tatsumaki, who folded her arms before throwing them outwards. Under the control of Tornado of Terror's psychokinesis, the shells started to spin rapidly before Tatsumaki launched them up at the spaceship with even greater force than when they were fired from artillery cannons. The S-class heroes and a very shocked Melzargard could only watch as Tatsumaki's attack caused widespread destruction along the entirety of the lower half of the spaceship, lighting it up in a series of explosions. Since the shells were launched back to where they came from, they ended up hitting and destroying all the artillery cannons which left the spaceship defenseless, while also killing even more of the crew. Watching the bombardment that was intended for the humans be used to cause widespread damage to the ship only proved to enrage Melzargard. The alien morphed his arms into several large tendrils which he launched at the S-class heroes, hoping to skewer them all quickly. Metal Bat jumped into the air to avoid one of the tendrils. 3 more rushed after him while he was still in midair, but Metal Bat showed that he wasn't defenseless by dodging 2 of the fleshy spears before he ground his indestructible bat along another tendril, resulting in sparks flying as the tendril was rendered useless. Another tendril tried to gut him, but Metal Bat jumped away and swung his bat down it with a loud battle cry. The other tendrils that were intended to kill the other S-class heroes were all caught by Puri Prisoner, who wrapped his muscular arms around them in a tight hold. His feet sunk into the earth as he used his whole strength to keep his grip on the multiple tendrils. It wasn't easy since Melzargard was fighting hard to retrieve his limbs. "Nice catch," complimented Silver Fang when he jumped off the tendrils his fellow S-class hero was holding to attack the alien who was now defenseless. In the blink of an eye and a flash of a blue aura, Silver Fang blurred straight through Melzargard's right head, leaving behind a large hole where his left eye once was. Found it. Held between Silver Fang's fingertips was a marble that he had ripped out of the alien's head. "Beggin'," he commanded, crushing the marble with his fingertips. With a strangled cry, another one of Melzargard's heads was destroyed, leaving him with only one left. "Only one head left," told Silver Fang, who landed on a pile of rubble. With his back turned, Silver Fang didn't see Melzargard morph his tendrils into one big curled up whip that was then flung at the S-class hero. The quick counter-attack caught Silver Fang off guard and gave him no time to dodge, resulting in the attack connecting and tossing the elderly martial artist straight through 3 thick piles of rubble before he was left embedded in a large wall of rubble. "It got Silver Fang," shouted Atomic Samurai in surprise. "Weak. Weak," laughed Melzargard before he turned to the remaining heroes. "You are also weak. Dead after a single hit. A change of tactics was all I needed. If I forget defense and focus on my attacks, this will all be over quickly," he declared with a sadistic grin. "You're next, swordsman. I will spring past that blade and squeeze your skull until it pops," he threatened as his limbs began to morph. Atomic Samurai didn't much care for the alien's threats as a vein could be seen pulsating on the swordsman's forehead. "If you think you can do it, then be my guest." Melzargard attempted to do exactly that, transforming his right arm into a razor-sharp blade that he thrust down at Atomic Samurai. With a one-handed swing, Atomic Samurai sliced the alien's deadly appendix into pieces, but Melzargard's limb regrew as fast as it was sliced off. Melzargard tried multiple times to stab the human with his bladed limb, but Atomic Samurai kept cutting it off, no matter how many times Melzargard regrew it. Going for a change of tactics, Melzargard reared his right arm and morphed it into multiple spears that he then drove down on the S-class rank 4 hero. Atomic Samurai kept slicing into the spears, but he was eventually overwhelmed by their numbers and was forced to jump away to avoid getting skewered. Melzargard seemed to regard Atomic Samurai's retreat as a victory because he then laughed at the 3 S-class heroes standing before him. In between Metal Bat and Puri Prisoner, Atomic Samurai glared up at the tall alien in exasperation. "Bastard. You sure are making things interesting around here," growled the swordsman, hands clenched around the hilt of his katana. The alien's full frontal assault was proving to be more troublesome than he could have imagined. Melzargard raised his very sharp appendix in front of his face, mocking the humans with them. "I'm beginning to taste victory," chuckled the arrogant alien. "Ah, that's better. The stiffness in my shoulders is gone. Guess I'm a little rusty," sighed a still alive Silver Fang, rolling his left shoulder while noting that the blow he took earlier knocked the stiffness out of his shoulder. Since his jumpsuit was ruined by Melzargard's attack, he stripped himself of it, showing his scarred and muscular body to the world. Melzargard turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. The elderly human had somehow managed to survive. Besides BOROS, no other living creature had ever managed to survive a direct hit from one of his attacks. "No. How can you still be alive?" With his back now turned, Melzargard didn't see Atomic Samurai's eyes glow a menacing red as he held out his katana. "Hey, forgetting something?" Realizing his mistake too late, Melzargard widened his eyes in horror. Before he could turn around to defend himself, Atomic Samurai performed one of his deadliest techniques on the alien. Atomic Slash. 1 second. That was how long it took Atomic Samurai to perform 100 sword slashes, leaving Melzargard in pieces. The scattered pieces of Melzargard evaporated into a mist of blood and flesh that started to spin in a large twister while his regeneration process commenced. Insolence. Such complete insolence. Undeterred, Silver Fang walked into the twister of flesh and blood. You move that hard marble thing around inside your body in order to hide its location, but your regeneration process always begins with your head. Told Silver Fang, having been studying the creature since the battle started. Now inside the twister, the S-class rank 3 hero watched as pieces of flesh built up to make Mulzargard's head, though it was only half complete. Therefore, at the center of that must lie your heart. Since Mulzargard was still regenerating and was only half a head, he couldn't do anything to stop Silver Fang from thrusting his arm through his half-finished head. With his hand sticking out the top of Mulzargard's skull, Silver Fang showcased the alien's last remaining marble that he held in between his fingers. After seeing it happen so many times, even a monkey could figure it out. Checkmate. Nuoble! Cried Mulzargard until Silver Fang crushed the marble with his fingers, turning the remains of Mulzargard's body into a pile of mush on the floor. Fury prisoner looked down at the melted corpse of Mulzargard. We got all the heads. That was the last one. Victory is ours. He exclaimed with his head held high, victoriously. Yay, but there's still that big-ass ship to deal with. Reminded Metal Bat, glaring up at the spaceship. Currently, the spaceship was being bombarded with rubble, courtesy of Tornado of Terror. Using her psychokinetic power, Tatsumaki would lift the rubble in the surrounding area and toss it at the spaceship at high speeds. Each impact resulted in an explosion that further damaged the ship, but even with all the damage it sustained, it didn't show any sign of coming down. I think it's best if we let Deku and Tornado deal with that. Told Silver Fang with his hands clasped behind his back. Yay? And where is Deku anyway? Asked Atomic Samurai. Dark Matter's ship. Throne room. The throne room was a location on the spaceship where only BOROS was allowed entry, not just because he was the leader of the Dark Matter thieves, but because it was where the power sphere was kept. If it were to be removed or destroyed, the entire ship would lose all power. The room itself was massive but barren, except for the multiple thick stone pillars that reached the top of the very high ceiling. On one side of the room was a throne that BOROS was currently sitting on. Attached to the wall just above the throne was the power sphere which continued to fuel the spaceship with its vast energy. BOROS sat in silence while occasionally pulsating a fraction of his power in the hope that the intruder would follow the source. BOROS stopped once he sensed the intruder nearby. He's come. Just after he spoke, the tall and substantial doors that protected the throne room were smashed into pieces. The aftermath summoned a large cloud of dust by the now open entrance. From within the cloud of dust, BOROS could see the intruder marching into the throne room, fists clenched by his sides and an unwavering air around him. BOROS looked even further and what he could see pleased him greatly. From BOROS' point of view, he could physically see the intruder's energy level which was so powerful that it manifested itself into a thick aura, specifically an emerald-colored aura that emitted small sparks. BOROS narrowed his lone eye when he spotted something off with the human's aura. Where most of the intruder's aura was green in color, he could glimpse other auras hidden beneath it. There were white, yellow, gold, blue, black, red, cyan, and orange auras as well. With how well blended they were, most wouldn't notice, but his senses were always sharper than everyone else. Still, that begged the question of how the human could have auras that weren't his own. The finest warrior this planet has to offer. I can sense nearly no limit to his energy. However, I do wonder how he holds more than his own aura, but no matter. He thought, gauging the human's immense power while also dismissing the other auras. In the end, the multiple auras did not matter. If they somehow improved the intruder's strength, then even better for him. Wonderful. Izuku narrowed his gaze at the alien. The moment he entered the room, danger sense started to go haywire, constantly warning him that the enemy before him was very dangerous. Not even when he fought powerful dragon-level threats like Carnage, Kabuto and Elder Centipede did the quirk ever go off so much. Is this really the god-level threat Lady Shibabawa foretold? By the look of it, it might very well be. Before we fight, let us exchange names. Offered BOROS. I lead the pirate band known as Dark Matter Thieves, and I am the dominator of the universe. My name is BOROS. If BOROS hadn't been responsible for destroying City A, Izuku might have been impressed by the alien's honor. Still, Izuku Midoriya didn't raise a rude child. My name is Izuku Midoriya, but I also go by my hero name, Deku. Izuku Midoriya. Repeated BOROS with a wide grin, liking the sound of his opponent's name coming off his tongue. The alien walked down the steps of his throne. There exists a prophecy. Prophecy? Muttered Izuku, not liking the sound of this already. I was once a traveler, exploring the universe, ravaging everything in sight. But I was too strong. Eventually, I found there were none left who could face me. I came to know the torment of utter all-encompassing boredom. Then one day, a seer told me, somewhere on a faraway planet, a being exists who is my match, one who could rekindle my passion for battle. Told BOROS as he walked over to Izuku Midoriya, whose fists were clenched and shaking. That was nearly 20 years ago. "Have you any concept of the distance I traveled to get here?" he asked, stopping just 3 feet away from Izuku. "My men thought the prophecy was a ruse, a fairy tale made up to focus my attention and lure me away." Boro's lone eye widened in excitement as a wide grin spread across his face. "But now I am certain it was true. Come and give stimulation to my existence." Izuku could only see red. Deku's fist connected with Boro's chest, and faster than a speeding bullet, the alien was launched backwards into a pillar. When the smoke from the impact receded, Boros was shown to be stuck in a large crater within the pillar. A smoking hole now resided in the center of the alien's suit of armor, exactly where Deku punched him. "You destroyed City A and took the lives of millions. All because you were bored," remarked Deku, his tone colder than ice. Usually, Izuku wasn't someone who could be easily riled up, having learned long ago to control his emotions, so his enemies couldn't use them to their advantage. Boro's reasoning for attacking Earth was so utterly ridiculous and selfish that his control over his emotions slipped. Millions of people were killed, not because Boros wanted the planet's resources or to enslave the human race, but simply because he wanted to cure his boredom. Boros showed his resilience by pushing himself out of the crater and landing on his feet. Despite taking a punch that killed many demon-level and dragon-level mysterious beings in the past, Boros looked no worse for wear. All of a sudden, cracks were quick to spread throughout Boros' armor until it shattered completely, leaving the alien's chest bare. This set of armor, which was used to seal in my immeasurable irresistible power, has now been broken. Izuku had to forcefully shut off his danger sense quirk just so he wouldn't black out from the intense headache. The moment Boros' armor broke, danger sense started actively hurting his skull, making it feel like a million tiny needles were poking his brain. Right before his very eyes, Boros underwent a grotesque physical transformation. The alien's muscle mass increased as he grew spiky plates. Boros' spine and surrounding tissue exposed themselves, while his skin turned from light blue to navy blue with light blue markings that emitted energy. At the center of his chest was a yellow eye that matched the one on his face. Boros' hair also spiked up and became slightly darker in color. Once Boros' transformation was complete, an explosion of energy erupted from him, bathing the entire throne room in a bright pink light. The floor cracked, and small pieces of it were blown away by the alien's insane power, with bolts of pink lightning firing off in every direction. Nonetheless, Deku stood tall and remained unyielding under Boros' immeasurable power. With a powerful stomp that shook the room, Deku activated Full Cowl and immediately called upon Full Cowl at 70% power. A powerful flash of emerald light enveloped half of the throne room, with the other half still shrouded in the pink light that was made up of Boros' power. Boros watched in great interest as Izuku Midoriya's muscles bulged in size. Powerful arcs of emerald lightning bounced off the human's body, and at the same time, an ethereal shroud of green energy enveloped the human, just like the pink shroud that covered Boros. The human's already glowing green eyes burst with energy, resulting in them shining nearly as bright as a star. The emerald green and pink lights made by the respective energy of Deku and Boros clashed as if to push the other one back. Neither color yielded to the other. In the very center of the clashing colors, a noticeable thin line of gray could be seen as a result of the two colors briefly mixing as they tried to push the other one back. The fight hadn't even started yet, but witnessing the human call upon his power made Boros feel more excited than he ever did in the past 20 years. With a wide excited grin that revealed all of his sharp teeth, Boros spread his arms out wide. "It is time." Dark Matter Thieves' ship. Shrouded in an aura of their respective colors, Boros and Deku charged at one another at the same time. Within the 10th of a second, both alien and hero clashed at the center of the throne room, and both threw a punch once they were within striking distance. Both fists connected, which resulted in an explosive shockwave that propelled both combatants away in the opposite direction of each other. After being tossed hundreds of feet in the air, both Boros and Deku landed, and the instant their feet touched the floor, they jumped back at each other again. Once they've reconvened in the middle of the room, Deku and Boros headbutted each other. The headbutt conjured a shockwave that cracked the floor beneath their feet and blew a powerful gust of wind away from them. With their foreheads still touching, both hero and alien attempted to push back the other by using their heads alone. Deku glared at Boros, who grinned in exhilaration. Seeing as nobody was making any progress in pushing the other back, the two combatants pulled back so they could settle their disagreement with their fists. With barely a foot of distance between them, Deku and Boros hurled a barrage of punches at each other, their fists moving so fast that it gave the illusion that they each had 6 punching arms. Despite their rapid punches, not one managed to graze either of the two fighters, who always managed to tilt their heads and large bodies aside to dodge every punch thrown at them. After hundreds of punches were thrown within the time frame of 3 seconds, Boros broke the stalemate by feinting and then landing a punch on Izuku's body, though the hero managed to use his left forearm to block it. However, the strength of the blow forced Deku to skid backwards. As Deku's feet left skid marks along the metal floor as he tried to slow himself down, BOROS ran after the hero well wrapped in a pink-colored aura. Shrouding himself in an emerald-colored aura, Deku took to the air and was quickly followed by BOROS. A normal human eye wouldn't be able to see the pink and green blurs that were clashing with each other throughout the throne room, bringing about multiple shockwaves and explosions. After dozens of impacts, the two blurs collided and for a moment, a pink light enveloped the room for a second. Once the pink light faded, Deku crashed to the solid floor that cratered beneath his body. Just as fast as his body hit the floor, Deku was already back on his feet and jumping away in time to avoid BOROS, who crashed into the crater in an attempt to attack the hero while he was down. If Deku had been slower by even a fraction of a second, he would have been killed then and there. Crouched in the crater that he just made larger, BOROS lifted his head to see where Izuku had gone, but seeing as there was a large fist that was an inch away from smashing into his face, he guessed the human hadn't gone too far. With instinct and speed that he honed from many years of training and warfare, BOROS tilted his head left just in time to avoid the incoming fist, though a small bit of his right cheek was singed. Whilst Deku's fist sailed over his right shoulder, this left the hero open for a counterattack that BOROS took advantage of by throwing an uppercut into his chest. Spitting out saliva as the air in his lungs was forced out, Deku was then tossed into the air and ended up colliding with a pillar. Even before Deku made contact with the pillar, BOROS was already charging for a follow-up attack. Running to the pillar, BOROS jumped and aimed his next attack to where he predicted the hero would hit the pillar. The pillar cratered from Deku crashing into it and a cloud of smoke obscured the area, blocking BOROS' vision. Not that it mattered for the smirking alien who was already attacking where he correctly predicted the hero would land. To BOROS' surprise, the cloud of dust suddenly dispersed and showed an empty crater in the pillar. That was because Deku jumped through the dust at such a blistering speed that it caught BOROS by surprise. Deku was already upon BOROS with his left leg outstretched for a flying kick. BOROS was caught off guard by both the hero's fast recovery time and his sudden increase in speed. He got faster. But BOROS, knowing that it was too late for him to try and dodge the hero's incoming kick, so he tried to at least land a blow before the human did. Both the alien and hero clashed in midair, causing an eruption of green and pink light to flood the throne room. Once the explosion subsided, Deku and BOROS landed a few feet away from each other and with their backs turned. In the empty space between them, a severed arm plopped onto the floor. The stunned BOROS widened his eye, replaying the events in his head on how he ended up losing an arm. He had aimed a punch at the human's head. Deku had dodged the blow, and at the same time, his kick managed to hit the joint of his right arm, ripping through bone and flesh, and now leaving BOROS with just his left arm. Even though my true power has been unleashed on you, somehow, you're still able to keep up, said BOROS, sounding honestly surprised. Unaffected by the pain of losing a limb, BOROS turned to face Deku who turned around as well. He's strong, thought Deku, hiding a grimace. Throughout the bout, he had been regularly increasing the usage of One for All, just so he could keep up with the alien. Right now, he is using full cowl at 77% power. If the fight continued like this, he would need to increase it even more. Hopefully, the loss of an arm will push the fight more in his favor. By the bloodthirsty grin that soon stretched across BOROS' lips, he was starting to doubt that. Even worse, he could sense BOROS' already outrageous power level increase all of a sudden. How exhilarating, cried a delighted BOROS before he pressed on the attack by throwing a barrage of one-handed punches at the hero. Immediately, Deku raised the usage of One for All to 80% just so he could match BOROS' rise in power. Even though he only has one arm, BOROS is still dangerous. Unless I'm going crazy, he's throwing punches even faster than before, thought Deku as he rapidly threw his arms out to deflect BOROS' punches. Seeing his chance, Deku caught BOROS' fist with his own. Ignoring the painful sensation that crawled up his arm, he tightened his grip until he could hear the cartilage in the alien's hand snap. Even though his hand was being crushed, BOROS didn't so much as blink. He did clench his teeth when the hero punched him straight in the jaw. The blow tossed BOROS over 100 feet in the air, as well as giving him a sore jaw. In mid-air, BOROS backflipped to regain his footing, but a thick tendril of black energy suddenly wrapped itself around his body, squeezing him tightly. The alien followed the tendril and saw that it was protruding out of the human's open palm. These humans are a strange species, thought a curious BOROS right before the tendril swung him down and smashed him into the floor. The ground shook and cracked, and for good measure, Deku repeated the process again and again. When the hero attempted to smash BOROS into the floor for a fourth time, the alien's destructive energy erupted outward and obliterated the tendril holding him. Izuku couldn't hold back the wince in pain. Whenever he summoned Black Whips, they essentially became extra limbs attached to his body. Destroying a Black Whip was the equivalent of losing an arm or a leg. To put it simply, it hurts like hell. As BOROS dropped back to the floor, he noticed the hero's split second of pain which he was quick to capitalize on. The instant Boros' feet touched the ground, he rocketed toward Deku, moving so fast that it seemed like he teleported. With no time to dodge or counter, Deku could only cross his arms in front of himself to minimize the damage of Boros' incoming blow. Boros' punch propelled Deku into the air at such speed that he was only a blur. The number 1 hero was smashed through a thick pillar, and another. By the 5th pillar, Deku lost most of his momentum, so instead of smashing through it, he cratered it. The previous 4 pillars toppled to the floor with pieces of rubble falling as well. "Gonna be feeling that one in the morning," groaned Izuku, who could feel a throbbing pain in both of his arms and his back. Turns out that being flung through several stone pillars could hurt like hell. Boros' punch didn't tickle either, as both of his arms could attest to. Boros wasn't finished with Deku just yet. With mighty leaps, the alien traveled across the throne room before he jumped for an upward flying kick whilst surrounded in a shroud of his dangerously volatile energy. Boros plowed through the 4 falling pillars as if they weren't there, causing the collapsing stone pillars to melt from his energized body passing through them. Even though his body was racked with pain, Izuku charged full cowl to 85% and pulled himself out of the crater to run up the pillar to avoid the attacking Boros, who smashed into the crater he once laid. Before the melting rubble could get halfway to the floor, Boros was already chasing Deku, with the 2 of them appearing as green and pink blurs. The 2 blurs circled the pillar as they traveled up it, moving so fast that the already damaged stone pillar was breaking apart even further just by their movement. Both alien and hero let out battle cries that echoed throughout the spaceship and were heard by the surviving crew members. Once they reached the throne room ceiling, the 2 threw punches and kicks at each other, seemingly not noticing how they smashed through the ceiling or through 17 more floors after that. Eventually, the 2 ran out of floors and eventually smashed through the thick hull of the spaceship, ending up on the very top of the ship, where tower-like buildings protruded out like massive spikes that were the size of skyscrapers. The 2 were in mid-air while they were fighting, which ended up with the 2 punching the other in the jaw at the exact same time, launching the other back. Both Boros and Deku landed on their feet and skidded back until they eventually came to a stop. Neither attempted to initiate combat again and instead spent a moment to take a breather and assess the damage done to their bodies. Tasting the familiar tang of copper on his tongue, Izuku spat out the blood pooling in his mouth. Haven't felt this much pain in a while. Arms throbbed and ached, legs groaned in protest, abs clenched in pain, and he winced when he felt a sharp prick occur in his mouth when he tried moving his jaw. It's been a long time since his body was in such a dire state. It reminded him of the state his body was in when he first used One for All during the UA entrance exam. Just thinking back on how thoughtless he was back then when using One for All made Izuku chuckle to himself. Can't believe it took so long for me to invent the full cowling technique. Focusing his attention back on Boros, Izuku glared at the alien. If I want to win this, I'll need to go all out. Very rarely did Izuku ever have to use One for All at full power. True, he did so when he fought Carnage Kabuto, but that was more to finish the fight as fast as possible, instead of an actual need to use it. The same couldn't he said when he fought him a year ago. Not needing him on his mind right now, Deku took a deep breath and a second later, he let it all out. Immediately, immense power erupted from his body. Fire-like trails pouring from his eyes expanded and became denser in power, making Deku's eyes look like a pair of miniature emerald suns. Deku's already large and powerful muscles bulged even more until he rose to become 8 feet tall. A shroud of energy and the sparks of emerald lightning enlarged around him, to the point where standing anywhere close to Deku was extremely hazardous. Deku's messy green hair spiked upward with every strand glowing, as small sparks of electricity jumped from hair follicle to hair follicle. Even though Izuku was just standing, the tremendous amount of energy pouring out of him was causing damage to his surroundings. Bolts of lightning that bounced off his body incinerated the surrounding metal, turning it into molten slag. Even the metal beneath his feet was glowing red from the energy his body was releasing. Many mysterious beings would quake at the thought of facing off against the world's strongest hero when he was using his full strength. Boros was instead filled with excitement over the prospect of his fight with the human getting even better. After 20 years of searching, I've finally found the one to give me a real fight. Boros took a step forward as his shroud of pink energy reignited around him. The alien stopped when he saw Deku was already standing in front of him. Before Boros could grasp the human's tremendous boost in speed, Deku already threw a roundhouse kick that slammed into the alien's chest. Agony bloomed in Boros as he folded over Deku's leg. The sound barrier broke multiple times as Boros was then propelled into the distance, looking no more than a blur as he bounced off the metal hull multiple times and crashed through 3 structures of metal. After being kicked through miles of distance, Boros regained his bearings and spun in midair so he could slam his feet into the metal floor to slow himself down. While he performed it perfectly, it didn't matter since he found Deku in front of his face once again, his glowing green eyes glared at him from just a foot away. While caught off guard, BOROS didn't become dominator of the universe for being weak. Still skidding backwards, BOROS punched the hero, but instead of hitting flesh, his fist passed through an afterimage of the hero which then faded away. Where did he? BOROS hadn't the time to finish his thought, for Deku reappeared right below him. The uppercut to his chin made up a powerful shockwave before BOROS rocketed upward, moving at such velocity that his body managed to break the sound batter thrice. Within the 3-second time frame that Deku used his full cowl technique at 100% efficiency, BOROS had been given no time to focus his energy on recovering his injuries which were starting to pile up. Even now, just as his body passed through the planet's stratosphere, Deku was already there waiting for him, hovering in a manner where it looked like he was standing on an invisible platform. Seeing an opportunity to counter, BOROS attempted to use his body's own momentum to land a punch on the hero hovering over him, only for Deku to throw one of his own down at him. The two punches clashed with each other, and in an explosion of flesh and bone, BOROS' remaining arm was ripped to shreds. BOROS' large eye widened, not in pain, but in astonishment. How was it that this human became so powerful all of a sudden? He wasn't given much time to ponder his thoughts once he found his face grasped by the human's left hand, blinding him since he couldn't see through the palm covering his face. With a grip on the BOROS' face that was strong enough to crack his skull in multiple places, Deku reeled back his arm and aimed for the spaceship down below. Full cowl. Seismic toss. With a mighty cry, Deku tossed BOROS back down to his spaceship. Having been tossed at a much greater velocity than before, BOROS was given no time to prepare before he was smashed headfirst onto the top of his ship. BOROS' landing caused a massive explosion to erupt with skyscraper-sized pieces of metal rubble being thrown in every direction, leading to the creation of a crater that was 40 miles long in diameter. Deku flew down to the edge of the massive crater which was swallowed by a massive cloud of dust. With a flick of his hand, the dust cloud dispersed. With the obstruction gone, Deku could now see that BOROS wasn't just alive, but was somehow standing. As blood dripped from his grinning mouth, an armless BOROS took heavy breaths of air. Yes. You truly are the one I've been searching for. In all these years, only you have managed to last this long. Exclaimed BOROS as a dense source of incredibly powerful energy enveloped the injured alien, whose markings glowed an even brighter blue. I don't like where this is going. Thought Izuku, who could sense an enormous amount of energy coming from the alien, and that was saying something. From what he could tell, the energy seemed to be focusing on the eye in BOROS' chest, so at least he knew where the next attack would be coming from. Bellowing out a loud shout, the energy surrounding BOROS suddenly shot up into the air as even denser energy built up in front of the eye in his chest. Now to release the destructive energy held within me. Any normal creature hit by it will find even their bones vaporized. The dominator of the universe then unleashed a large beam of destructive energy at the hero. Everything the beam of energy touched was incinerated. Not someone so easy to put down, Deku stomped his right foot behind him and pulled back his right arm which bulged as glowing red veins stretched across the limb. His right glove and the material of his costume around his right arm disintegrated from the buildup of One for All into the lone limb. Just as the energy beam was about to hit him, Deku threw out his arm for a singular punch. One for All 100%. Big Bang Blast. The energy beam of destruction was split straight down the middle, with both halves passing by Izuku on both sides. BOROS was stunned to witness his attack get cut through with a fist of all things. His surprise didn't end there as a blinding white wave of devastation was unleashed from the hero's fist, disintegrating everything in its path, even more so than his attack did. As the white wave quickly came upon him, BOROS surrounded himself in a dense dome of blue energy, just as the attack washed over him. The white wave of destruction passed over everything on the top of the ship, wiping out all standing structures and any aliens unlucky enough to be inside them. By the time the white wave of destruction faded, the top of the spaceship was turned into a flat barren wasteland. Ignoring the painful ache traveling up his arm, Deku waited with bated breath to see if BOROS was still among the land of the living. None have ever managed to survive getting hit by One for All 100%. Big Bang Blast, but none were ever as strong as BOROS. When the dust and smoke subsided, Izuku inwardly cursed when he saw BOROS still standing and in one piece. Mostly anyway. One for All 100%. Big Bang Blast was a very simple but devastating technique that he had invented 2 years ago. To put it simply, he would focus the entirety of One for All's power on his right arm, which he would then punch with as fast as possible. Unlike when he first used all of One for All to destroy the zero-pointer during UA's entrance exam which resulted in him breaking his arm, years of training and fighting incredibly powerful monsters led to One for All growing along with his physical body. When all that expanded power was focused on one point, such as his fist, it created a wave of devastation that would destroy everything in front of him for miles. Through some research, he discovered that the technique destroys everything down to the atomic level, just as it did to Carnage Kabuto when he used it on him. Boros surviving such an attack only further proved how much of a monster he was, although he didn't escape unscathed. The alien was missing a chunk of flesh from his left shoulder, smoking burn sizzled all over his body, and the large eye in his chest was now nothing more than a circle of burnt flesh that was as black as coal. Boros must have an incredibly high pain tolerance if he could stand there without any sign that the injuries were bothering him. "You are a worthy opponent, but the outcome of this battle is clear," told a confident Boros, even though he was the one with the fatal wounds. "My species won the struggle of survival in the harsh environment of our homeworld. We possess the ultimate regenerative abilities. I, in particular, have the godlike traits of self-healing, physical prowess, and latent energy beyond your conception. Wounds like these which would be fatal for you heal on me in mere moments." To prove his point, flesh and bone exploded out of the stumps of what used to be Boros' arms. Within seconds, his arms were restored and his other injuries healed as well. "Good as new," smirked Boros, spreading out his regenerated arms to show off how great his regeneration ability was. "You on the other hand will only get injured more, all while your stamina gradually decreases to nothing. You will eventually grow weaker and weaker, to the point where you will become an exhausted mess, Beth." "So what?" Boros blinked over the human interrupting him and was further caught by surprise when the human smiled. "You might be right. You can heal fast, you're abnormally powerful, and I will eventually tire from all this fighting," admitted Izuku with a wide smile plastered on his face. "Others might see this as an uphill battle that I can't possibly win, but that doesn't mean I'll give up. If you can heal from every attack I land on you, then I'll just have to hit you faster than you can recover. If you can endure my attacks, I'll just hit you harder. I may die here today, but if I don't go plus ultra, then I would have spat on the millions of lives lost in City 8 today." Deku barely raised his left foot more than 3 inches off the floor before he stomped it back down. Boros suddenly felt his ship tilt downward for a moment before it gathered itself and returned to its previous position. Shifting his legs apart, Deku went into his fighting stance. "Let's finish this." For a moment, Boros could only stare at the human in perplexion over his words. For whatever reason, he felt a pleasurable tingle crawl up his body. It took him a few seconds to recognize what he was feeling. "When was the last time I felt like this? To feel such joy and excitement. Yes, let's finish this." With an urge to go all out on the human, Boros bent his knees, brought his arms to his sides, and released his remaining limiters. A dome of dense pink energy surrounded Boros as he underwent another transformation. Boros' newest transformation drastically changed his appearance. His spiky hair grew long enough to reach his back, his skin and eye turned completely white, his body markings returned to their original shade of dark blue, and his white skin stretched over his mouth which hid it from view. Izuku didn't need danger sense to know that Boros' newest transformation made him an even greater threat than before. The air itself was being saturated with the excess energy that was pouring out of the transformed alien, making his skin tingle at the touch. Crouched with his right hand planted on the floor, Boros glared up at the hero, challengingly. Meteoric burst. Moving beyond what the human eye could see and process, Boros dashed at Deku and threw a straight punch at the hero's face. If Boros had used this move on any of the other S-class heroes, he would have defeated them then and there. But Deku wasn't the world's strongest hero for nothing. As much as Izuku hated to admit it, Boros' newest transformation was beyond what he could do with full cowl at 100% efficiency. Years of training and improving One for All simply wasn't enough to defeat Boros as he was now. It was a good thing he didn't just have One for All to help him then. Unknown to Boros, Deku had been discreetly using another quirk throughout their fight. The third's quirk. Fajin. Fajin was a quirk that gave Izuku the ability to build up kinetic energy within his body by repeating motions of any kind. That stored up energy could then be used as fuel to enhance both his speed and strength. Ever since the dark matter thieves invaded, Izuku had been collecting kinetic energy from every punch, kick and throw that he had used and been hit by. Safe to say, he had a nice bit of kinetic energy stored up. Unfortunately, there were 2 drawbacks when it came to using Fajin. The most obvious drawback was that once the stored kinetic energy was used up, it was gone forever until he could collect more. The second and biggest drawback was that when One for All and Fajin get used together, the speed attained becomes very disorienting. While not officially researched, the speed he could move was nearly the equivalent of him running the speed of light. Enhanced or not, the human body wasn't meant to move that fast. It was scientifically impossible for anything with mass to move faster than the speed of light. Seeing as how he had no other choice, Izuku will just have to go beyond what was considered impossible by scientific standards. It was time for him to go plus ultra. Combining One for All, Fajin, and Danger Sense, Deku could feel his sense of time shift immediately once he gained the ability to move at the speed of light. Other than Boros and himself, time moved so slowly that it practically came to a halt. Just like the one other time he used One for All and Fajin together, Izuku could feel a sickening feeling throughout his body, but did everything he could to suppress it. He'll deal with the fallout once Boros is defeated. Ignoring the sickening pain in his head, Danger Sense warned Deku exactly where Boros' attack was coming from. Using a combination of One for All and Fajin, Deku managed to tilt his body slightly to the left, just barely dodging Boros' fist, which then shot a condensed beam of destructive pink energy that melted and destroyed a portion of the spaceship behind Deku. The pink energy beam left a trail of destruction across the ship, destroying many of the lower levels and killing any of the remaining crew members in those areas. Boros didn't grieve or acknowledge the damage he caused to his own ship and crew, preferring to focus on the human who somehow managed to dodge his attack whilst he was in his Meteoroic burst form. To check to see if it was a fluke, Boros launched a volley of punches at Deku, and to his disbelief, the hero managed to dodge every one of his attacks by tilting his body away, if barely. Still, some of his attacks did manage to hit close enough to the human's face and torso, where they left behind sharp cuts and burns. "How is it that you can still keep up with me?" demanded Boros in a mix of confusion and annoyance. The stubborn human was starting to get on his nerves. Punching even faster than before, he eventually managed to land a hit on the human's stomach, launching the hero away in an unseen blur. Boros disappeared in a pink blur and reappeared behind who was still flying through the air. With his hand flat like a blade, Boros thrust it down at the airborne human in an attempt to gut him. He missed when Deku kicked off what seemed to be an invisible platform. "Impossible!" exclaimed Boros, who flew after the human. Time went by incredibly slowly as streaks of pink and green flew all over while moving at the speed of light, though the green one was noticeably slowing down at times. Even when using Danger Sense, this is difficult to keep up, thought Izuku, finding it hard at times to see, think or even breathe when moving at the speed of light. Often, he had to slow down a little so he could take a breath of air and gather his wits, but he struggled to keep it going. It would take the barest minuscule of a second for Boros to catch him off guard. "The energy shunted from my body transforms into a propelling force, elevating speed and power to a level beyond the limitations of living flesh. So tell me, how is it that a simple human like you can achieve the same level as myself?" demanded Boros as he flew after Deku, the two of them moving so fast that when they flew by the flattened top of the spaceship, the structure for miles shattered into pieces of rubble that then detonated into molten sludge. Deku had to slow down for a moment to take another breath of air, but Boros appeared above the hero with his hands clenched together and raised over his head. "Tell me," he roared as he brought his arms down on Deku's back, launching the hero back down onto the ship. While a devastating blow, Deku managed to flip his body before he collided with the ship and landed on his feet, though the S-class rank 1 hero was forced to bend his knees upon landing, since Boros' attack had more power in it than what he was used to being hit with. Not even Tatsumaki's psychic attacks or Darkshine's physical blows have ever hurt him this much. Deku's landing on the ship caused one side of it to tilt downwards, which wasn't missed by the heroes standing below it. City A. Ruins. "Whoa, what's going on up there?" wondered Metalbat, holding his bat over his left shoulder while he stared up at the ship which seemed to be tilting. "That would be Deku's doing if I didn't know any better," stated Silver Fang, who frowned as he watched the ship tilt. It doesn't usually take this long for Izuku to deal with a mysterious being, dragon level or not." Silver Fang wasn't the only one with that same thought. Tatsumaki headed straight for the spaceship with the intention of aiding Deku. The only reason she stopped was that Silver Fang was the one who asked. "You best leave him be, Tornado. We need you here in case the ship has any more cannons to use," said Silver Fang with a serious expression. The number of people whom Tatsumaki allowed to give her orders could be counted on one hand, and she would still have fingers to spare. Silver Fang just so happened to be one of those lucky few people. But have faith that Deku can handle this on his own. "He hasn't let us down yet, has he?" told Bang with a confident smile. While he was concerned that there was a mysterious being on the ship giving Deku more of a fight than usual, he had faith that the world's strongest hero would prevail, just as he did every other time. The strong part of Tatsumaki wanted to go and help Izuku, to hell with everyone else. A stronger part that sounded an awful lot like Izuku convinced her to stay back, even going as far as to remind her that she was the only one who could protect the other S-class heroes if any of the spaceship's artillery proved to still be operational. "If the others weren't so weak, I could help you, Izuku," thought Tatsumaki, inwardly cursing at the uselessness of her fellow S-class heroes. Sadly, she had no choice but to stay where she was. Dark Matter Thief's ship. While he was still on his knees, Deku had to cover himself with his arms as multiple pink blurs continuously hit him from every direction. Boros was striking at him so fast that it looked like there were 4 of him. But how fast he was getting beaten, Deku couldn't use Fajin to get away and recover. All of a sudden, blood splurted out from Deku's gritted teeth. Finally, Izuku's injuries were starting to pile up, and Boros' constant barrage of precise and powerful attacks wasn't helping. He needed to make space between them, now. Smokescreen. Full blast. Smokescreen was a quirk Izuku inherited from the 6th user of One for All, and from his body, Deku unleashed an explosion of purple smoke that quickly spread out to cover more than half the spaceship. Boros stopped beating on the human to look around at the thick cloud of purple smoke which was obscuring his vision. "Smoke," muttered Boros, holding his hand up to watch the smoke drift through his fingers. "What manner of creature are you to be able to exude smoke from your body?" he asked, having never seen any species who could do such a thing. The immense physical speed and strength were one thing, but how was it possible for Deku to produce smoke from his body? Is that a trait all humans possess? A unique organ inside their bodies? Deku didn't answer him. Instead, he ran through the cloud of smoke and threw both fists out for a double punch. He forewent using Fajin and relied only on the total might of One for All. Despite not being able to see Deku through the smoke, Boros could still sense the hero. That was why when Deku ran through the smoke and attacked, Boros was quick to raise his hands to easily catch both of the hero's fists. The catch made a pair of shockwaves that blew away the cloud of smoke. "Did you really think a foolhardy plan like that would work on me?" asked Boros, showing little strain as he held back Deku's full strength. Deku answered with a bloody smile. "Give it a second." Boros quirked a lone brow, only to then notice something astray with the human. Glancing down at their feet, he saw the most peculiar of sights. Multiple black tendrils poked out of the human's legs and were driven into the hull of the ship. Boros was quick to catch on. The alien attempted to pull away, but Deku quickly grabbed his hands to keep him in place. Deku was sore, injured, and tired, but he still didn't give Boros an inch. Locked in place, despite his attempts to break out of the human's grip through brute force, Boros couldn't do anything as tendrils punctured out from the ship's hull beneath his feet like unholy spikes and drove into his body without mercy. Altogether, 7 tendrils protruded out of his body. 3 pierced through his chest, 1 in his left arm, 1 in both legs, and there was even 1 coming out of his mouth, having stabbed through the back of his neck to get there. But Boros weakened, if only for a moment. Deku concentrated 100% of One for All into his leg, and Spartan kicked the stunned alien in the chest. Boros' lone eye widened in agony, and not just because he got a full-powered kick into the chest by the world's strongest man. Deku's kick propelled the alien away, even though his body was stabbed in multiple places with Deku's black whips. Therefore, Boros' body was forcefully ripped out of the multiple tendrils as he was kicked away, leaving large holes and torn flesh all over his body. Once his bouncing body went a distance of a mile, Boros slammed his damaged arms into the hull of the spaceship to slow down his momentum. Once stopped, he looked up at Deku with a bloody smile and ignored the blood spilling from his injuries, since they were already in the middle of regenerating. "Yes, Izuku Midoriya. You were worth the challenge," praised Boros, even as a bloody Deku charged at the injured alien. Combining Fajin with One for All, Deku ran the distance between himself and Boros at light speed. Full Cal plus Ultra. Spark Barrage. With the combined might of One for All and Fajin, Deku threw what appeared to be 1 punch when in reality, he had thrown 1,000. Even the most well-trained eye couldn't help to spot any of the 1,000 light-speed punches. Each punch alone held enough power to wipe out a city with ease. Such an attack would be considered overkill, even to the strongest dragon-level monsters, but Boros was an exception. Even in his meteoric burst form, Boros was unable to defend himself against the hero's barrage of light-speed punches. If he was in peak condition, he could, but he was still recovering from his injuries and was tired from using meteoric burst for so long. Thus, the blur of punches phased through Boros, seemingly doing no harm. Then, Boros exploded in a shower of blood and red mist. Having been reduced to bits of blood and torn tissue, any mysterious being would be considered dead at this point. Not yet. Not Boros, though. Before his blood could touch the floor, Boros instantly regenerated from being pulverized and jumped high into the air as powerful sparks of electricity poured from his newly regenerated body. "I will defeat you," declared Boros as the massive bolts of electricity that were pouring from Boros' body spilt across the ship, incinerating and melting everything it touched. Yet, even with the widespread destruction surrounding him, Deku remained standing tall, staring up at the floating Boros with no fear as blood dripped from all over his body. "All of my energy will be released, blasting you and this planet straight to hell." Coming from anyone else, Izuku would have called their bluff. Unfortunately, Boros just became the source of an insane amount of energy that was pulsating inside him. It was as if Boros was a star that was on the verge of imploding. Izuku knew if Boros unleashed all that pent-up energy down onto the earth, the planet would end up destroyed. "He fully plans to kill me, even if he has to wipe out the planet to do it." Battling Boros and using both One for All and Fajin was now taking its toll on Izuku, who quickly surveyed the damage. He lost all feeling in his arms a while ago. The bones in his legs feel like they could be used for a jigsaw puzzle. Remnants of what was once his ribs were embedded in his lungs, which hurt like hell every time he took a breath. He was well beyond a concussion. His spine didn't feel right, there was definite internal bleeding, and every cell in his body was crying in agony. Yet, despite all of his agonizing injuries, Izuku didn't let the pain show. He stood tall and refused to back down. As Izuku stared at the glowing form of BOROS floating in the sky, his vision suddenly turned completely black. Subconscious realm. When his vision returned, Izuku found himself standing in a room with no doors and 9 thrones surrounding an empty space. This was the subconscious realm of his own mind, where echoes of the previous one for all users reside. It was because of these echoes that Izuku was able to use the quirks of his predecessors, having inherited them at the same time he inherited One for All from All Might. It was only when he learned to better control One for All did he learn to use the other quirks. Izuku recalled the first time he was taken to the subconscious realm, being the first user of One for All to do so while still alive. At the time, he could only use full cowl at 10% power, so when he first came to the realm, he could only materialize the upper portion of his head. While it allowed him to see and hear the echoes of his predecessors, he couldn't respond. Now that he had complete control over One for All, he could materialize his whole body without incident. Sighing, Izuku fell back into the empty throne he knew was behind him. The S-class rank 1 hero rubbed his forehead with his left hand and groaned a little. While his physical body's injuries couldn't be transferred over to his subconscious body, the headaches from using danger sense somehow could. Fourth, I mean this in the nicest way possible, but your quirk is a pain. I'm afraid that's the entire point of it. Ninth. Remarked the 4th user, Hikage Shinomori, who sat on his throne alongside the other past users of One for All. Not like 9th can afford to not use it. Stated the 2nd user, Kudo, as he idly scratched a large scar on his face. It's do or die at this stage. BOROS is a being that far surpasses anything we or the 9th have battled before. I wouldn't even class him as a dragon level threat at this point. Stated the 5th user, Daigoro Banjo, who folded his arms across his chest. If what BOROS says is true about destroying the planet with his next attack, then I very much believe that he is the god level threat that Lady Shibubawa mentioned. Nodded the 3rd user, Bruce, in confidence, his grey ponytail bouncing from the action. The 6th user, N, rubbed his forehead. And here I thought All for One was the worst monster to ever exist. Izuku hummed to himself in thought. Years ago, he had been informed of All for One by his predecessors, most of whom were killed by said villain over the years. A villain who was over 200 years old, brother to the first user of One for All, and most dangerous of all, his quirk could be used to steal the quirks of others. In his homeworld, he could imagine how All for One became such a huge threat. The echoes were nice enough to tell him that All for One was the one who permanently injured All Might in their fight years ago. All Might succeeded in ending All for One for good, but at the cost of his respiratory system. Some of the echoes were reluctant to believe that All for One was truly dead. As First had said, Big Brother is too stubborn to die. Still, Izuku wasn't worried. Even if he somehow managed to return to his original world, and All for One was still miraculously alive after getting his head smashed in by All Might, All for One was no real threat. All for One couldn't steal One for All from him, and strength-wise, his predecessors ranked him as a demon-level threat. Izuku didn't want to sound arrogant, but his strength had grown well beyond that of his predecessors. All for One might be the most fearsome and influential villain in his original world, but in this one, there were heroes and mysterious beings who were much more powerful. Over the years, he battled many mysterious beings who could crush All for One like a bug. Izuku couldn't imagine All for One being able to beat the likes of Elder Centipede or Carnage Kabuto. If he were to fight All for One, Izuku was confident he could beat him. But that was neither here nor there. Izuku glanced over at a throne where a glowing yellow orb sat on it in silence, just as it had for the past 9 years. Said orb was the echo of his predecessor and mentor, All Might. For some reason, All Might's echo hadn't manifested completely within the subconscious realm. There were theories among the echoes as to why that was. One such theory was that All Might hadn't died yet. Sadly, Izuku didn't have time to ponder the reason. Right now, he was fighting not just for his life, but for the lives of every living being on the planet. BOROS' next attack would destroy the world if it connected. Thankfully, time within the subconscious realm went by faster than it did in the real world, giving him time to think. Not that he could get much thinking done with his predecessors bickering amongst each other. Izuku didn't mind their input, but they needed to stop trying to shout over each other. As everyone bickered among themselves, the first user of One for All, Yoichi Shigaraki, stared at the silently thinking visage of the 9th, Izuku Midoriya. All those years ago when he passed off One for All to 2nd, he never imagined his quirk would find itself in the hands of somebody who not only knew how to use it to its fullest potential, but also do what none of his predecessors could ever do. Evolve it. Yoichi imagined that Ninth's new surroundings played a big part in evolving One for All. Back in their original world, the biggest threat to their lives was always his brother, All for One. There was no greater threat than his older brother, or at least that was what Yoichi once believed. That was until Ninth arrived in this world where there were threats far worse than All for One could ever be. Monsters of all different shapes and sizes who could single-handedly destroy entire countries by themselves. And Ninth fearlessly faced them all with a smile on his face. For 10 years, Ninth constantly battled powerful and dangerous mysterious beings, growing after each one he defeated. It only made sense that fighting such overwhelmingly powerful foes would lead to Ninth surpassing the limits of his own body. That then led to One for All evolving and growing to match Ninth's own increase in strength. Yoichi Shigaraki smiled. All Might couldn't have chosen a better successor. It's not like he's going to quit on us, are ya, Ninth? Asked the only female echo among the group, silencing the other squabbling predecessors. Izuku closed his eyes and chuckled. Looking up, he met the gaze of the 7th user of One for All, Nanashimura. Quit. You know that word's not in my vocabulary, 7th. I'm the #1 hero. Everyone put their faith in me, and I'm not going to let them down. If I can't defeat BOROS as I am now, then I'll just have to go beyond plus ultra. Every one of the echoes smiled. None held any doubt that Ninth couldn't surpass this hurdle. It simply wasn't in his nature, and that was why they were confident in his success, no matter the bad the odds stacked against him. Deku, the world's strongest hero, always found a way. Damn straight. And when you knock that Cyclops off his high horse, don't forget to do so with a smile on your face. Nana even used her thumbs to spread her lips into a wide smile to emphasize her point. Nodding with a smile of his own, Izuku cut his connection with the subconscious realm, resulting in his body dissolving into a green mist that started to blow away from his feet up. Right before his head dissolved into nothingness, he barely made out Nana's voice. And for God's sake, would you man up and ask one of those sisters out already? I want to see some little green-haired babies running around. If you can, see if they'd be willing to share ouch. Shut up, Dejoro. Dark Matter Thieves ship. Once his vision returned, Izuku found himself exactly where he left himself. BOROS was still high in the sky, building up his immeasurable power that he planned to unleash down on the planet. Even though the odds were stacked against him, Deku faced the challenge with his head held high and a smile on his face. Time to go beyond even plus ultra. The world was relying on him to save it, and by God, he was going to do it, even if it killed him. Spreading his legs out, Deku bent his knees and brought his arms to his sides. The hero clenched his teeth as he focused on combining 3 of his most powerful quirks. One for All, Fajin, and Gearshift. Gearshift was the quirk of One for All's second user, and it was a powerful one when in the right hands. Gearshift allowed Deku to change the speed at which things accelerate through space. It even allowed him to change speeds while ignoring the law of inertia. A very powerful quirk, but one Izuku had no real need to use over the years. One for All alone was usually enough to defeat his foes, and adding Fajin to it was overkill. Unless you were BOROS. However, Izuku was entering unknown and very dangerous waters. He had combined Gearshift with Fajin and One for All at times, but never all 3 at once. Frankly, he didn't know what would happen once he combined the 3 quirks. But he was excited to find out. As Izuku combined the 3 quirks, pure power erupted from his body like an erupting volcano. A colossal shroud of rainbow-colored energy engulfed his body to the point where everything for miles melted away from the intensity of the colorful energy. Glowing red veins stretched along the entirety of Midoriya's body, the power so immense that it felt like lava was flowing through his veins, to the point where his body was even starting to smoke. Deku's spiky green hair, which was glowing an emerald green, now shined with different moving colors ranging from green, blue, white, red, and more. It wasn't just his hair that changed color, for Izuku's eyes glowed with different colors that moved like paint mixing in water, each one representing one of the former or current users of One for All. Full Cal plus Ultra. Rainbow Overdrive. Once the transformation was complete, Deku's appearance made him look majestic and more powerful than what should be humanly possible. Though, as expected of such a powerful transformation he was using for the first time, Izuku could feel every cell in his body cry out in sheer agony as they were forced into overtime to make sure his body stayed in one piece. The hero grunted in pain as blood dripped from his mouth. A drop of blood fell onto the floor and bubbled as if it was superheated. I can't keep this up for long, thought Deku as the power inside him tried to push itself out. Every time it did, his body spasmed in hot pain. Even now, I can barely contain all this power inside me. A punch from a baby would probably be enough to make me erupt. Even though his body was crying out to him in incomparable anguish, Izuku couldn't help but chuckle. This reminds me of the very first time I used One for All. He thought, reminiscing the time he took part in the UA entrance exam. It was during that exam that he first used One for All, having used it to destroy the zero-pointer so he could save Uraraka. He succeeded, but at the cost of his arm and legs, which broke from the strain of using the quirk that made All Might the #1 hero. Combining the pent-up energy of One for All, the total collected kinetic energy of Fajin, and the speed enhancement of Gearshift felt all too similar to that day. That meant he only had one shot at this. All he had left inside him was enough for one more attack. After that, all his energy would be spent. Collapsing Star Roaring Cannon. Having finished the buildup of energy inside him, BOROS opened his mouth wide and roared out an immensely huge beam of unparalleled destruction down at Deku. The blue-colored and golden-toned beam of destructive energy was massive in size, threatening to engulf Deku, the spaceship, and the planet. It's now or never. Bending his knees low and tensing his enhanced muscles, Deku jumped straight up at the oncoming beam of destruction. His jump alone caused a rainbow-colored explosion that spread similar colored cracks all along the top of the now tilting spaceship. Time came to a complete stop for Deku, who moved beyond the speed of light. So focused on what he was doing, Deku didn't notice the small number of cracks appearing in the air around him, as if space was cracking under the strain of the hero's power. Deku hadn't known that for the barest of moments that he was in his newest transformed state, he had far surpassed mortality and briefly entered the domain of gods. But Deku wasn't concerned about any of that. He was more concerned about BOROS' world-destroying attack, hence why he reared his right arm back as he met with the alien's attack. With a loud cry, Deku punched the collective total of BOROS' energy. The clash of fists and energy beam of the destruction resulted in a powerful shockwave of color exploding outwards and spreading across the entire planet. To the populace all over the world, they all saw a wave of color wash over the sky, decorating it with the largest and most colorfully expressive aurora ever. Billions were awed at the sight, allowing the beauty of it to distract them from the alien invasion and the destruction of a city, even if only for a moment. As Deku tried to push through BOROS' attack, time returned to normal now that he was no longer able to move beyond light speed. For what felt like hours when it could have been seconds, Deku fought against BOROS' beam of destructive energy with all of his might. In normal circumstances, Deku's body would have been turned to dust from this attack, but the colorful shroud surrounding him was preventing most of the beam's destructive energy from incinerating him. Not to say he wasn't affected, seeing as the skin of his fist was blackening and his flesh was being cooked. Still, he fought on. Deku gritted his teeth as more of the destructive energy passed through his shroud. His durable skin bubbled under the power. Despite all of that, Deku fought through the pain and pushed even harder against the beam of destruction. Eventually, one of the two had to give. I'm nearly there, thought Deku, urging his body forward, even if it worsened the damage done to his body. After pushing through a mile's worth of blue and golden energy, Deku widened his eyes in sheer joy when he finally came across BOROS at the end. The sight of the alien so close burned the hero further. With a battle cry that echoed throughout the ruins of City A, Deku smashed through what remained of BOROS' attack until he was floating just a mere 2 feet away from the alien. Floating so close to him, Deku could see the shock and horror in BOROS' eyes clear as day. Deku was beyond injured, severely burned, and more exhausted than he had ever been in his life, but he smiled through it all nonetheless. Focusing on what was left of One for All, Fajin, and Overdrive into his numb right fist, resulting in it glowing a bright rainbow-like gleam, Deku reared back his arm, and with what remained of his strength, he threw one final punch. BOROS tried to will his body to move, to do anything, but he no longer had any strength left inside him. BOROS' perspective of time slowed as the glowing fist of his opponent soared ever closer to his face. Is this what it feels like to lose? The instant Deku's fist touched BOROS' left cheek, all of the hero's strength and energy were released. The combined might of One for All, Fajin, and Overdrive was unleashed upon BOROS' weak body in one go. The results speak for themselves. City A. Ruins. The S-class heroes were looking up at the ship and discussing what their next course of action should be when all of a sudden, the sky exploded in a flash of blinding lights. What the hell is happening? Shouted Metal Bat, who stabbed the end of his indestructible bat into the ground so he didn't get blown away by the shockwaves and hurricane-like winds that the colorful explosion made. Large pieces of rubble were blown away as if they weighed nothing, and it was taking a considerable amount of effort on his part not to be blown along with them. The same could be said for Puri Prisoner, who was laying low on the floor. Atomic Samurai crouched to keep himself in place and stared up at the sky in awe. The parts of the sky which weren't already covered by the city-sized spaceship were engulfed in a bright mix of lights that would put an aurora to shame. As he watched the lights, a piece of rubble that was the size of a 4-story building was blown in his direction. Atomic Samurai never once took his eyes off the lights in the sky, even as he swung his katana upwards, slicing the rubble in half. The now 2 halves of rubble flew by the S-class rank 4 hero on both sides. Is this Deku's doing? shouted Atomic Samurai through the loud winds, sheathing his blade at the same time. A nervous drip of sweat fell down his brow. I knew the guy was strong, but damn, this is on a whole different level. Just like Atomic Samurai, Silver Fang crouched to keep his balance. The world's greatest martial artist stared up at the multitude of lights in the sky with eyes wide in surprise. This must be Deku. Unaffected by the powerful winds, a floating Tatsumaki felt her body tremble as she stared up at the sky. What kind of monster is Izuku fighting that warrants him to do that? She thought, for once afraid for Izuku's safety. Even when going all out in their spars together, never had Izuku used that kind of power before. That meant only one thing. Izuku was fighting someone to the point of death. Dark Matter Thieves' ship. Having lost consciousness at some point, Izuku woke up to the clear blue sky hanging over his head. It was a common sight, but also a sign that he was still alive. That alone made it the image ever so beautiful. He tried to stand up, but soon found that to be an impossible task. Every inch of his body felt both drained and broken at the same time. Having gone through what he just did, he wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Izuku discovered that he could lift his head, if barely. Did I lose? Through all the mind-numbing pain, Izuku somehow felt his heart skip a beat when he heard Boros' voice. He's still alive. Even after all of that, Boros still wouldn't die with his body in the condition it was in now. He couldn't defend himself even if he wanted to. Struggling with both pain and exhaustion, Izuku slightly turned his head in the direction Boros' voice was coming from. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw Boros. He couldn't feel much of his body anymore, but at least it was still in one piece. The same couldn't be said for Boros. Where Boros was once tall and ripe with power, he was now nothing more than half a torso and a head. Gone were his arms and legs, with even his organs spilling out of where his lower body once was. What was left of his body was cooked to the point of being black as coal, his vibrant pink hair dulled in color, and his lone eye was simply gone. A burnt-out empty eye socket was all that remained. Boros still being alive even in the condition he was in was further testament to how incredibly powerful he was. Still, the fact he couldn't call upon the self-regenerating ability he was so proud of meant that he didn't have any strength left to do so. Death was inevitable. You really are incredible, admitted Izuku, turning to look back up at the sky. As much as he hated Boros for what he did to City A, he couldn't help but be astonished. In all his years as a vigilante and then a hero, he fought against all manners of mysterious beings. Carnage, Kabuto, Elder Centipede, Marigori, etc. All those powerful monsters could wipe out entire cities by themselves. Yet, Boros proved to be stronger than all of them combined. The alien just joined the very short list of beings who forced him to use one for all at its most powerful and even beyond. Boros and him. Still, if anything, Boros had his respect as a fellow warrior. The prophecy held through. Stated the dying Boros, and for the first time, Izuku could hear the exhaustion in the alien's voice. The battle was a hard-fought one. Yeah, it sure was, answered Izuku, staring up at the sky in silence. After a moment of silence between the two, Izuku spoke. Was it worth it? The distance you crossed, the years you spent, all the lives you took just to die here. For a moment, it seemed like Boros wasn't going to answer or that he might have died, but before Izuku could turn his head to check, Boros finally answered. It was worth everything, answered Boros with his dying breath. As the alien's life faded, his lips twitched upwards into a smile. With no emotion, Izuku stared up at the clear sky as Boros, the dominator of the universe, died right beside him. He won't shed a tear for the being who took the lives of millions to sate his boredom, but he would miss the powerful warrior he once was. Unknown to Izuku, Boros' life force was connected to the power sphere, which was still in the throne room. Once Boros took his final breath, the power sphere shattered into pieces. With the power sphere destroyed, the power that kept the spaceship afloat disappeared, leaving the massive spacecraft at the mercy of gravity. Even as the spaceship fell, Izuku stared at the sky, unmoving. With his body broken and exhausted, he couldn't move even if he wanted to. So that was where he remained, lying in the ruins of a free-falling spaceship. As he waited for the inevitable crash landing, Izuku simply stared up at the sky in deep thought. City A. Ruins. Ian nervously gulped when he noticed the massive spaceship falling from the sky. As glad as he was to see the ship finally come down, he wished it wouldn't while they were still under it. It's coming down. Metal Bat looked up at the spaceship, and just as Ian said, it was finally falling. Hey, we better get out of here. This is bad. Run for the Hero Association HQ. Advised Silver Fang before he ran off in the direction of the tall building in the distance. He was quickly followed by Metal Bat, Puri Prisoner, Atomic Samurai, and Ian, who was lagging behind the group. Noticing his student lagging, Atomic Samurai wrapped Ian's left arm over his shoulder and ran while carrying him. Ian, if we survive this, remind me to focus more on your footwork. "Why yes, master," nodded Ian in shame. Atomic Samurai then glared at the back of Silver Fang's head, who was getting farther ahead of everyone else with every passing second. How is an old man like Silver Fang so fast? Now is not the time to get competitive, advised Ian, hoping that they don't get squashed by the falling spaceship. "Angel Dash," cried Puri Prisoner while running ahead. "Hey, Pansy, don't you run in front of me. You're too slow," Metal Bat shouted at Puri Prisoner who was running in front of him. If the spaceship did end up killing them, he didn't want the last thing he saw to be Puri Prisoner's bare ass. "Angel Dash. Stop calling out your stupid moves and just run." While the heroes ran for safety, Tatsumaki flew around the falling spaceship and headed for the top, having sensed two immense sources of energy clashed there. Flying above the spaceship, Tatsumaki surveyed the ruined spacecraft and soon found who she was looking for: Izuku. Flying down to the ship, she found Izuku lying beside the corpse of an alien, not that she cared about that. She was far more concerned about the condition Izuku was in. Groggily, Izuku looked up at the worried green-haired woman levitating above him. It took a few seconds for his brain to recall who she was, and when it did, Izuku smiled up at her. "Hey Tatsu. What are you doing here?" "I'm getting you out of here, you dolt," exclaimed Tatsumaki, who gently wrapped Izuku's injured body in a green bubble of her energy before she telekinetically carried him away just as the spaceship crashed. As Tatsumaki evacuated the spaceship with Izuku, Sweet Mask looked over the spaceship and then to the surrounding rubble, which was one City A. "How did City A end up like this? All of Class S was meeting here today," muttered the A-Class Rank 1 hero, looking none too pleased with the devastation that was wrought down upon City A. Sweet Mask spotted the majority of Class S grouped up together nearby, missing only Deku, Tornado of Terror, Metal Knight, and Super Alloy Darkshine. Seeing as most of the S-Class heroes were here, he could get the answers to his questions from them. "Care to enlighten me on this, Metal Bat?" Metal Bat and the rest of the S-Class heroes turned around to see Sweet Mask sitting on a pile of rubble, conveniently high enough so he could look down on everyone from his high perch. "Explain it to me so I can understand," asked Sweet Mask, although it sounded more like a command in everyone else's ears. "Handsome came in, Sweet Mask," muttered Metal Bat. "Where in the hell did you pop up from?" "I was filming a TV drama in the next town over. There was a loud roar and tremors, so I came to check things out, only to find City A destroyed," explained Sweet Mask. Since Sweet Mask answered his question, Metal Bat saw no reason not to answer his. "Monsters on this big-ass ship behind me came and attacked us. They fired artillery and did all this, but we still took care of it." Sweet Mask didn't much care for Metal Bat's answer, as his eyes widened and turned bloodshot in rage. "Took care of it, you say? Really? You call this devastation victory?" asked Sweet Mask, spreading his arms out to emphasize the destroyed city. "What utter incompetence. I'm completely appalled at all of you," he declared, having no problem sharing how he felt with all the S-Class heroes before him. Some of the Class S heroes like Puri Prisoner, Tank Top Master, Silver Fang, and Pig God frowned in annoyance over Sweet Mask's words. None of them cared for Sweet Mask's insults, especially since he wasn't here when everything happened. Others like Child Emperor, Drive Knight, Flashy Flash, Zombieman, and Atomic Samurai didn't care what Sweet Mask had to say anyway. Then there was Metal Bat, who was just angry. "Hey, you didn't even show up until this was over, so get off your high horse." "Yes, it's true that I didn't make it here on time, but every single one of you did correct," admitted Sweet Mask, staring down the S-Class heroes. "And you didn't save a single brick." Sensing the tension, Atomic Samurai stepped up to explain to Sweet Mask what happened. "We were having a meeting inside the HQ building when it all started. We went outside when we heard the enemy attacking, but the city was already reduced to ruins," explained the swordsman, resting his left hand on the hilt of his sheathed sword. "And? So what? You think if you just say that, the media will just let this go?" asked Sweet Mask coldly. Puri Prisoner glared up at Sweet Mask. "Hey, handsome, whose side are you on here? We worked together and did our best," he stated, unhappy with how Sweet Mask was belittling all their hard work and effort in battling the alien invaders. Yes, the city was destroyed, but they weren't clairvoyant. Despite their roles as heroes, they couldn't save the lives of everyone in danger. Not even Deku. "I'm on the side of peace and justice," told Sweet Mask, who stood up before he slid down the rubble to get on the same ground level as the other heroes. "Having Class S heroes this clueless and pathetic is an embarrassment. Anybody that's this useless should voluntarily retire," declared Sweet Mask, much to the annoyance of many of the S-Class heroes. "Hey. Don't start talking crap with us, pretty boy," exclaimed Metal Bat, who marched up in front of Sweet Mask with his hands in his pockets, looking as much as a delinquent as his outfit made him out to be. Metal Bat shoved his face in front of Sweet Mask, who could see the veins throbbing on the Class S hero's forehead. Who's gonna care about a pop idol with his face up his ass? Threatened Metal Bat. Sweet Mask coldly smirked and his words were just as cold. Do you have any idea why I don't move up to Class S? It's simple really. I remain Class A rank 1, so I can prevent weak good-for-nothing pissants like you from ever moving up. The veins in Metal Bat's forehead doubled in size as the young hero's temper was quickly starting to get the better of him. Just as he was on the verge of ramming his bat into the model's face, a metal pod fell from the sky and landed nearby. That distracted Metal Bat and Sweet Mask enough for them to forget their spat with each other. The metal pod opened up to reveal a human-sized robot that had a distinct set of 3 circular marks on its face that marked it as a creation of the S-Class rank 6 hero, Metal Knight. Said robot was known as a reconnaissance robot that Metal Knight used to discreetly gather intel. The robot stepped out of the pod so it could get a closer look at the fallen spaceship. Nice timing, Metal Knight. So you skipped the meeting and just now decide to show up? Deadpan Sweet Mask. Drive Knight's lone eye narrowed at the sight of Metal Knight's reconnaissance robot. Metal Knight heard Sweet Mask but ignored him in favor of scanning the technologically advanced spaceship. This is magnificent. Metal Knight nearly sang in excitement, already thinking of different ways he could implement the alien technology with his own. Metal Knight. The reconnaissance robot turned its head to look up at Genos, who was looking down at the robot from atop a piece of uneven rubble. What exactly are you doing here? The battle is already over. Asked Genos, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. During the battle with the alien invaders, Drive Knight had spoken with him privately, informing him that Metal Knight was actually his enemy, although he didn't give much when it came to evidence as to why that was. It's Genos, right? Asked Metal Knight, recalling the cyborg's name, if barely. Do not tell me you have come to recover the spaceship. Are you here to create more powerful weapons by incorporating alien technology? Asked Genos. Precisely. Admitted Metal Knight. Powerful weapons are a necessity for the sake of maintaining peace and order. He explained before he commanded the reconnaissance robot to walk closer to the spaceship. However, before the robot could get too far, Metal Knight had one more thing to say. Take Deku for example. Genos glared at the back of the reconnaissance robot's head as it walked off. Even with powerful weapons, in the hands of heroes like these, they'd be wasted. Stated Sweet Mask with a smile, uncaring of the glaring Metal Bat who was standing behind him. Hey. I found some alien survivors. Shouted Super Alloy Darkshine from near the ship, waving over his fellow S-Class heroes. Curious, the S-Class heroes walked over to Super Alloy Darkshine to see the creatures who were responsible for the destruction of an entire city. The heroes walked over to see that Super Alloy Darkshine tied up a group of aliens in chains, preventing them from escaping. Odd. None of these aliens appear to be of the same species. Thought Drive Knight, noting that all of the aliens were different when it came to appearances. Some looked like oversized bugs, one looked vampiric in nature, and another looked more like a robot or a possible cyborg. Before any of the heroes could study the aliens or interrogate them for answers, Sweet Mask stepped forward. With 3 quick swipes of his hand, the A-class hero swiftly turned the captured aliens into bloody smears along the floor. Sweet Mask's sudden massacre of the alien hostages caught all the other heroes off guard. What Sweet Mask, why did you do that? Asked a shocked Super Alloy Darkshine. They did not deserve to live. They were evil. I merely implemented justice swiftly, that's all. Told Sweet Mask, brushing his hair aside, seemingly not caring about the blue alien blood that was on his left cheek. Many heroes narrowed their eyes at Sweet Mask. Well, they wouldn't be shedding any tears for the aliens who played a role in the destruction of City A, they could have interrogated them to get answers. A streak of green light in the sky distracted everyone. Everyone looked at the light and recognized it to be Tornado of Terror who was flying towards them. Following close behind her was a green bubble, but they only found out what was inside it when she placed it on the floor upon landing. The bubble dispersed, revealing the injured S-Class rank 1 hero, Deku. Master? Shouted Genos in worry, being the first to move to Deku. Izuku chuckled but winced when he found out how much that hurt. Good to see you as well, Genos. I take it everything went well on your end. I'm more eager to know what happened on your end. Stated Atomic Samurai, stepping forward so he could get a closer look at Deku's injuries. He grimaced when he saw the burns and blood all over Deku's body. Would you believe me if I said I fell down some stairs? Asked Izuku with a pained grin. Even though Deku was in obvious pain, Silver Fang slightly chuckled. This is why you are the #1 hero, Deku. No other hero would be smiling and making jokes when in that kind of condition. Those must have been some strong stairs. Said Atomic Samurai with an amused grin. Izuku sighed and looked up at the blue sky hanging over him. The strongest I've ever encountered. All of the heroes found the sight of Deku's bloody and broken body to be hard to look at. In the eyes of the world, Deku always came off as some sort of invincible force of nature. Deku could shrug off a missile barrage, dodge lightning and change the weather with a single punch. To see him so bruised and burnt reminded them all that as powerful as he was, Deku was still human. What kind of monster could have done this to Deku? Wondered a frowning Puri prisoner. He had seen Deku topple dragon-level monsters many times and do so without earning a single scratch. Whatever left Deku in this condition must have been powerful beyond belief. This is the first time I've ever seen Deku injured. At all. Thought Ian, gulping at the thought of what Deku must have fought to receive such injuries. He was more amazed over how the number one hero could smile, even though he was in obvious pain. Ian was no doctor, but all that blood and third-degree burns told him that Deku had one hell of a pain tolerance. Did Deku fight the god-level threat Lady Shibaba would warn us about? Wondered Super Alloy Darkshine, curious over what the world's strongest man encountered on the spaceship. Sweet Mask was taking it worse than any of the others, staring at the injured Deku in incredulity. Ever since the founding of the Hero Association, Deku has always been seen as the peak of what a hero should aspire to be. A hero of justice who defeated evil with a smile. To see that same hero so hurt and injured shook Sweet Mask like nothing else. Even after all of this, he's still smiling. He thought, watching Deku smile and laugh with Silver Fang and Puri prisoner. As angry as he was over City A's destruction despite most of Class S being there, Sweet Mask now lacked the strength to argue. If not even Deku could have done anything to save City A, perhaps nothing could. With a lot on his mind right now, Sweet Mask turned and walked away so he could gather his thoughts. Where's Mumen Rider? I don't see him anywhere. Deku asked, looking around. The S-class heroes could take care of themselves, but Mumen Rider was still undergoing training. He's waiting at the Hero Association headquarters. Answered Zombieman, pointing a thumb over his shoulder where the Hero Association was located. After we got all the hostages out of the ruins, we thought it'd be best if he stayed there. Izuku nodded his head to Zombieman, grateful. That's good to hear. He said with a wince. I don't know about all of you, but I think it's time I pay a visit to a doctor. Agreed. Nodded Silver Fang. We all best clear out of here. I'm sure Metal Knight has already sent his robots to start scavenging the ship. The mention of Metal Knight soured Izuku's triumph over BOROS. Where the rest of Class S took part in defeating the dark matter thieves or rescuing civilians, Metal Knight was once again absent. Even after the aliens destroyed City A, Metal Knight could have sent one of his more destructive robots to help out, either by wiping out any aliens on the ground floor or by firing his rockets at the spaceship. I'm gonna need to have a word with Metal Knight soon. Thought Izuku, but as Tatsumaki levitated him off the floor and flew him towards the Hero Association headquarters for medical treatment, he focused his efforts on recovering from his injuries first. Hero Association HQ. 4 days have gone by since the Dark Matter Thieves invasion and the destruction of City A. Within that time, the invasion and loss of City A became history-making events that every news outlet in the world made their top story. The world mourned those who were lost during the destruction of City A, but at the same time, the public was grateful to all the heroes who played a part in stopping the Dark Matter Thieves from destroying any more cities. Some tried to make the heroes out as the bad guys for failing to save City A, but Sweet Mask's surprising support for the heroes silenced any who attempted to badmouth the Hero Association. None dared to argue with Sweet Mask, who held a lot of influence, not just with the Hero Association, but also with the media. Such were the advantages of being a famous hero, model, musician, and actor. To cross the world's most popular star was the equivalent of committing career suicide. For the heroes who played a part in defeating the alien invaders, they were all given mandatory checkups by the Hero Association doctors. The Hero Association didn't want any more of their best heroes to be sent to the hospital, since it made them look weak in the public eye. The loss of an entire city sunk a lot of the association's credibility, which they needed to build back up fast. That was why they wanted the S-class heroes to be in top condition, just in case another powerful threat emerged from the shadows. After a series of tests, all the heroes were given a clean bill of health, even Silver Fang. That was a surprise to the Hero Association executives, since they heard from Atomic Samurai that Silver Fang got hit by a powerful dragon-level threat and didn't have a scratch to show for it. It was further testament that the elderly hero was worthy of his rank. Despite that, the Hero Association had no choice but to inform the public that the number one hero was hospitalized and being taken care of by the best doctors in the Hero Association HQ infirmary. As much as the executives would have loved to keep Deku's hospitalization a secret, that was impossible. Deku was a public figure who patrolled cities almost every day. The world would know something was wrong if they stopped seeing him on patrol, especially right after the alien invasion. That was why Sitch gave a press conference to inform the world. The news may have shocked the world, but it helped calm the public for the most part. The official news about Deku's whereabouts helped to keep civilians from spreading their own wild theories about Deku, like how he died fighting the aliens. News on Deku's status prevented people from going into too much of a panic, though criminals took this opportunity to spread out their criminal operations. The rise in crime wasn't missed by the Hero Association. Heroes from every class were sent out to curb the rise in crime, led by Zombieman and Demon Cyborg. Bulsich informed the world about Deku and how he was injured during the invasion. He didn't go into specifics about how injured Deku was or how great of a threat the Dark Matter Thieves actually were. Officially, the Dark Matter Thieves and its leaders were all ranked as dragon-level threats. Unofficially, BOROS was ranked as a god-level threat and was known only by high-ranking officials and all of Class S. Still, the world moved on despite the many lives lost that day. There were more battles to come, and the Hero Association hoped that it would be ready for them. Speaking of battles, there was a fierce one taking place just outside Izuku's infirmary room. The tornado of terror and blizzard of hell stared each other down like rivals, both holding a bouquet of flowers in their arms. The doctors finally permitted Izuku to receive visitors, and neither of the sisters was going to waste a single second. Neither of the psychic sisters planned to visit Izuku at the same time, but unfortunate luck and timing led to the two women walking up to Izuku's door at the same time, but from different directions. This was what led to Tatsumaki and Fubuki glaring at each other with sparks shooting from their eyes. Ping walked around the corner with a get well card for Izuku, but upon seeing the psychic sisters looking ready to start a fight in the middle of the hallway, he made a quick 180 turn and walked off before either of them could spot him. "I'll give him the card later." "Hello, sister. You've come to visit Izuku as well, I take it?" Fubuki asked, already knowing that was the case. Still, she attempted to make some sort of professional conversation with her older sister, even if they had their differences. Or maybe it was because they have the same specific interest. Tatsumaki eyed her younger sister while holding a bouquet of daisies in her hands. "I am," she answered simply. Tatsumaki narrowed her gaze at the bouquet in Fubuki's arms. "You bought Izuku carnations?" Fubuki didn't miss the accusing tone. "And what if I did? I wish for Izuku to get well soon, and no better flower represents healing than carnations," she answered, yet there was a knowing glint in her eyes. Tatsumaki's own eyes narrowed even further. "They also represent love, if I'm not mistaken." The coy smile graced Fubuki's lips. "They do? Why, I had no idea." "No idea my ass," thought Tatsumaki, who was very tempted to tear apart Fubuki's bouquet with her psychokinesis. "No matter. Izuku will prefer my daisies over your carnations anyway," she stated, turning her head away in an arrogant manner. "Oh? Are you sure about that? You do know that Izuku isn't 10 years old, right?" asked Fubuki, covering her mouth with her right hand to hide her haughty smile, which Tatsumaki could see from a mile away. Tatsumaki's right eye twitched. "Well, unlike some people, Izuku has a refined taste, and I don't just mean flowers." Tatsumaki slapped her curvy left hip to emphasize what she really meant. Fubuki scoffed in her sister's face. "You're right, he does have a refined taste, but it isn't for chicken bones. I'm sure Izuku prefers the taste of something a little more meaty," she remarked, puffing out her chest to show off her large breasts which jiggled from the motion. Tatsumaki may be much more powerful than her, but Fubuki had her older sister beat when it came to sex appeal. The brows of the eldest psychic sister twitched in annoyance. If there was anything that could rile up the world's strongest woman, it was the reminder that her body wasn't as mature as other women her age. Worst of all, her own sister 5 years her junior had breasts that were the size of her head. How was that fair? Before she could retaliate, either verbally or physically, the door to Izuku's room suddenly opened to reveal Mumen Rider without his bicometer goggles. The psychic sisters turned their attention to the C-class hero who jumped in fright. Sorry. I heard a commotion outside and just wanted to see who it was," said a nervous Mumen Rider, hoping to not aggravate either of the two sisters. Fubuki blinked, recognizing the young man before her. "You're Mumen Rider, correct? Izuku's newest student?" "I am, Miss Blizzard," nodded Mumen Rider, calling Fubuki by her hero name. Forgetting her argument with her sister, Tatsumaki huffed and with a dismissive wave of her hand, she moved Mumen Rider aside with her telekinesis. The C-class hero cried out in surprise as Tatsumaki floated into the room with Fubuki following right behind her. Both psychic sisters stopped in the room and blinked at the sight before them. As expected, Izuku was lying on the lone bed in the room, with practically all of his body covered in bandages, except for his right arm and both legs which were wrapped up in casts. Unexpectedly, the whole room was filled with flowers, cards, boxes of chocolates, and other gifts of different shapes and sizes. They couldn't even see the floor with how many gifts there were. Beside Izuku's bed was a pile of presents stacked so comically high that they were nearly touching the ceiling. Once they saw all the gifts, Fubuki and Tatsumaki realized how pointless their argument was over their flowers. Izuku, who was writing a letter with his left hand, looked up at the sisters and smiled. "Fubuki, Tatsu, it's good to see the two of you." Fubuki pouted over the fact that Izuku didn't call her by a cute nickname as he does with her sister. She spared a glance at her sister, only to see she was smirking up at her in an arrogant manner. It looked like Tatsumaki noticed as well and was silently bragging about it. Fubuki glared at her sister, not that it did anything to lessen Tatsumaki's smug grin. Having her fill of silent gloating, Tatsumaki turned back to Izuku and looked over his heavily bandaged body. Using her psychokinesis abilities to scan Izuku's body, Tatsumaki nearly sagged in relief once she saw that the injuries were healing without any problems, all thanks to modern medicine and a little help from Izuku's fast self-healing. To think, Izuku was practically on the verge of death just a couple of days ago. She thought, shivering at the memory of when she found Izuku's broken body on the collapsing spaceship. As she did with herself, Tatsumaki believed Deku to be an unstoppable force of nature who was above even the other S-class heroes. The leader of the Dark Matter Thieves, BOROS, proved to them all that it wasn't the case. When Izuku reported everything about his fight with BOROS, the Hero Association saw fit to label BOROS as a god-level threat. She agreed, for only a god-level threat could have hurt Izuku so much. Tatsumaki shivered when she recalled the medical report the doctors submitted about Izuku's injuries. She had demanded to know how injured Izuku was and somewhat regretted it afterwards once she read the report. Besides his fractured skull, every bone in his body was broken. So broken in fact that an X-ray of Izuku's skeleton looked more akin to a jigsaw puzzle. Hell, his spine was shaped like a zigzag. Further tests even showed microscopic holes in each broken piece of Izuku's skeleton. None of the doctors could explain what they were, but Izuku could. Izuku explained that halfway through the fight, a mix of BOROS' titanic strength and moving at the speed of light led to his durable bones eventually breaking. To keep himself in the fight, he used his Black Whip ability to summon microscopic whips of energy inside his own body and used them to sew his broken bones back in place. If not for the fact that he had to put all of the pieces of his skeleton back together, Tatsumaki would have been proud of Izuku's ingenuity and precision. That wasn't the end of Izuku's injuries. There was plenty of internal bleeding, third-degree burns, damaged internal organs, and ripped muscle fibers and tendons. The best doctors in the world treated Izuku, but not even they understood how he survived, or at least wasn't writhing in agony. Thankfully, after 14 long hours of surgery from those very same doctors, Izuku was on his way to full recovery. Still, knowing that Izuku could have died felt like a sharp knife was being driven through her chest. Wanting to talk about the elephant in the room, Fubuki looked over at the many gifts that flooded the room. "It's lovely to see you in good health, Izuku. If you don't mind me asking, what's with all this?" she asked, referring to the piles of gifts. "Oh, this?" Izuku looked over the many gifts with a somewhat embarrassed blush. "Some of my fans were worried for my health, so they were kind enough to send me gifts with their good wishes for my speedy recovery. This is only some," thought Fubuki, looking over the many gifts which must count within the hundreds, if not thousands. Izuku then spotted the bouquet of flowers in each of the sisters' arms. "What's that?" Tatsumaki looked at her flowers, having momentarily forgotten that she had them. Fubuki used her sister's pause to make her move. Quickly, she stepped up to Izuku's bedside and handed him her flowers with a smile. "I got you some carnations, in the hopes that you get better soon." Izuku accepted the carnations with a grateful smile and an embarrassed blush. "Thanks, Fubuki. That's very kind of you." Fubuki smiled back and fluttered her eyes at Izuku, making the number one hero gulp and deepen his blush. Before she could press the advantage, Fubuki was wrapped in a green glow before she was telekinetically pulled away. Tatsumaki levitated over to where she once stood. "I got you flowers as well. They're daisies," she stated, nearly pushing them into Izuku's face just so he couldn't see her embarrassed blush. Izuku's cry of surprise was muffled by Tatsumaki's flowers. Fubuki glared at her sister's back before she looked at the paper that Izuku was writing. "What's that you're writing?" After freeing himself from Tatsu's flowery prison, Izuku answered. "There's not much to do until I've fully recovered, and since my fans were kind enough to send me letters and gifts, I thought I would write them all thank you letters," answered Izuku before he pushed the letter into an envelope which he then placed on top of the pile of letters that were on the left side of his bed. Said pile of letters had risen to be 5 feet in height. "For each one? There must be thousands here," remarked Fubuki in disbelief. She could feel her wrist cramp just at the thought of writing so many letters. As if answering Fubuki, the door opened and Genos walked in with a large sack over his shoulder. "You've received more gifts, sensei," told Genos, who then poured the gifts out onto the floor with the rest. Unfortunately, the extra gifts disturbed the tall pile beside Izuku's bed which shook uncontrollably. With his body weakened, Izuku could only let out a startled cry as the pile of gifts toppled over right on top of his bed, burying the world's strongest man in a pile of cards, flowers, and boxes of chocolates. "Sensei!" cried a worried Genos, who ran over to the buried bed and started to take off the gifts. Genos lifted a fancy box of chocolates to reveal Izuku's deadpan face. "Are you alright, Sensei?" As much as she shouldn't, Fubuki couldn't help but giggle at the comical sight. Defeated by a pile of chocolates and flowers. "How will I ever live this down?" sighed Izuku, dramatically. The door opened once again with bearded worker stepping into the room with a folder in hand. The association employee stopped and blinked at the odd sight of Deku buried under a huge pile of gifts, while Blizzard of Hell and Mumin Rider laughed. Neither Tornado of Terra nor Demon Cyborg were laughing, but they were both smiling, finding the sight amusing in their own way. Honestly, it was a strange sight to see such a mix of heroes together. 3 S-class, 1 B-class, and 1 C-class, seemingly having fun. It made him hate himself for having to interrupt them. "Excuse me." He coughed, silencing the laughter as everyone turned to look at him. "Sorry if I'm interrupting, but if you don't mind, I have some paperwork to go over with you, Mr. Deku." The nervous bearded worker quickly found a levitating tornado of terror in his face and glaring down at him. "Izuku is injured from his fight with those stupid aliens, and you have the audacity to ask him to do paperwork while he's still bedridden," she exclaimed in sheer outrage, even throwing her arms over his head to emphasize how much that annoyed her. Bearded worker nervously took a step back, knowing that an emotional tornado was a dangerous tornado. Thankfully, Deku was in the room. Injured or not, he could still calm the world's strongest woman. "It's alright, Tatsu. It's part of the job and I'm not that bad," told Izuku, honestly. If he was in his original world, Izuku would be lucky if the doctors could get him to walk again. Izuku read the doctor's report and knew how much he broke his body during his fight with BOROS, and honestly, he didn't believe the world's best doctors with Recovery Girl's quirk could have done anything to help him. At best, he would have ended up in a weakened state like All Might, if not worse. The fact he was going to make a full recovery with hardly any scarring was a testament to the advanced medical and technological achievements this world had to offer. Or maybe it was a testament to how lax his own world had become ever since the discovery of the first quirk. After all, nearly 300 years have gone by since the beginning of the quirk phenomenon, and technology remained mostly the same. Other than the development of hero support equipment, technology as a whole remained stagnant for 3 centuries. Tiled Emperor and Metal Knight would absolutely hate it. Using her psychokinesis, Fubuki levitated all the gifts from the bed and floor, stacking them in neat piles on the other side of the room. The gifts still covered a third of the room, but at least they weren't on the floor, so Bearded Worker didn't have to swim to get to Izuku's bedside. Sending Blizzard a nod of thanks, Bearded Worker walked over to Deku's bedside and offered the number 1 hero the folder. "After everything you did for us, I would prefer to leave you alone till you recover, but unfortunately, there are matters that can't be ignored any longer. The public is unsettled by how we were caught off guard by the aliens who destroyed an entire city before we could retaliate. News of your hospitalization hasn't helped matters either," he explained, knowing it would be better to be straightforward with Deku. Sharing an understanding look with Bearded Worker, Izuku opened the folder and read the first page, which detailed the reconstruction of City A. At least, that was what he thought at first. After giving the page a thorough read and doing so again just to be sure, a puzzled Izuku turned to Bearded Worker. "Improvements to the Hero Association headquarters and the construction of highways connecting to the other cities. I can see the benefits and I approve, but why aren't I seeing anything involving the reconstruction of City A?" That was Metal Knight's idea. He's only focusing the efforts of his robots on the construction of the highways and the renovations of the HQ. Metal Knight has already cleared up the spaceship and removed all the rubble, but he has yet to offer any plans on rebuilding the city, explained Bearded Worker. Izuku stared at Bearded Worker in disbelief. "Wait, so you're telling me that Metal Knight is just going to leave City A as a barren wasteland? Did he forget that City A was the largest of all the cities and that its landmass is the largest in the world?" Izuku approved the plans to improve the Hero Association's HQ and the construction of the highways, since they could offer heroes easier and faster transportation to other cities. However, he would not approve of City A being left as a barren wasteland. Reluctantly, Bearded Worker nodded in confirmation. "I'm afraid so. As of right now, the total completion of the improved renovations of the HQ is around 75%. The highways are practically completed." Looking over the specifications of the renovations, Izuku saw that Metal Knight was making the Hero Association headquarters into an impenetrable fortress, even more than what it was before. Once upon a time, Izuku would dismiss the thought that such large and intricate renovations could nearly be completed in just 4 days, nor that an entire alien spaceship and the rubble of an entire city could be cleaned up within that same time frame. Usually, it would take an army of construction workers to do all of that, and they would still require months if not years to complete it all. That was unless the army of construction workers happened to be highly advanced robots. Specifically, Metal Knight's robots. With his army of robots, Metal Knight cleaned up the rubble and the spaceship in a single day. After another 3 days, they constructed highways that connect every city in the world and were nearly finished with the HQ renovations. With that kind of efficiency, Izuku predicted that Metal Knight could reconstruct all of City A within the week, 2 at most. Remind me to have a chat with Metal Knight sometime in the near future. Sighed Izuku, now adding something else to argue with the S-class rank 6 hero. Bearded Smile looked amused at the thought. Of course sir. Speaking of the renovations, the executives wanted your input on the matter, you being the #1 hero after all. Tell them that I approve of the HQ renovations and of the construction of the highways, but we'll need to discuss the reconstruction of City A, even if we have to do so without Metal Knight's help, we can't let the land go to waste. Bearded Worker wrote down Deku's words. Once he finished, Izuku turned to the next page and read it. The page focused on some new regulations and future improvements of the Hero Association. At first, he didn't find anything wrong with them. That was until he came across something strange regarding the association improvements. Heroes from Class A and Class S will be given the option to live in the Hero Association headquarters. What about Class C and Class B? The specifications on the renovations show that there are more than enough rooms for all the heroes. Fubuki and Mumen Rider smiled, happy over Izuku's consideration for the lower-ranked heroes. Genos nodded in approval, having nothing against the lower-ranked heroes. Tatsumaki looked at Izuku like he just grew another head. And why should they be allowed to stay? Honestly, I'm disappointed that the Class A weaklings were being given the same privilege as S-Class. Izuku patted the top of Tatsumaki's head and shook his, making the Esper puff her cheeks out in annoyance. Oh, Tatsu. Someday, you'll learn. Ignoring Tatsumaki's glare, Izuku turned to Bearded Worker. There's already enough tension between the higher-ranked heroes and the lower-ranked, and this won't help at all. It's no secret that low-rank heroes are unhappy with how those from S-Class get more media attention, pay, and other benefits. Only permitting S-Class and A-Class heroes to stay in the refurbished HQ will only annoy them further. Mumen Rider agreed. Whilst he didn't become a hero for fame or riches, he wasn't nearly naive enough to believe that every hero was the same. Heroes from every class often do become popular in the city they operate in, especially if they were to rise to the top 10 of their class, but that kind of fame was nothing compared to the international coverage that the S-Class heroes always get. Many within Class C, Class B, and even Class A mentioned the unfairness over how the S-Class heroes get special benefits like Child Emperor getting his own lab, or Puri prisoner being allowed to come and go from prison whenever he wanted. The loudest protester was often the A-Class rank 8 hero. Death Gatling. Actually, the reason for that was because the executives were considering offering the rooms to high-paying civilians to purchase or rent. With the recent rise of monster attacks, they believe they can convince wealthy individuals to stay at the Hero Association headquarters by offering them the protection of the S-Class and A-Class heroes who'll be staying there as well. Explained Bearded Worker, who then took a step back when he saw a spark emerge from Deku's eyes. Izuku pinched the bridge of his nose and took a deep breath to calm himself down. He couldn't stop himself from shaking his head in disappointment though. Sometimes, he wished the executives wouldn't try so hard to divide the heroes, who were supposed to be working together to protect the world from all manners of threats. He also wished they'd stop trying to use the association to try and make a profit, especially when it came to selling the services of the heroes to the higher class. That wasn't what the Hero Association was created for. Obviously, they forgot what happened when some of their former executives made morally questionable decisions regarding the Hero Association behind his back. Decisions that when discovered by him resulted in a particularly dark day for the Hero Association. To those within the association, they label that dark day with one word. Purge. He'll just have to remind them about that faithful day. Silently, he turned to the next page, which referred to how the Hero Association should prepare for the god-level threat that Lady Shibubawa predicted before her unfortunate death. Plans for the god-level threat. Unless BOROS hit my head harder than I thought, didn't we just defeat the god-level threat? BOROS was so frighteningly powerful that ranking him as anything else other than god level would be an insult to his prowess. That rank was earned even without counting the threat of the dark matter thieves as a whole. An army of aliens, 2 dragon-level threats, and a spaceship that held enough firepower to level an entire city on its own. Including BOROS, how could they not be the god-level threat that Lady Shibubawa was talking about? Although, there was the possibility that the god-level threat was him. Other than BOROS, he was the only one to nearly bring himself to the brink of death. The Minister of Justice believes that the god-level threat may still be out there. Personally, I believe that the dark matter thieves were the threat that Lady Shibabawa prophesied, but Sitch is determined to make sure we're ready to deal with another god-level threat if one does show up in the next 6 months," informed Bearded Worker. That meant that Sitch was likely preparing for him. After his fight with him, Deku informed Sitch about who he fought against. He was a being beyond the normal kind of monster, but Izuku feared that when they fought, he wasn't using all of his strength. A suspicion that if true would mean that a second battle between the two would see to his demise. Izuku needed to get stronger. Needed to prepare. For him. Putting that thought aside for now, Izuku continued reading the folder. I can see Sitch's point. Still, how is he going to prepare for Izuku forgot his voice when he read a certain part of the paper which detailed some of Sitch's plans on how they could prepare for the god-level threat. After reading it again for the third time, Izuku turned to Bearded Worker in annoyed bewilderment. Sitch isn't for real, is he? Bearded Worker didn't need to ask which part of Sitch's plan Deku had a problem with. Sir. Tell Sitch that I refuse to support this crazy plan of his, and if he attempts to follow through with it, I will tell the world how much I disapprove of it. Told Izuku, leaving no room for negotiation. Now Tatsumaki's interest was piqued, along with everyone else's in the room. It's not every day that the #1 hero openly threatened the Hero Association. What are you two talking about? Fubuki was wondering the exact same thing. She knew that if Izuku wanted to, he could do some serious damage to the Hero Association's reputation. Izuku is the world's strongest and most beloved hero, having practically founded the practice of heroism. If he openly defied the Hero Association, not only would many heroes support him, but so too would many from the public. The Hero Association wouldn't survive the backlash. I do remember hearing rumors about how some executives used their influence and wealth to have mysterious beings captured and kept as pets. There was even word of an illegal gambling ring run by one of the executives. At least, that was until Sensei discovered what they were doing and promptly took them all into custody, arresting nearly half of the Hero Association executives in one go. Even with all their wealth and power, they couldn't prevent Deku from taking them down. Thought Genos, staring at Izuku Midoriya, who held more power than anyone else in the world, and not just in physical might. The executives may be the ones who run the Hero Association's day-to-day operations, but the true power behind the organization is Sensei. If they were to cross him, they wouldn't stand a chance. Apparently, Sitch believes that the Hero Association may not be prepared to deal with a god-level threat. Therefore, he wants to request aid from villains all over the world to help combat the threat when it comes. Other than Bearded Worker, who was already aware of Sitch's insane plan, everyone else stared at Izuku in disbelief. That's crazy. Why would the Minister of Justice think to do such a thing? Cried Mumen Rider in disbelief. Requesting the aid of villains was just plain crazy. The blank-faced Genos turned to Bearded Worker for confirmation. Is he truly that desperate? I'm afraid so. The Minister of Justice wants to prepare for the worst possible outcome, answered Bearded Worker. I'm all for preparing for the worst case scenario, but asking villains for help isn't the way to go about it, told Izuku with a hardened stare. Having fought enough villains throughout his career as a hero, he was aware that they tended to be sneaky, underhanded, and treacherous. If a time of crisis did occur, the villains would more than likely stab them all in the back instead of actually helping. Go tell Sitch to not bother with going through with that plan of his. If he wants to prepare for the god-level threat, then he can discuss the details with me. Of course, Mr. Deku. I'll inform the Minister of Justice of your points immediately. Satisfied with that, Izuku turned to the next page. After taking a few seconds to read it, he blinked in surprise. A spring resort. That's right. The association wants to show their gratitude for all the hard work you and the other heroes put in to stop the alien invasion. Every hero who played a role that day will be brought to the Hero Association Spring Resort for an all-exclusive paid stay, answered a smiling Bearded Worker. Ooh, I'll be looking forward to that, said a happy Tatsumaki, who levitated over and rested herself on Izuku's shoulder so she could get a good look at the folder in his hand. She was a woman who liked the finer things in life, and that included exclusive resorts. Fubuki silently cursed for the missed opportunity. Having been 5 cities away during the alien invasion, she couldn't have made it in time for the fight even if she wanted to. I've always wanted to go to the Hero Association Spring Resort. Their hot springs are world famous, but only the well-connected or incredibly wealthy are able to get a room there, she thought in disappointment. Her Blizzard group boasts one of the largest factions among the Hero Association, holds significant influence among B-class, and she was the top-ranked B-class hero. Even with all that influence and power, she couldn't get a room at the Hero Association hot springs even if she wanted to. It was just that exclusive. Izuku quirked a lone brow. When you say every hero, no matter their rank. Sitch was insistent on rewarding every hero who helped out on that dark day, no matter how small their role was. Good. Hear that, Mumen? Hope you're ready for a day of relaxation because when we get back, I'll be running you ragged," told Izuku while pumping his left fist in cheer, much to Mumen Rider's embarrassment once everyone's attention moved onto him. To his relief, Genos took the attention off of him. "But sensei, what about Hero Academy? Aren't you required to be there?" Izuku shook his head. "Hero Academy will be closed for the next 2 weeks. The students need time to come to grips with what happened to City A. Many had family or friends living in the city when the dark matter thieves attacked. They'll want to attend their funerals." "Oh," muttered Genos, only now coming to grips with the full severity of what happened to City A dozens of times. He witnessed mysterious beings spread death and destruction whenever they went on a rampage, but never has the death count been in the millions. It was so easy to forget when you didn't have to see the bodies which were either buried under all the rubble or erased entirely by the bombardment. Speaking of which, if you turn to the last page, it contains details of a memorial monument that the association plans to build on the outskirts of HQ. The name of every man, woman, and child will be etched onto the monument as a way to remember them. Izuku took his time to read over the last page, which detailed plans for a large monument to be built on the outskirts of the renovated Hero Association HQ. It'll be placed where anyone could go to pay their respects to the dead. That thought alone brought a bittersweet smile to his face. That would be nice. The moment of silence was spared to mourn to millions of lives that were cruelly cut short. 3 days later. Hero Association HQ. "Ah. Feels good to finally get out of bed," sighed Izuku, who happily stretched his arms over his head, relishing how he was able to move them once more. Once the doctors gave him to go ahead, Izuku was quick to shed his bandages and casts, having literally broken his casts with a slight tension in his muscles. No longer garbed in medical wrappings or a hospital gown, he replaced it all with a pair of black shorts that had a green outline, a sleeveless white t-shirt with the words t-shirt written on the front, and a pair of red sneakers. With nothing else covering his body, anyone could see his recent scar. Having destroyed his body to such an extent, he was lucky to get away with a few scar lines along his arms, though the worst was focused on his right hand. Said hand had noticeable scarring which started at the back of his hand and ended across the entirety of his palm. Thanks to modern medicine, the scarring was more artificial than actually detrimental. He could still fight with the hand without issue. Still, the scars were to be a reminder that despite what everyone might think, he wasn't invincible. The S-Class Rank 1 hero was looking out of a window to check out the newest renovations to the Hero Association headquarters. Izuku had to give it to Metal Knight, the man knew his stuff. Where just a few days ago, the Hero Association HQ was a tall skyscraper, it was now an impenetrable fortress of steel, made up of buildings of different shapes and sizes. The reconstructed HQ was now surrounded by a deep trench filled with water, and who knows what else. But the high walls and trench, it meant the only to get into the Hero Association HQ was by going through one of the many connected highways or by air. He couldn't see any visible rockets or cannons, but Izuku doubted Metal Knight didn't install anti-air defenses. Hell, he'd be surprised if the entire facility wasn't covered head to toe with heavy ordnance that would pop up from hidden compartments if the HQ was ever under attack again. Anyone trying to get into HQ from the air without approval would end up obliterated by the overwhelming firepower that Metal Knight was known for throughout the world. Good to see you up and about, Deku. Turning around, Izuku smiled when he saw the Minister of Justice walking down the hall toward him. Good thing I heal fast. I'd tear my hair out in boredom if I had to stay in that bed any longer. Smiling in amusement, Sitch moved to stand beside Izuku and looked out the window. Either way, it's reassuring to see you recovered. The media have been hounding us with questions about your health. With your return, it'll hopefully placate them enough to disperse. Izuku doubted that. If there was an animal he would compare news journalists to, it would be a shark. Like when a shark smells blood, when the media smells a story, they'll hunt it down with every fiber of their being. He respected their stubbornness, but it got annoying fast. If they weren't shoving microphones into your face or asking very personal questions, they were making stories up to sell. The memory of one such story from 2 years back resurfaced in Izuku's mind. A journalist had spotted Izuku and King walking together. For whatever reason, that simple walk led to the news agency spreading a rumor that they were secretly lovers. He wasn't sure how or why the rumor spread, but enough people believed it or wanted it to be true for whatever reason. The rumor was noticeably popular with the female population, although not everyone was happy about it. It took an awful lot of effort on his part to stop Tatsumaki from tearing down the news agency's building, brick by brick. Sitch turned serious. I hear you disapprove of my plan moving forward. Which one? The one about only allowing Class A and Class S heroes to live in headquarters? Or are you referring to the one where we ask actual criminals to help us fight a god-level threat? I didn't take you for the sarcastic type. Neither did I, but then again, neither did I think I would be trying to convince the Minister of Justice to not ask villains for aid. remarked Izuku with a quirked brow. And how would you prepare for the god-level threat? What if the threat we're waiting for is him? Asked Sitch, waiting to hear if Deku has a plan. I know the plan is crazy. It might even sound stupidly insane. Which it does. But we're out of options. Your fight with BOROS shows we're not prepared to face off against a god-level threat. You might have won but only by the skin of your teeth, and we still lost City A. If the god-level threat is who we think it is, do you believe you can win against him? Izuku couldn't answer that because he'd be lying if he said he could. It took everything for him to beat BOROS, but it took all of that just to repel him, not beat him. Somewhere out there, he still lurks and Izuku couldn't say in full confidence that he could beat him as he was now. Sitch took Deku's silence as all the confirmation he needed. Yes, the plan's crazy, but when faced with a being that threatens all life on Earth, criminals will fight alongside us, even if it is just to save their own skin. Izuku could somewhat understand where Sitch was coming from, but he was giving too much credit to the criminals. I understand where you're coming from, I do, but I wouldn't feel confident facing any kind of threat with villains lurking behind me. No hero would. I do think I have a solution to our problem. What kind of solution? Asked Sitch, hoping that it was a good one. The number one hero raised a finger. For starters, we can request the aid of those who aren't villains. There are plenty of capable people out in the world who aren't affiliated with either the association or with villains. Dr. Kuseno for instance. The Minister of Justice blinked, finding that idea to be a good one. A great one even. The Hero Association wasn't lacking in scientists, but none stood out like Metal Knight or Child Emperor, who used their inventions to defeat mysterious beings. Sitch was aware of Dr. Kuseno and his exploits. He was a scientist known as the Scientist of Justice, whose brilliance could be compared to the likes of Metal Knight and Child Emperor. After all, he was the scientist who made Genos the powerful S-class cyborg he is today. Having his aid would be a great boon against the god-level threat. He could even enhance any other heroes who use cybernetics. There were also other noteworthy individuals and organizations who could offer their aid. Bang mentioned that he has an older brother who's a master martial artist as well. There's also the Council of Swordmasters who are world-renowned for their skill with a blade. Atomic Samurai being a member could convince them to help us. Offered Izuku in confidence. It also wouldn't hurt to request every hero, from Class C to Class S, to up their training and improve their fighting skills. Of course, we'll have to inform them of the possible threat so they know what to expect. Sitch couldn't help but use his hand to rub his face, as if it would hide the embarrassment he felt. Of course, you of all people would offer reasonable and worthwhile solutions while the rest of us fumble in the dark. There was no heat in his words, just disappointment with himself. The Minister of Justice felt Deku pat him on the shoulder. You're under a lot of pressure, Sitch. You put too much pressure on yourself to try and ready us for a god-level threat we don't even understand. The villain idea isn't your best idea by far, but that wasn't you talking. That was the man who placed the world on his shoulders and was desperate for a solution. Hopefully, your time at the spring resort tomorrow will calm your nerves and help you focus. It was times like this that Sitch was grateful that Deku was the S-class rank 1 hero. He couldn't imagine someone like Tornado offering such sound advice. Maybe you're right. A hot spring could be exactly what I need to clear away the fog from my mind. Thank you, Deku. As always, you know exactly what to say to make someone feel better. Deku offered his signature smile. It's just part of the job. Being the number 1 hero doesn't just mean I punch monsters and look good doing it. Sitch laughed. I guess not. Still, you have my thanks. I'll leave you be so you can enjoy the rest of the day. I look forward to seeing you and the others tomorrow at the resort. With a casual wave over his shoulder, the Minister of Justice walked away. Once alone, Izuku dropped his smile and turned back to the window to stare at his reflection. If he is coming, I need to be ready. Tomorrow will be spent enjoying what the resort has to offer, but afterwards, he'll focus his efforts on training, not just for his 2 students, but for himself as well. They need to be prepared. Next day. Hero Association HQ. Early in the morning, heroes and association staff made their way to the rooftop of one of the recently constructed buildings that now made up the Hero Association HQ. Waiting for the large group was a military transport helicopter, which was what they were going to be taking to the spring resort. We're getting there by chopper. Asked a dubious tank top master. It seemed a bit excessive. The exact location of the Hero Association spring resort is only known to a handful of people. It can't be found on any map either, digital or otherwise, and there are no roads leading up to it. The only way to get there is by flying. Child Emperor explained while licking a lollipop. I hear the resort is beyond exclusive. Usually, only the higher-ups of the association and the super rich are allowed there. Mentioned Atomic Samurai whilst he chewed on a blade of grass and idly tapped his left hand on the pommel of his sheathed katana. Resort or not, the master swordsman didn't go anywhere without his trusty katana or wakizashi. Let's get a move on. There's a hot spring waiting for me and it has my name on it," sang an enthusiastic Puri prisoner who marched up to the helicopter once the bay doors on the back of it opened up. The S-class heroes and association employees followed after Puri prisoner, not noticing 4 other heroes trailing behind the group. "I can't believe this is happening," gulped a nervous Lightning Max who stared at the backs of the world's strongest heroes. Not even his encounter with the Deep Sea King was this intense. "A whole day in an exclusive spring resort with nearly all of Class S," muttered Stinger, who tried to get his shaking hands under control. Other than Metal Knight and Drive Knight, every other S-class hero had shown up for the hot spring. Even Deku was here. "Why do I feel so nervous? It feels like I'm about to pick a fight with a dragon-level monster on my own." Lightning Max and Stinger were as surprised as each other when they were given an invitation to the Hero Association Spring Resort as a reward for their help during the alien invasion. When the Dark Matter Thieves destroyed City A, the 2 A-class heroes had been in the association headquarters at the time. While beyond shocked by the widespread destruction of the city, they were quick to take one of the association's military armored vehicles and scoured the ruins of City A for any survivors. They also came across Mumen Rider, and the 3 agreed to work together to improve their chances of finding survivors. They found nearly 3 dozen survivors and brought them back to HQ for medical attention. For that, they were to be rewarded. From behind the 2 nervous A-class heroes, Ian patted them on the back to try and calm them down. It instead made them jump in fright. "You two need to chill. Just think of it as any other regular day at the hot springs and try to not get so jumpy when around the others. They might not like it." The A-class rank 2 hero turned to the 4th member of their party. "Isn't that right, Mumen Rider?" Mumen Rider blinked at Ian, surprised that the A-class rank 2 hero and apprentice to Atomic Samurai was addressing him so casually. "What, me? Easy for you to say. If not for Sweet Mask, you'd be in Class S already," Stinger muttered with a minimal amount of bitterness. "You're wrong. I once thought the same, but after witnessing that battle between the S-class heroes and the dragon-level alien threat, I've now come to understand how far behind I truly am," thought Ian, who studied the backs of the S-class heroes who were walking into the helicopter. In his brief fight with the alien invader, Ian quickly lost his resolve, much to his shame. He thought the battle was lost once the monster revealed its powerful self-regenerating capabilities. What was the point in fighting the threat when it could heal itself within seconds of getting injured? Even when the S-class heroes joined the fight, nothing changed. All seemed lost. But where he was so quick to give up, the S-class heroes were not. Even though their attacks amounted to nothing, they refused to back down from the alien and only fought harder as time went on. It was because of that unbreakable resolve that the S-class heroes were able to discover the monster's weakness and use that to defeat it. It was that day when Ian finally understood that being an S-class hero wasn't just about being strong and skilled. One had to have the tenacity and resolution to match that strength. To never give up, no matter the odds. "I've still got so much to learn if I ever want to surpass Sweet Mask and join the ranks of Class S." He required more training, both physically and mentally, but he was determined to one day earn his place among the legends of Class S. Once the heroes and association staff were seated and buckled into the seats lining the walls of the aircraft, the bay door closed and the helicopter soon took to the sky. "Why do Deku and I have to take this rust bucket to get there? We could have flown there and back 10 times by now," complained Tatsumaki as she folded her arms across her chest in irritation. Usually, the glare of the world's strongest Esper would come off as intimidating, but it was hard to see it that way while she sat beside Deku. Deku was over 7 feet tall and packed to the brim with muscle. Tatsumaki was barely 5 feet tall and had a lithe figure. The staggering difference in size was only made more apparent not that they were sitting next to one another. It made for a comical sight. Even their personalities were the complete opposite of each other. "True, but we didn't want the manager of the resort to have to go through introductions and rules more than once," answered Sitch, who sat across the wall opposite Deku and Tornado. He was seated between Atomic Samurai and King. Sitch's reasoning was understandable, which meant that Tatsumaki could only scoff and brood to herself in silence. 2 hours of flying and idle chatter later, the helicopter finally made it to the spring resort. As the pilot lowered the helicopter to the designated helipad just outside the resort, Izuku took a look out the window. He could see the helicopter was landing on a platform that was in the middle of a clearing surrounded by a thick forest. In the distance, he could see tall mountains with no hints of civilization anywhere. This resort really is in the middle of nowhere. Everyone was quick to exit the helicopter once it landed, and many took in the beautiful scenery of the surrounding forest. Once everyone got their bearings, they all headed down a beaten path that led to the spring resort through the forest. After 10 minutes of walking, the large group came across the spring resort, which was a 3-story building that Izuku noted was designed with a traditional Japanese style. Walking inside, they were met with a middle-aged woman who had her long black hair tied up in a bun and adorned with a beige-colored kimono. Good day and welcome to the Hero Association Spring Resort. My name is Ruki, and I am the manager of this fine establishment, greeted the woman with a practiced smile. Let me be the first to say how much of an honor it is to host the very best that the Hero Association has to offer. If anyone has any questions, you only have to ask. She waved to the two female employees behind her. If you could please follow these ladies, they'll lead you to your rooms. Once everyone has settled in, you can all try out our world-famous hot springs. As everyone followed the employees to their rooms, Metal Bat whistled in appreciation as he looked around. Not too shabby. While not someone who much cared for expensive things, he saw the appeal of the resort. I should schedule something nice like this for Zenko and myself. He could already imagine how happy his little sister would be if he brought her to a nice place like this. Oh, I've been looking forward to this. I hear the water cleans out the pores, leaving immaculate smooth skin. Stated Puri prisoner with an excited smile. I'll just be happy to get the time to relax in the hot spring. Some of my muscles are still aching. A groaning Izuku rolled his right shoulder to try and ease the ache. He may have recovered from his injuries, but his muscles were still a little tender. He hoped a nice dip in the hot spring would help soothe the aches. The last time I saw you, you were beaten black and blue and coughing blood. I'm honestly amazed you can walk, commented Bang, who looked Izuku up and down. He broke his body while fighting a god-level threat, and a few days later, he's walking around as if nothing happened. Youth is wasted on the young. None noticed Tatsumaki flinch when she heard Bang's comment. Perhaps you should stay in your room and rest, sensei. The last thing we want is for you to strain yourself, offered Genos, remembering how shocked and worried he was when he saw the condition Izuku's body was in after his fight with BOROS. He worried that his sensei was overestimating the strength of his body and that his injuries might have left permanent residual damage. While touched by his student's concern, Izuku waved him off. No need to worry, Genos. A few hours in the hot spring and I'll be right as rain. Genos wasn't entirely convinced, but he let it go, for now at least. When the employees showed everyone to their rooms, it didn't take long for the group to head for the hot springs. Ah, this is nice, sighed Izuku as he sank into the clear water of the hot spring. Along with him were the other male heroes and Sich. Once he was neck down in the comfortably hot water, he looked around the hot spring, noting how just like with the building, it was designed with Japanese architecture in mind. I still can't get my head around how this world's culture is nearly identical to Japan's. Even the language and currency are the same. To this day, Izuku couldn't understand how this world only had Japanese as its main language or that its main currency was yen. It saved him from having to learn a different language at least. Still, it baffled him. Even though the world was divided by cities instead of countries, he would have expected a few cities to have different traditions or languages of their own. Instead, everyone spoke the same language and used the same currency, and the traditions of his home country were the same as those in this world, except for the prejudice against the quirkless, obviously. Still, it was odd how this world was so similar to his own, and yet, so very different. Ah, the water feels nice, sighed Bang, enjoying how the hot water soothed his old aching bones. The Hero Association is quite generous, providing this exclusive retreat, free of charge, said a smiling Ian who wasn't used to spoiling himself like this. But it seems like some heroes aren't afraid to mooch off that generosity, smirked Atomic Samurai, who glanced at Stinger and Lightning Max, who both were sitting at one end of the hot spring, noticeably a distance away from the S-class heroes. What did those two do to get to come along anyway? Stinger and Lightning Max flinched over Atomic Samurai's accusing tone, as well as how the other hero's attention was now focused on them. Hey, that isn't nice. These two darlings helped out in the search and rescue operations. They more than deserve this little vacation, stated Puri prisoner, defending the two A-class heroes, much to their relief. Besides, having these two lovelies here gives me more eye candy to stare at. That relief quickly dissipated once Puri prisoner winked in their direction. Lay off them, Atomic. Stinger and Lightning Max more than earned this, told Izuku, not wanting to get into any arguments, but like Puri prisoner, he didn't like how quickly Atomic Samurai dismissed the two A-class heroes. Stinger here has only been a hero for over 6 months and has already risen to A-class rank 10 in that short amount of time. Lightning Max is also a skilled martial artist from the fights I've seen him in. Your disciples best watch out, because they might just find their ranks taken from under them soon enough. Now bashful, Stinger and Lightning Max looked down at the water to try and hide their blushes and goofy grins. Who could blame them after getting such high praise from the world's strongest man? Atomic Samurai threw a glare in Izuku's direction, though his body stayed relaxed along the edge of the hot spring. You saying my disciples are weak? Those are fighting words. None missed the dangerous edge in the voice that belonged to the world's greatest swordsman. Ian was now grateful that his master left his weapons in his room, but he did worry about the blade of grass his master was chewing on. Useless in other hands but in Atomic Samurai's, a deadly weapon for sure. If a fight were to break out, Master Atomic would most assuredly use the blade of grass as his choice of weapon. Ian nervously glanced in Deku's direction. But Deku is known as the world's strongest man for a reason. The hero who single-handedly defeated the world's first god-level threat. Ian never once questioned the strength or skill of his master, but if a fight did break out between the world's greatest swordsman and the world's strongest hero, he wasn't too sure on his master's odds. After all, Deku was known to be the living embodiment of every natural disaster, packed in one big muscular package. Earthquakes, tsunamis, tornadoes, volcanic eruptions, the S-class rank 1 hero could cause them all if he wanted to. At the end of the day, if a fight did break out, the resort wouldn't survive the aftermath. All I'm saying is that there are other heroes among Class A who are gunning for your students' ranks. None can get past Sweet Mask, so they'll have to make do with the ranks just below his. Told Izuku while making direct eye contact with the glaring Atomic Samurai, showing no fear to the world's greatest swordsman. For a solid minute, Atomic Samurai and Deku glared at one another as the other S-class heroes either watched in silence or ignored them. All except for Tatsumaki, who was on the other side of the wooden wall which separated the women's side from the men's side. All she could do was listen since she was stuck enjoying the hot spring with the association's female employees. All of a sudden, Atomic Samurai and Deku broke out into a laugh at the same time, to the relief of the 3A class heroes and the lone C class hero. None of them wanted to get hit in the crossfire if the 2S class heroes did break out into a fight. You might have a point, you bastard. Maybe it is about time I upped my students' training. I did promise Ian here I would help improve his footwork. Laughed Atomic Samurai while patting his student on the shoulder. Ian looked down at the water in shame, remembering how he lagged behind the other heroes when they all fled from the falling spaceship. But the tension now broken, Bang wanted to ask Lightning Max a question. You've attended the Super Fight tournament. That is mighty impressive. Only the best martial artists from the best dojos in the world end up participating in the Super Fight tournament. Perhaps we can have a spar later. Lightning Max could feel his heart nearly soar out of his chest, he was that excited. An offer to spar with the world's greatest martial artist and multiple-time winner of the Super Fight tournament. I would be honored, Mr. Silver Fang. He hoped a squeak in his voice was just his imagination. Bang chuckled in amusement over the A-class hero's obvious nervousness. Please, no need to call me by my hero name while we're off duty. Just call me Bang. Yes, sir. Dude, why are you wearing swimming shorts? Metal Bat asked Child Emperor. Wasn't it weird to not be nude when in a hot spring? They're bothered by swimming shorts. What about what Watchdog Man is wearing? Mentioned Super Alloy Darkshine, who was sitting across from Metal Bat. The S-class rank 11 hero pointed at Watchdog Man, who was sitting in the middle of the hot spring, just like how a dog would. Per usual, his face was expressionless. What's wrong with what I'm wearing? Asked Watchdog Man, his facial expression not once changing. Why are you wearing your hero costume in the water? Exclaimed Super Alloy Darkshine, pointing out the obvious. Izuku couldn't help but laugh over the antics of his fellow heroes. S-class heroes are weird. Stinger didn't dare voice his thoughts. Once everyone had their fill of the hot springs, they met up later in the main hall where they enjoyed good food and drink. As was tradition, heroes and association staff were all dressed in color-assigned kimonos with men wearing blue while women wore pink. Everyone was kneeling in front of small tables which held their food and drinks. On one side of the room was a stage that Sitch was using to give a speech. In relation to the threat, I wanted to thank you all. I am grateful for all of your hard work the other day. Today, I want all of you to let go of all your stress and burdens and just enjoy the night to the fullest. Sitch raised his glass of beer. Cheers, everyone. Everyone responded by raising their drinks. Cheers. With that out of the way, everyone dug into their food and drinks. Izuku nearly choked on a piece of expensive sushi when he laughed at the sight of Watchdog Man eating his food like an actual canine. Sensei, are you alright? Genos asked from his right. Swallowing the sushi stuck in his throat, Izuku laughed again. Yeah, I'm fine. Just saw something funny, that's all. He laughed, having found Watchdog Man's antics to be hilarious. Feeling parched, he downed some sake. This is good sake. What brand is this? It's Dragon Slayer's sake. High quality stuff that's brewed in City D. Answered Tatsumaki from Izuku's left. It has quite a distinct fruity flavor and is quite strong. That is why it's so pricey. Due to how strong it is, she only took small sips. Izuku blinked at Tatsumaki. I'm honestly surprised you know so much about sake. I never pegged you for the drinking type. Tatsumaki held her nose up high. I'm not, but I do enjoy the finer things in life. That just so happens to include having a bottle or two of Dragon Slayer's sake if I feel like I'm in the mood. The same could be said about Fubuki. Having seen the highly fashionable clothing and jewelry that the sisters like to purchase, Izuku couldn't help but agree. The psychic sisters might be different in a lot of ways, but they both shared the same interest in the finer things life had to offer. Even their hero costumes were made up of the best material money could buy. A tinge of pink colored the number one hero's cheeks as he thought of the 4 high-cut leg slits of Tatsumaki's form-fitting costume, which showed off a lot of her legs and her figure. Fubuki's own costume lacked the slits but was tight enough to show all of her curves. Before his thoughts could devolve any deeper into the psychic sister's sensual taste in fashion, Puri Prisoner stood up and shed off the top of his kimono, showing off his impressive pecs, abs, and muscular arms. From the blush on his cheeks and the way he swayed while standing, it was obvious he got deep into the bottle pretty fast. I've got an idea. How about we finally find out who truly is number one? Puri Prisoner twirled to the center of the room, impressing Izuku that he could still keep his balance while very drunk. The S-Class rank 17 hero started to pose and flex his powerful muscles before the unsuspecting audience. Tank Top Master and Super Alloy Darkshine caught on fast and joined Puri Prisoner. They both shed off the top of their kimonos and began making poses as well to show off their own powerful muscles. Of course, Tank Top Master is wearing a tank top under his kimono. Izuku wasn't even surprised at this point. Ah, those cocky muscleheads are getting too big for their shoes. Go and show them why you're the number one hero, Deku, commanded Tatsumaki, pointing a shaking finger at the 3 posing heroes, as if expecting him to follow her orders. Izuku didn't miss the shaky finger nor the pink coloring of her cheeks. He guessed Tatsumaki must have drunk a lot more than she could handle. Wanting in on the fun and knowing that Tatsu wouldn't be happy unless he defended his title, Izuku downed the rest of his sake before standing up. As he made his way to the center of the room, Izuku stripped himself of the top of his kimono, revealing his own muscular upper body and fresh scars to the world. Oh, a challenger approaches. Hiccup Puri Prisoner who raised his arms to show off his biceps. You dare challenge me, mortal? Going along with it, Izuku tensed his muscles and held up his left arm to show off his bicep. I dare. For who knew how long, Deku, Puri Prisoner, Super Alloy Darkshine, and Tank Top Master did a mix of drinking and posing. The female association employees and resort employees saw no reason to not enjoy the show, some even shouting words of encouragement to their favored muscular hero. Whistles were thrown in for good measure. Tatsumaki enjoyed the show as well, though her eyes were solely on Izuku's flexing form. Why must I be surrounded by idiots? Flashy Flash sighed to himself before he took a bite of his salmon. Child Emperor shrugged, not caring what the others did. The next couple of hours were spent with the heroes and association employees celebrating and having fun. Human Rider, Lightning Max, and Stinger faced off against Puri Prisoner in a 3-on-1 arm wrestling match. Yet, even with their numerical advantage, the 3 couldn't bring down Puri Prisoner's hand. All their strength and weight combined, and they still couldn't make the S-Class hero's hand budge an inch. Thinking he teased them enough, Puri Prisoner brought down his hand and won the match. Unfortunately, he accidentally used too much strength and ended up tossing the 3 heroes into a nearby wall, much to his embarrassment. Tiled Emperor and Zombieman were conversing with each other while trying their best to ignore the loud antics of everyone else. The drunken Sitch and Tank Top Master were having a heated debate on the importance of tank tops. Watchdog Man circled the room in search of someplace comfortable to rest. Spring Resort staff were running back and forth between the kitchen and Pig God with plates of food, struggling to sate the near-endless hunger of the S-Class rank 10 hero. Both Tipsy, Atomic Samurai and Silver Fang played a game of shogi to occupy their time. As all of this was happening, Izuku managed to pry himself away from a drunken Super Alloy Darkshine who was determined to prove he had the shiniest muscles. Now free, Izuku barely ducked in time to avoid a drunkenly laughing Tatsumaki who was flying around the room in a drunken haze. Hahaha. I nearly hit you. Sang a red-faced Tatsumaki who spun around so she could point at Izuku's face. In her other hand was a half-empty bottle of sake. I take my eyes off you for a minute and you get yourself drunk. Sighed a slightly tipsy Izuku. Everyone else seemed to be testing their limits on how much alcohol their bodies could handle. By the looks of it, the only ones who appeared to be anywhere near sober were one of the female association workers who was busy watching out for her friend who was drinking too much, Child Emperor who was underage, Pig God who was more focused on eating than drinking, and Zombieman who possessed an incredibly powerful healing factor, which made it impossible for him to get drunk even if he tried. I'm not drunk, you're drunk. Hiccup Tatsumaki. Unconsciously, the drunk Esper called upon her telekinetic powers which caused the nearby tables to levitate. Metal Bat, who was sitting on one of the tables, fell off of it and cursed. That's it, you've had enough. stated Izuku, who used Black Whip to snatch the bottle of alcohol away from her. "That's mine," whined Tatsumaki, only for Izuku to catch her off guard by wrapping an arm around her waist to lift her over his shoulder and carrying her out of the room. "Hey, where are you taking me? The booze is back there," she cried, pointing at the room they were just in. "You're going to bed to rest. We don't want you to lose control of your powers and destroy the resort just because you couldn't handle your drinks." It took a second for her drunk-addled mind to process what Izuku said. When it finally did, a coy grin stretched along Tatsumaki's reddened face. "Oh my, I'm being taken to bed by Deku. Imagine what the media would think about that." The flushed Izuku opened the door to Tatsumaki's room. "Don't say it like that," he exclaimed in embarrassment. Walking over to her bed, Izuku lifted the esper off his shoulder, only for her to cling to his neck. "Tatsu, you need to let go. You need." "I was scared." He stilled, eyes widening when he felt something wet drip onto his neck. "Is she crying?" The thought alone was hard for him to imagine, having always seen Tatsumaki as a strong independent woman who took no crap from anybody, whether they be fellow S-class heroes or Hero Association executives. Yet, here she was crying on his shoulder, more vulnerable than he had ever seen her. When I saw you on that ship, I thought you were dead," sobbed Tatsumaki, who clung onto Izuku's shoulder as if her life depended on it. "Why you look so weak. So be broken." There was blood everywhere. Her grip tightened to a painstaking degree, but Izuku didn't so much as flinch. "Why you're supposed to be strong, like me. If you were to die." Closing his eyes, Izuku took a deep breath out of his nose and gently patted the emotional tornado of terror on the back. It felt selfish of him to never suspect how much Tatsu worried about his well-being. Pretty much being her only friend, seeing him so injured after his fight with BOROS must have pained her deeply. He'd feel the same if their roles were reversed. Looking at his right hand, which he was using to pat Tatsumaki on the back, he spotted the scar on his hand that he earned from his battle with BOROS. He'd be covered mostly in scar tissue if it wasn't for the very advanced medical technology of this world. Gently wrapping his arms around Tatsumaki's lithe form, he brought her into a comforting hug. "It's alright, Tatsu. I'm not going anywhere. You can count on that." Izuku could hear her sniffle. "You promise?" "I promise. It'll take more than a god-level threat to make me kick the bucket," told Izuku, who smiled when he heard Tatsumaki giggle. Feeling Tatsu's grip slacken, Izuku gently pulled the esper away and chuckled when he saw she was asleep. All the alcohol and high emotions must have tuckered her out. Shaking his head, he gently placed her on her bed and covered her with a blanket. Once certain she was comfortable, he left the room without making a sound to not wake her up. It was only when he was outside her closed door did he let out the breath he was holding in. Promising himself to treat Tatsumaki and Fubuki to something special for worrying them, Izuku headed back to the main hall to see how everyone else was doing. A conversation between Puri prisoner and zombieman from nearby caught his attention. "Is it true that if I punch you to a bloody pulp, you'd recover a few seconds later?" "Puri, no punching other heroes. The work of the #1 hero was never easy." City Z. Ghost Town. Being a man of his word, Izuku upped his students' training to improve their combat skills and heroic knowledge. As expected, Genos took the physical side of training like a fish to water, while Mumen Rider struggled. Not surprising since Genos' body was a mechanical marvel. Funnily enough, their roles were reversed when it came to the academic side of training. When teaching them about laws and hero duties, Mumen Rider chanted each one out without fail, having memorized them all during his early tenure as a hero. Genos was the one who struggled to keep up, having never bothered with learning them, since he preferred to focus on improving his cybernetics to make himself stronger. The S-class hero promised to change that, intending to write down each law in great detail in his notebooks. Just as he kept his promise to train his two students to improve their combat skills, he made sure to improve his own training, so he would be prepared for the next god-level threat. When the next god-level threat emerged, he would be ready for it. For now, he intended to improve Mumen Rider's skills as a hero, and was doing so with the aid of a fellow S-class hero. Inside an abandoned warehouse within the territory of the ghost town of City Z, Mumen Rider openly gaped. Is that really for me?" Beside the C-class hero, Deku answered with a smile. "It sure is." Alongside them was Child Emperor, who was proudly showing off his latest creation. Said creation was a specialized motorcycle, though calling it a simple motorcycle would be doing it an injustice. Unlike common motorcycles, this one had 3 wheels, 2 on the front and 1 on the back. It was made of a combination of polished dark brown metal over brushed gold mechanics. To add further appeal, the motorcycle had a thruster on the back, similar to ones installed onto high-speed military jets. While never one who much cared for fast cars or bikes, the testosterone flooding Izuku's veins was slightly manipulating his thoughts and making him a little jealous. The motorcycle was a piece of engineering art that simply couldn't be compared. Only a scientist as brilliant as Child Emperor and with access to the best equipment in the world could have made such a work of beauty. I call it the Mumin Buster. Child Emperor announced with a proud smile, all while he licked a pink lollipop. It can go over 300 miles per hour, is made up of the same reinforced metal that was scavenged off the alien spaceship, and is fitted with so many gizmos and weapons that it would take most of the day for me to explain them all to you. Walking over to the side of the motorcycle, the child prodigy pressed a holographic button that was displayed on the windscreen. Compartments expanded out from either side of the vehicle, revealing 2 Gatling-style gun barrels. I've already uploaded the schematics and guidebook to help you learn all of its features for yourself. Mumin Rider gulped at the sight of the gun barrels sticking out of the motorcycle. Isn't that a bit excessive? Child Emperor pulled the lollipop out of his mouth to scoff. Please, those guns are the safest features I installed onto the bike. That doesn't help, thought Mumin Rider, paling at the thought of getting blown up all because he pressed the wrong button on the motorcycle. Believe me, all of this is necessary. With this, you'll be capable of fighting monsters and saving lives more efficiently, told Deku with an encouraging smile. You've improved, but you're still nowhere near strong enough to defeat a wolf-level mysterious being on your own, yet. That's why I requested Child Emperor's assistance to help construct the Mumin Buster, just for you. If I know Child Emperor like I think I do, there should be more than enough firepower in that motorcycle for you to kill a demon-level monster. Child Emperor couldn't help but puff out his chest in pride for getting such high praise from Deku. An unsure Mumin Rider scratched the back of his head. I appreciate this, I really do, but I'm still not too sure about this. I used to drive a motorbike before, but had to give it up since I kept running traffic lights. Ah, but could that bike fly? Asked Child Emperor, who then pressed another button on the Mumin Buster. From the sides, wings expanded out and the wheels spun sideways to make it hover a foot off the ground. An impressed whistle escaped Izuku's lips. They definitely don't have anything like this from where I'm from. He gave his student a nudge to the motorcycle. Go on, give it a try. Gulping, Mumin Rider waited for Child Emperor to shift the vehicle back to its drive mode before he got on it. He was gonna try out his new motorcycle on the ground first before he even thought about trying to fly it. Slowly, fearing that it might go off any second, he got onto the motorbike. Once he was sure it wasn't going to detonate, he nervously pressed one of the holographic buttons. Whatever he pressed, it caused the Gatling-style guns to spin up before they unloaded rounds into one of the warehouse walls. Mumin Rider cried out in surprise whilst Deku and Child Emperor quietly watched on. Child Emperor casually licked his lollipop. After over a minute of constant firing, Mumin Rider pressed another button and sighed in relief when the now smoking barrels stopped spinning before they sank back into the motorcycle. If that's the safest thing on the Mumin Buster, I'm curious to find out what's the worst thing it could do. Whistled a very impressed Deku. Looking up, Mumin Rider widened his eyes. The entire wall opposite him had been completely shredded to pieces. Everything from the rusty steel coverings, solid concrete and rebars was ripped apart, leaving a gaping hole and a pile of rubble on one side of the warehouse. Staring down at the Mumin Buster, he now realized that he had a weapon of mass destruction resting between his legs. The C-class hero went into an uncontrollable coughing fit when he figured out how dirty that sounded in his head. As Mumin Rider came to grasp that he was now the proud owner of a very dangerous motorcycle that was outfitted with deadly machinery and weaponry, Child Emperor looked up at Deku, curiously. Mr. Deku, do you mind if I ask you a question? Izuku looked down at Child Emperor and chuckled over how respectful his fellow S-class hero was to him. If only Flashy Flash and Metal Knight could be just as respectful as Child Emperor. A mere fantasy, I'm afraid. Honestly, he should be lucky that most of the Class S heroes could act respectfully. You built my student a splendid motorcycle for him to improve his career as a hero. The least I can do is answer your questions, and please, call me Deku or Izuku. Mr. Deku makes me feel old, he said with a booming laugh. Child Emperor gawked up at Deku, knowing that as much as he wanted to, he couldn't just call the #1 hero by his normal name. He was the hero who stood above all others. The man who founded the act of heroism 3 years ago, and the only reason why the Hero Association exists today. Calling him by his original name just felt too disrespectful, even if Deku permitted him to use it. Okay, Deku. Just calling him that without honorifics felt weird on the 10-year-old's tongue. I'm just a little bit curious as to why you didn't think to ask Metal Knight to build the motorcycle. He shook his hands in front of him, suddenly going into a slight panic. Not that I'm questioning you, because I'm honored. It's just if you were looking for unrivaled firepower, Metal Knight would have done a better job. Izuku answered by rubbing the top of Child Emperor's head while giving him his winning smile. Don't sell yourself short, Child Emperor. You are a brilliant inventor and an even better hero. If there's anyone who could have helped me, it was you. Being a child prodigy, Child Emperor was a lot more mature than any other kid. where children may like getting patted on the head by someone they liked, Child Emperor found it an invasion of privacy, and if anyone were to do it to him, other than his parents, he would snap their wrist without a second thought. I guess I can let it slide, this one time. He thought, looking down at his feet so Deku couldn't see him blush in both embarrassment and delight. He may be a child prodigy, but he was still a child who looked up to Deku, just like everyone else, so earning such praise from Deku was a dream come true for him. Izuku took away his hand, much to Child Emperor's hidden displeasure, and looked over at Mumen Rider, who was in the middle of looking over the different features of the Mumen Buster. Besides, even if I wanted to ask Metal Knight for a favor, we aren't exactly on speaking terms at the moment. Really? Asked Child Emperor, blinking up at Deku in surprise. Why? Metal Knight has a problem with being forced by the Hero Association to attend the Hero Conference in person, and he knows that I am involved. Child Emperor, just like every other hero in the world, knows about the Hero Conference. 2 days ago, the Hero Association had sent a widespread message to every hero in the world, informing them to gather at the Hero Association headquarters in 2 weeks for an important announcement. The meeting is mandatory, and failure to attend will result in a demotion in rank, as well as a threat of suspension. The world was abuzz with many curious over the possible reason why the Hero Association was calling every hero for a mandatory meeting. Calling a meeting for all of Class S is a large event on its own, but in the 3 years that the Hero Association has been operating, not once have they ever called for a mandatory meeting for all heroes in every class. Child Emperor already knows the reason for the meeting, as does every Class S hero and the association executives. What Child Emperor didn't know was that Metal Knight was not only going to be making a rare public appearance at the Hero Conference, but that he was being forced to go by the Hero Association and Deku. Is there a reason why you're making Metal Knight show up in person? At the Hero Conference, Sitch will be explaining the possible god-level threat that could show up at any time in the next 6 months. Most of our fellow heroes will get nervous, since none of them have ever witnessed a god-level threat before. That's why, when Sitch gives the meeting, all of Class S will be standing alongside him on stage, as a show of unity against the god-level threat. Metal Knight being there in person will display a strong message to everyone there as well. I never actually thought about that. Showing that all the top heroes are prepared to fight together to defeat a god-level threat will be good inspiration for the lower-ranked heroes. Metal Knight being there in person will also help prove the severity of the situation, and also improve the image of unity. Thought Child Emperor, understanding Deku's plan to inspire the heroes, even at a time of possible crisis. That, and Metal Knight was the only S-class hero to not take part in the battle against the Dark Matter Thieves. This is his punishment for not attending the S-class meeting, and for not helping out in the fight. Looks like the number 1 hero can be a bit spiteful like the rest of us. Thought Child Emperor, looking up at Deku with a deadpan stare, trying to not point out the clustering aura surrounding the still smiling Deku, although his smile nearly looks strained. 5 days later. Abandoned quarry. You're gonna need to be faster than that, Genos. Yes, sensei. From atop a cliff beside an abandoned quarry, Fubuki watched as Izuku sparred with Genos. So, this is a spar between 2 S-class heroes. She thought, trying her best to keep track of the 2 S-class heroes as they blitzed across the quarry at insane speeds. While her eyes couldn't physically follow the speed of the 2 Class S heroes, her psychic powers were able to sense where they were, most of the time anyway. Izuku hasn't thrown a single punch. He's just dodging. When you said that we were going to have a learning experience, I never once thought you meant this, Miss Blizzard. Stated Eyelashes, who was sweating over the intensity of the sparring match between the demon cyborg and Deku. They're moving too fast for me to see. Cried Lily, who could barely make out 2 blurs moving in the abandoned quarry. How's she supposed to learn if she can't even see the 2 S-class heroes spar? What's he doing? Asked Mountain Ape, pointing down at the other side of the quarry, where they could see Mumen Rider driving his new motorcycle. Izuku wants Mumen Rider to grow accustomed to driving his new motorcycle. Explained Fubuki, not once taking her eyes off of Deku and Geno's spar. It wouldn't do for him to drive a vehicle he isn't familiar with. That's a nice bike and it has some serious speed to it. Stated Eyelashes, who watched Mumen Rider make a sharp turn. Where'd he get the bike anyway? He asked, not believing that Mumen Rider could afford to buy a custom-made bike for himself, and the Hero Association wouldn't just make the bike for a Class C hero, even if he's ranked number 1. The gift from Deku to help improve Mumen Rider's career as a hero. It was designed and built by none other than Child Emperor. The 3 B-class heroes gaped at Fubuki, finding it incredible that Mumen Rider was riding a vehicle which is not only a gift from the S-class rank 1 hero, but also built by the child prodigy, Child Emperor, the S-class rank 5 hero. The muscle in Fubuki's hand twitched as the spar between the 2 S-class heroes came to an end. As she expected, Genos was panting from exhaustion, but was unharmed since Deku had only been testing Geno's speed and reaction time. Genos was fast and powerful, but none of his attacks touched Deku, who was unharmed and not even sweating, as expected from him. Izuku patted Genos on the shoulder as the pair walked towards the cliff where Fubuki and her group were waiting for them. "You've improved, Genos. You're faster and wiser than when we first sparred. Keep this up and soon, you may just land a blow on me yet." "I've only improved because of your wise guidance, sensei. Don't forget Dr. Kuseno," remarked Izuku, pointing a finger at Genos. "If not for all his hard work and effort on fixing and improving your body, you wouldn't be where you are now." Genos had the decency to look ashamed for forgetting all the work Dr. Kuseno put in for him. He made a point to show his thanks to the scientist the next time he saw him. "Of course, sensei. By the way, have you spoken with Dr. Kuseno about the invitation?" "I did and he has graciously accepted," answered Genos with a smile. Izuku returned a smile of his own, inwardly relieved to hear that Dr. Kuseno would be coming to the Hero Conference, which would occur at the Hero Association headquarters. It was agreed upon by Sitch and the other executives to invite every hero to the Hero Association headquarters for a meeting to discuss the possible god-level threat in the next 6 months. It wasn't a simple affair to get over 500 heroes from all over the world to meet up at the association headquarters, so it was decided that the meeting would take place in 2 weeks. The week went by, so the heroes still had some time to handle their affairs and to find transport to City A. However, it wasn't just the official heroes who have been invited to the meeting. As recommended by Izuku, the association sent out invitations to powerful individuals and organizations who were not aligned with them, such as Dr. Kuseno, Bomb and the Council of Swordmasters. Hearing the roar of an engine, Izuku and Genos stopped and watched as Mumen Rider drove in their direction before he stopped in front of them. "How's the bike treating you, Mumen?" "Still takes a while for me to get used to its speed, but I'll get there," answered Mumen confidently. "Ah." Izuku was interrupted when something heavy crash landed a couple of feet behind him. Mumen Rider gasped in surprise while Genos and Izuku turned around and took fighting positions. Izuku narrowed his eyes once he saw a large shadow rise from within the cloud of smoke. "Target found." The large metal arm swung out of the cloud of smoke and dispersed it, revealing a very large and chunky humanoid robot. The robot was designed with lavishly decorated ornaments and plating, while also adorning a royal fur cape and a crown. Standing at 3210, the robot towered over everyone, basking the 3 heroes in its large shadow. "The robot," muttered Genos in surprise and wariness. "I am Machine God G4. You are the strongest hero, Deku. I have come to eliminate you." From the back of Machine God G4, a sword hilt popped out, allowing the robot to reach up and pull a giant sword out from its back. The robot then pointed the large sword at Deku, who calmly looked at the point of the sword, which was only 2 inches away from his face. "Well, before you eliminate me, can I ask who sent you?" asked Deku, looking away from the sword and up at the robot's one glowing eye. Once upon a time, he may have been surprised by being suddenly attacked, but he quickly learned that being the number 1 hero came with some slight disadvantages, assassination attempts being one such disadvantage. Mysterious beings and even hitmen from criminal organizations have all attempted to end his life at some stage, but all have failed. He always wondered if All Might had to deal with this kind of negative attention back in his world. From the way G4's eye glowed a bright sinister purple, Izuku predicted the robot would answer his question with violence. "Classified," bellowed G4, who swung his giant sword from his left, intending to bisect Deku in one fell swoop. Deku didn't move a muscle to stop or avoid the attack, and yet, the sword didn't so much as graze him. That was because the large sword was enveloped in a blue glow which stopped it while in mid-swing. "What is this?" Machine God G4 studied its sword and scanned the strange blue aura surrounding it. The robot tried to pull its sword, but the strange power was keeping the blade in place. "You seem to forget that there are other heroes here," said a glowing Fubuki, who levitated over to Deku, hands held out in front of her so she could focus her psychokinesis on the robot's sword. "This robot is strong. It's taking nearly everything for me to keep it in place," she thought as sweat dripped down her brow. Luckily, she wouldn't have to keep the sword at bay for any longer. Machine gun blow. D4 was suddenly hit with a barrage of fast and powerful punches, courtesy of Genos, who used the opportunity to land the first hit against the unknown enemy. As Genos dished out a flurry of punches on the large robot, Deku watched his student's movements with an analytical eye. "Genos has improved a lot since the last time I've seen him fight. He's gotten faster and his punches hit harder than before." Standing a few feet away, Deku could feel the wind blow his hair back with every punch Genos landed on the robot's tough shell, right before it returned to its messy curly state. After throwing exactly 199 punches, Genos threw one more punch at the robot's chest, only this time, he activated his incineration cannon for added power. When Gino's fist touched G4's chest, he activated his incineration cannon and blasted the robot back with a powerful burst of concentrated heat. Seeing as Genos was handling the threat well enough on his own, Izuku looked back at Fubuki, who had surrounded herself with a barrier made up of her own telekinetic energy. As strong as she was, he would feel more comfortable if they moved to a safer distance so they don't get in Genos' way. Human Rider was already gone, having driven to the top of the nearby cliff where Fubuki's subordinates were waiting for them. "We should head back to your group, Fubuki. Knowing Genos, I suspect it won't be long till this location gets bombarded with explosions." Fubuki frowned and opened her mouth to protest, seeing the chance of defeating the large robot as a way to gain further accolades. That was until Genos unleashed a powerful explosion which got far too close for comfort. "Maybe you're right," she admitted from behind her protective dome of energy. While confident in her strength, she wasn't sure if her barrier could hold against Genos' overwhelming firepower. Unaffected by the extreme heat and power of Genos' nearby explosions, Izuku lifted Fubuki into his arms in a princess carry, much to her surprise and embarrassment, and with one mighty leap, glided through the air and landed on top of the cliff where Human Rider and the 3 B-class heroes were waiting for them. Once Deku landed on the cliff, the 3 members of the Blizzard group ran over to check on their leader. "Miss Blizzard, are you okay?" asked Eyelashes, worried that the reason she was being carried by Deku was because she got caught in the battle between the robot and Genos and got herself injured. Mountain Ape was just as worried, but Lily peered at Fubuki with a knowing smile. "I think Miss Blizzard is more than okay." Realizing that she was still in Izuku's arms, Fubuki let herself down and attempted to make herself look regal once again, but not before she sent a glare in Lily's direction. Izuku's attention was focused on the fight between Genos and G4, and he was pleased to see that for the most part, Genos was on the attack and winning. A good defense makes a good offense, but Genos does it the other way around. He thought, noting how Genos' constant barrage of attacks was giving G4 very little time to land a counterattack. The large robot sometimes got a hit in, but Genos was quick to return fire, giving G4 no time to capitalize. "Amazing," muttered Human Rider, walking up to Deku's side so he could get a closer look at the fight. "So this is what S-class heroes can do. What threat level would you think the robot is?" Izuku rubbed his chin in thought as he watched the cyborg and robot fight. "If I could hazard a guess, I believe G4 to be a demon level threat, although nowhere as powerful as the Deep Sea King. As much as Genos has improved, he would still struggle to defeat that monster." Human Rider felt his heart quicken over the memory of the Deep Sea King. The C-class hero had yet to meet a mysterious being as bloodthirsty or as powerful as the Deep Sea King. "God, I'm lucky to be alive after my encounter with him," he thought, knowing that the only reason he wasn't dead was because the Deep Sea King didn't take him seriously. After wiping the knowing smile off Lily's face over the threat of retribution, Fubuki stepped to the other side of Izuku, having been listening in on his conversation with Human Rider. "You afraid that Genos might lose?" "In our line of work, losing is always a possibility," remarked Izuku. "Still, I'm not worried. G4 is strong and surprisingly fast," he said, just as G4 used the jet boosters on its back to launch itself into the air above Genos so it could stomp down on the cyborg, but Genos dodged and fired more bursts of explosions at the robot. But that's mostly because of his size and mechanical body. Just by watching, you can tell that Genos is faster and stronger than his opponent. Everyone watched just in time to see Genos stop G4's swinging sword with his bare hands, right before he broke the tip of the blade with pure physical strength. After throwing away the broken sword piece, Genos aimed his left fist up at the robot's face. Thrusters built in the arm activated and fired Genos' mechanical arm, which was still connected to the rest of his body through a cable. The flying arm smacked G4 right in its lone eye and threw the large robot backwards. Yet, G4 quickly regained its balance and slammed its feet into the ground to slow itself to a stop. Genos glared at the robot while he used the cable to pull his arm back and reattach it back into place. "None of my physical attacks can get through its thick shell," thought Genos as he thought up a plan to defeat G4. Genos bent his knees as G4 rushed the cyborg and threw down a punch, only for it to smash the ground since Genos jumped over the attack. Spinning in midair, Genos landed on top of G4's back and planted both of his hands over the gaps in between the robot's heavy metal plating. "In that case, I'll just have to melt your circuits until there's nothing but slag." Heat and electricity built up in Genos' hands before he unleashed a powerful burst of fire that filtered through the gaps of G4's armor. G4 could only struggle as the flames of Genos' incineration cannons melt its internal circuits to the point where boiling sludge spills out of its armor gaps. Satisfied that he destroyed the enemy, Genos jumped off G4's back and watched as the large robot's body collapsed into a puddle of melted sludge. "Wow. None of the demon cyborg's attacks could scratch that robot, so he instead uses his intense firepower to melt the robot from the inside out. Remarked Eyelashes, looking very impressed. He always thought that the S-class heroes were more brawn than brains, but Genos just proved him wrong. Fubuki nodded her head in respect to Genos. Impressive indeed. Guess Genos truly did earn his S-class ranking. Izuku folded his arms across his chest as he stared at the puddle of melted sludge that Genos just made with G4's body. The fight isn't over yet. Everyone turned to Deku in confusion, unsure of what he meant by that. I don't know about everyone else, but it looks over to me, sir, said Mumen Rider as he glanced at the puddle of sludge of what used to be a large robot. The robot's body was just turned into a puddle. Izuku glanced over at his second student with a knowing smile. Was it? Genos took 3 steps towards the direction of the cliff where everyone was waiting for him, only for his sensors to detect an energy signature right behind him. Specifically, in the puddle of melted sludge. Widening his eyes in surprise, Genos barely got out of the way in time to avoid a series of laser beams that fired out of the puddle. Sliding to a stop, Genos crouched on one knee as he narrowed his eyes at the puddle of sludge. From the puddle, a smaller robot with black plating and rounder features stepped out. So you were hiding your true body all along, stated Genos, who stood up, studying the real body of G4. You are not my target. Get out of my way, shouted G4, sounding frustrated with Genos' persistence. From its smaller body, G4 fired multiple laser beams at Genos, who jumped away to avoid said lasers. As Genos continued his fight with G4, Izuku and Fubuki were having a conversation with each other. Did you hear the news about the hero hunter? Asked Fubuki, curiously. Izuku frowned in distaste over the mention of the recent villain, who was making a name for himself recently, the hero hunter, Garu. I have. A martial artist who has been attacking heroes recently, but unlike most villains, he doesn't kill the heroes he defeats, just sends them to the hospital with broken bones and broken pride. I've heard that his latest victim was Tank Top Vegetarian. Knowing them, the Tank Topper army will be on the lookout to get revenge. Of course, it didn't need to be mentioned the Tank Top Master would be the one leading the hunt for the hero hunter. That man always held a sweet spot for his underlings. With the Tank Topper army looking for him, it shouldn't take too long for them to find the hero hunter. It'll either end with the hero hunter behind bars or… Izuku didn't like to think about the possibility that the hero hunter could defeat Tank Top Master. If the villain were to defeat an S-class hero, he'd be far too big of a threat to be left alone in the world. Hopefully, Tank Top Master and his crew can handle him on their own. Fubuki glanced away from the fight between the robot and cyborg to look at Izuku. Have you heard anything about what Silver Fang is going to do about him? Izuku rubbed the back of his head. Bang is going through motions, he said, awkwardly. Saying that Bang was going through the motions was putting it lightly, seeing as he recently shut down his dojo and kicked out all his students, including Chiranko. It may come off as harsh, but Izuku could tell that Bang was doing all that he could to protect his students from Garu, just in case he ever returned to the dojo. Izuku remembered Bang telling him once that the reason he lost most of his students before was because his star pupil had gone mad and beaten all the other students to the point where they had to be sent to the hospital. From what I hear, Bang has gone to search for Garu and has enlisted the help of his older brother, Bomb. Fubuki closed her eyes and shook her head, while not even bothering to pay attention to the explosion in the quarry, which blasted hot wind into her face and blew her hair back. She didn't need to look to know that the explosion was caused by Genos. What a mess. The hero conference is in a week and now, a hero hunter is running around, sending heroes to the hospital, just when we need them the most. She opened her eyes and peered up at Deku, appearing curious. You gonna look for the hero hunter as well? She asked, knowing that Izuku took his job as a hero a lot more seriously than most others, hence why he was S-class rank 1. As much as I would like to, I wouldn't even know where to start. Garu has attacked heroes in different cities with no discernible pattern, so his movements can't be predicted. He could be anywhere in the world right now, answered Izuku, who watched a victorious Genos walk in their direction while carrying something in his left hand. Besides, Bang wouldn't appreciate it if I were to hunt down Garu as well. However, if I do come across him, I will put a stop to him. The conversation came to an end once Genos jumped to the top of the cliff where everyone else was. A quick look over of the cyborg showed that he suffered little damage from his fight with G4, other than a few scratches and scorch marks where some of G4's laser got too close for comfort. Well done, Genos. You defeated a demon-level threat and suffered little to no damage. It shows how far you've improved since the first time we met. While taking heavy breaths, Genos held a proud smile on his face. Thank you, sensei. Without your teachings, I may not have won against this opponent. Mumen Rider looked down at the metal object in Genos' hand. You keeping that as a trophy? He asked, having not thought that Genos would be the kind of hero who would take trophies of his victories. The C-class hero knew that there were a few heroes who did so, such as the A-class hero, Snack, who used the skin of a mysterious being he once defeated to make a suit that he now constantly wears, showcasing his trophy wherever he goes. Genos held up the object, revealing it to be the upper half of G4's destroyed body. I am taking this in the hopes that Dr. Kuseno can use the parts from it to further improve my body. Izuku smiled. Genos, always in such a rush to get stronger. You shouldn't be afraid to take a breather now and then. Fubuki scoffed. As if you're one to talk. Tatsumaki tells me that you've been upping your training in the Hero Association gravity rooms. Lifting Darkshine's weights while under 400 times the force of gravity isn't what I'd class as rest. Izuku coughed into his fist with a small blush decorating his cheeks. Fair point. To be fair, he did promise himself that he'd train to prepare for a god-level threat just in case one does show up. While he may have beaten BOROS, it was by the skin of his teeth. If another mysterious being showed up and was as strong, if not stronger than BOROS, he wanted to be ready for it. Deep below the surface of City Z lies a massive underground structure that currently houses over 500 monsters, ranging from wolf-level threats to dragon-level. Right now, every monster was in the main hall of the base, having been told that there would be a briefing about the upcoming attack on the Hero Association. The main hall of the underground base was massive in size, taking up multiple levels, in which there were platforms surrounding the large and empty space, so that all of the monsters could attend and take part in briefings. Funnily enough, even with 500 mysterious beings which all vary in shape and size, only one of them was taking up most of the space in the room, due to its massive size. The mysterious being was the largest and by far the most terrifying of all the other monsters, being quite ominous with a mostly humanoid appearance. It had several spikes pointing upwards above its head, cracked skin, empty eyes, a long spiky tail, and multiple sets of pointed teeth inside its mouth. Its shoulders, wrists and fingers have the appearance of monster snake heads with pointy teeth, with the latter ending in claws. Its knees have the appearance of snake skulls, and its clothing consists of a large cape connected to a circular, veiny joint in the center of its chest, and a piece of cloth covering its lap. Said monster was sitting on a large throne that was made of solid rock. The mysterious being was known as the Monster King, Irachi, who was considered to be at least a dragon-level threat. Jaioro, why are we not proceeding with the assault on the humans? Asked Irachi, his voice booming across the walls and unnerving the surrounding monsters. From what he recalled, Jaioro planned to send monsters out to attack cities all over the world. The coordinated assault would then leave the Hero Association overwhelmed and too distracted to stop them from completing their other goals, such as capturing an important hostage connected to the Hero Association and recruiting humans of interest to turn them into monsters, so to bolster the numbers of their organization. The Monster Association. The surrounding monsters mumbled to each other, agreeing with Irachi, but none dare make their opinions heard. The last monster to interrupt a briefing ended up being fed to Irachi, a fate that they all wanted to avoid. Jaioro was a large slug-like monster with a single eye, no visible facial orifice, and 8 arms protruding through his head. He had 4 main arms, stubby legs, 3 toe feet and a fat circular pink body. While larger than the average monster, Jaioro may as well be an ant when compared to the Monster King, Irachi. Being the military advisor to Irachi, Jaioro stood before the Monster King so he could discuss their plans, unlike the other monsters who stand and listen from the sidelines. Apologies, Lord Irachi. Recent complications have made it impossible for us to proceed with our intended plan. Told Jaioro with a short bow. The military advisor ignored the loud muttering between the other monsters. Many monsters wanted to go out and take the fight to the Hero Association. Complications. Deku, my lord. The muttering between the monsters suddenly stopped, basking the large hall in silence with nobody daring to even breathe loudly. Just hearing the name of the S-Class Rank 1 hero had a powerful effect on the surrounding monsters, silencing even the dragon-level monsters in the hall. After all, Deku was considered the bogeyman for monsters and for good reason. After the destruction of City A, I discovered that Deku was critically injured during the battle with the alien invaders. Explained Jaioro, his tone making it difficult for others to tell what he was feeling. A rarity since the monster was often joyful, if not sadistic. The monsters begin talking to each other, and this time, they don't even try to lower the volume of their voices. Deku is injured. Impossible. I thought Deku was supposed to be invincible. This could be our chance to finish him off once and for all. Before our fellow compatriots do something stupid like attacking the Hero Association headquarters. Said Jaioro, having noticed a few executives considering the thought of killing Deku while he was weakened. Deku has already made a full recovery. He's as strong, if not stronger than he was before. Again, silence filled the hall as the monsters realized that they missed the perfect opportunity to finish off the S-Class Rank 1 hero. Some weren't exactly happy about that. Why tell us now when you could have told us while he was still weak? Gyoro turned his body to look up at one of the platforms where one of the executives of the Monster Association waited for an answer. Black sperm, by the time I discovered Deku was injured, he was already halfway through his recovery. In the time it would have taken for us to gather the necessary monsters to stage an attack on the Hero Association headquarters, Deku would have already recovered. To put it bluntly, we would have been slaughtered. Black sperm was an odd-looking humanoid monster of small stature. He had a completely black body and a pale white face with black eyes and a tail-like protrusion on the top of his head. Compared to other menacing-looking monsters, Black Sperm didn't seem like much, but there was a reason why he was an executive of the Monster Association. Irachi's gaze leveled at Black Sperm, and where other monsters would cower and whimper, Black Sperm returned the look without a shred of fear. Black Sperm then gazed down at Gyoro with a contemplating frown before he nodded in acceptance. I guess I can see your point. Excellent. If we were to continue with our plan now, we would only lose more monsters than we could recruit, nor would we be able to capture a hostage from the Hero Association. What now, then? Asked Irachi, wondering what his second-in-command was planning. If we are to swell our numbers, we need to proceed with a more subtler approach. City C. You're going to the super fight tournament? Asked King from Izuku's left. The S-class rank 7 hero was wearing a baseball cap and had the hood of his hoodie up so to hide his appearance from the public. Being in Class S was enough to get widespread fame and attention on its own, but it was even worse when you were known as the rival to the world's strongest man, Deku. Yup. Silver Fang was supposed to attend as a judge, but he cancelled on them, so they asked me to come in his place. I don't think they were expecting me to say yes. You should have seen their faces when I did. Chuckled Izuku, wearing a hoodie of his own to hide his hair and face, although his was a light green with the word hoodie printed on the front of it, unlike King's simple grey hoodie. Are you sure about this, sensei? With your hero work, your training regime, duties as principal of the Hero Academy, and now this, are you not overworking yourself? Asked Genos from Izuku's right. Unlike his fellow S-class heroes, Genos wasn't wearing a hoodie to hide his appearance and was, of course, recognized by the surrounding public. Still, unlike with Deku where people felt comfortable getting close and asking him for an autograph or a picture, Genos' cold stare discouraged people from getting too close. It also meant that everyone's attention was more focused on Genos and not the two large hooded men beside him. Don't fret, Genos. It's gonna take a lot more than that to overwork me. Besides, we might spot some fighters who could be possible hero material. Answered Izuku, feeling only slightly guilty for dropping his paperwork on his assistants at the Hero Academy. With everything going on, he had little time to do much of his paperwork at the Hero Academy, and to be fair, if the other S-class heroes could skimp out on their paperwork, what was the harm of him skimping just a little? Well, I wish you luck. Said King, patting Izuku on the back before he turned down a different path. You're not gonna come and watch the super fight tournament with us? Asked Izuku, surprised that King would turn up a chance to see the best martial artists in the world fight. King shrugged his shoulders. Not my kind of thing. I'm just gonna head home and play some games. He said before he walked off, disappearing into the crowds. Should have expected that. Deadpanned Izuku, feeling stupid that he didn't think the King would just head off home to play his video games. Unknown to either Izuku or Genos who returned to walking in the direction of the Super Stadium, the hero hunter, Garu was walking towards them in the opposite direction. Garu was a young man with sharp features, yellow eyes and long silver hair that spiked upwards in two large prongs. He had a lean muscular build which could be seen through his tight black long-sleeved shirt, loose-fitting white martial arts pants, a yellow sash wrapped around his waist and tie-kai slippers. This sucks. Can't find any worthwhile heroes nowadays. Grumbled Garu who walked with a slouch and with his hands in his pockets. It's been days since he whooped Tank Top Vegetarian's ass, and since then, he was struggling to find any worthwhile heroes to fight. Every time he went out to hunt, he failed to find at least one hero. It was almost like all the heroes were disappearing somewhere. Groaning in annoyance, Garu looked up, hoping to spot any hero, even a C-class nobody, only to stop and gape when he saw a certain pair of men walking towards him. Heroes. And not just any heroes, but S-class. Garu instantly recognized the demon cyborg, Genos, who he recalled had recently joined Class S. While he was a perfect target for him to hunt, Garu's eyes were instead focused on the headed man beside Genos. It can't be. It's actually Deku. Thought an excited Garu with a savage grin. While the hoodie may fool the civilians, it didn't fool him. He spotted some curly green hair from beneath the hood and the diamond-shaped freckles on his cheeks, but it was the raw power coming off the man that truly made him stand out. Garu licked his suddenly dry lips and tried to contain himself from attacking Deku then and there, although with great difficulty. I can't believe my luck. To face off against Deku, the world's strongest man. Not even the old man is as strong as him. Others might be put off from fighting low-ranked heroes to suddenly fighting the S-class rank 1 hero, but Garou wasn't exactly normal. To fight Mr. Invincible himself. I'm so pumped. With a bloodthirsty grin, Garou took a step forward to leap towards Deku so he could drive his fist into his face. Only for an overwhelming pressure to drop down on his shoulders, paralyzing the hero hunter where he stood. This pressure. Where did it come from? Thought Garou, who looked down at his feet. Said feet refused to budge even an inch, no matter how much he willed them to. Garou gritted his teeth as he tried to fight the invisible pressure, only to find his efforts to be in vain. The now very sweaty hero hunter looked at Deku, who was on the other side of the street, only to widen his eyes at the sight. For Deku's presence now made him look 1,000 times larger than what he was. Garou's neck had to crane upwards, just so he could see the large visage of Deku. It's like I'm looking from the bottom of a dangerous mountain where the peak is hidden above the clouds. Garou's grin widened at the thought of climbing such a mountain, but even he knew that fighting Deku now would only result in his death. Disappointed, Garou turned and walked away, but left with a big smile on his face. I'll find you again, Deku, and when I do, it'll end with you bloodied and on your knees before me. They left. Thought Izuku, glancing in the direction of a street where he sensed someone who seemed to be on the verge of attacking him, but they thought against it in the end and left. Unfortunately, the busy streets make it impossible for him to pinpoint who the possible attacker was. Something wrong, sensei? Asked Genos, noticing Deku stop for a moment. It's nothing. Let's just get to the stadium. By the way, you ever have a corn dog, Genos? City C. Super Stadium. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for waiting. I am pleased to announce the start of the 22nd Super Fight Tournament. Exclaimed the Super Fight announcer, who was a man dressed in a black suit with a tie and a pair of sunglasses. He had a groomed mustache and kept his dark hair in an afro that was in the shape of a microphone. The announcer was standing in the arena in the middle of the stadium as the thousands of people who were watching from their seats all cheered in excitement for the upcoming fights. The Super Fight announcer pointed an arm towards one of the 2 tunnels that led into the arena. Let us welcome all of our entrants. He announced into the microphone in his hand. All the martial artists attending the tournament walked out onto the arena one after the other, while the announcer introduced them to the audience. First up is the Class A hero, Lightning Max, who has entered the Super Fight Tournament for the very first time. Max of the Hyper Karate style. Dressed in a personalized white and black karate guy instead of his usual hero outfit, Lightning Max walked out onto the arena while he waved to the audience. I can only see myself winning. He said, confidently. Next is our only female entrant. Her lightning speed attack could be considered a form of art. It's Lin Lin of the Palm's Bell Fist. Hurry it up, I want to fight already. Mumbled an impatient Lin Lin. Lin Lin was a young and small girl with a lean build and a slender figure. She had red eyes and dark braided hair tied into loops with bangs that covered her forehead. She wore a maroon kipao-style top with wide arm warmers and a scarf. She accessorized with bells in her hair, ears and shoes. Next up is Benpatsu from the Harsh Path Arts Dojo. Benpatsu chuckled and stepped out with a confident smirk and his arms folded. He was a lean-built man with his dark-colored hair gathered up in a high braid. He had a small mustache and wore a black eye. And now, one of our top 4 regulars. His serpentine arms enclose his opponent to take them down. The man ranked the lowest of Class A heroes, its neck of the biting snake fist. Did you have to mention that I'm the lowest ranked Class A hero? Asked a calm, but inwardly annoyed Snek, not that the announcer could hear him. Just like Lightning Max, Snek was wearing his specially customized martial arts outfit instead of his hero costume. Do not fret folks, cause we got a lot more fighters to show. Always electrifying, it's Volton from the Fist of Thunder and Lightning Dojo. Volton was a man with sunken cheeks and round eyes with dark markings around them. He kept his black hair slicked back and wore a high-collared olive-green outfit with golden decorative buttons. Bazuzu from Bazuzu's Nuclear Explosive Fist Dojo. Bazuzu was a man of muscular build with his dark hair kept in a long mohawk. He also had thick eyebrows and a small beard. His attire consisted of a tan-colored one-strap top with black wristbands. Adlin of the multi-hit style. Adlin was a young man with dark hair swiped to the right. His eyes had dark markings around them and were of different colors, with his left eye being light blue and his right eye being red. He wore a turquoise hooded top, black t-shirt and gloves with a Gatling gun's muzzle printed on them, with bandages wrapped on both arms, along with black shorts and boots. A kindred spirit from the Sunflower Dojo's gentle art of self-defense, Hamikichi. Hamikichi was a very muscular man with many scars on his body and face. His hair was light brown with 2 small buns on each side. He had a full beard and a perpetual blush on his cheeks. He wore light shorts with hamster prints on them, dark leg warmers, wristbands and a belt. Dave of the Crushing Giant style. Dave was a very large obese man with slick back dark hair. He wore a white shirt that barely covered his stomach. He also wore black pants with suspenders. Rosie of the psychoanalytic martial art. Rosie was a young man with light-colored eyes and gray hair that parted to the left and had an undercut. He wore a blue suit with a white shirt underneath and a red diamond pattern tie. Mentai of the Spice Fist. Mentai was a young man with red hair and eyes. He had a small X-shaped scar on his right cheek and a band-aid over his nose. He wore a brown short-sleeved shirt that had chili on it, gray pants, maroon fur on his collar and wrist, and chestnut rose gloves. Dakuman from Giga Pro Wrestling. Dakuman was a very tall muscular man with a well-defined jaw and wide nose. His hair was light brown and kept short. He wore a short-sleeved white shirt with a Hummer singlet over it with the initials GP on it in yellow. Joes of the Fist of the Pure Blood Master Race. Joes was a tall man with light-colored eyes and white hair that was parted on the left side. He wore a red turtleneck with a checkered pattern, black gloves and white pants. He also seemed to be missing eyebrows. The former student of the Fist of the Flowing Water Crushing Rock, Sourface of the Sourface style Kempo. Sourface had short dark hair, but his most noticeable feature was his taut face, strained to the point where it seemed like he had been eating sour food. He also had a cleft chin. Sourface was muscular, although short in size. This is his 7th consecutive entry. Can this man who refuses to give up finally make it to the top? It's Zakos from the Head First Rushing style. Zakos was a young man with long blonde hair that was slicked back and had a prominent widow peak. He had green eyes and his eyebrows were prominent, pointing outward. He wore a traditional red embroidered pink uniform, a white belt around his torso and red sunglasses. Next up is a surprising entry. First time contestant, he's from the Fist of the Flowing Water Crushing Rock Dojo, give it up for Chiranko. Visibly shaking, Chiranko clenched his fists to try and control his nerves, mildly succeeding. Stop shaking, damn it. I need to do this to prove to Master Bang that I am worthy to be his student. And now for the strongest man in super fight history, our returning 2-time champion. His fights are always one-sided, but according to him, he hasn't even shown us his full strength yet. Bakusin of the Dark Hell Assassination Art. Bakusin was a muscular man with spiky dark hair. He kept his sideburns unkempt and spiky, and had a bushy unibrow and goatee. He was wearing a white martial arts uniform with torn sleeves. And we have another unrivaled contender. He's returning for the first time in 7 tournaments. The young legend who managed to win 4 times in a row. It's Suryu of the Void Fist. Suryu was a tall, handsome young man with a lean, muscular build. He had blue eyes, tan skin and black hair tied in a ponytail reaching his lower back. He was wearing a navy blue martial arts uniform with white linings, long sleeves and star-shaped buttons. Unseen by those watching, he also wore metal bands around his biceps. Suryu waved at the cheering crowd with wild abandon, loving the attention being given to him. He spent the last 3 years since he disappeared goofing off, and apparently, he's only after the prize money this time. Is he so powerful because he doesn't crave fame or notoriety? However, Bakusin is also in the tournament. So that's Suryu. If I can kill him, I'll become the strongest man in the history of this tournament. Thought Bakusin, staring at Suryu from behind. Bakusin may look bored, but he was staring at Suryu's back with such intensity that Suryu could actually sense it. I can practically feel his bloodlust piercing my back. Thought Suryu, not that he had anything to worry about. He was greatly disappointed by the turnout of martial artists. None looked like they could give him any kind of a challenge. I actually wanted to fight the guy who won last year's tournament. Suryu recalled watching last year's tournament where an exceptionally skilled martial artist in a wolf mask won the tournament effortlessly. Sadly, it looked like he wasn't participating this year. I wanted to play with someone stronger if I could. Now then, before we start off the matches, there is some big news that we would like to mention. Exclaimed the announcer into his microphone. Some of you watching in the stands or from your homes might not be aware, but the bigwigs in charge had invited the S-Class hero, Silver Fang, to judge this year's tournament, which he accepted. The announcer waited for the crowd to stop cheering before he continued. Unfortunately, a private matter has come up that Mr. Silver Fang couldn't postpone, thus he had to cancel at the last minute. He announced, not surprised when the audience started booing to show their displeasure over the world's greatest martial artist not attending. Wait, so Master Bang isn't coming? Said Chiranko, both perplexed and disappointed. The only reason he joined the super fight tournament was so he could prove to his master that he deserved to stay in his dojo, but how could he do that if Bang wasn't here? I'm not surprised. Master Bang is probably swamped with work from the Hero Association. Why a gifted martial artist like him wastes his time as a hero, I'll never know. Stated Zakos while pushing up his sunglasses with a finger. That's too bad. I was looking forward to showing off for him. Muttered Gatlin in disappointment. It wasn't every day you got to show off your skills to the world's greatest martial artist. Before you bring out your pitchforks and torches, I've got some good news to share. declared the announcer, silencing the crowd. Silver Fang may not be here with us today, but another hero agreed to take his place as judge, and I promise you won't be disappointed. Hummed Bakuzen in slight interest. I wonder who it is. Wondered Hemikichi, tapping his chin while thinking about who the possible hero could be. Probably some wannabe martial artist who took up hero work for an easier lifestyle, like these two. Said Rosie, pointing his thumb back at Lightning Maxon's neck. Neither hero rose to the insults, but they do show their displeasure by narrowing their gazes at Rosie's back. Could it be another Class S hero? Asked Mentai, hoping that it was. The S-class heroes were considered the strongest fighters in the world, so he'd love to show off his fighting style to one of them. If it was his all-time favorite S-class hero, King, he would try to get an autograph from him. Doubtful. Other than Silver Fang and Deku, there aren't any proper martial artists among the Class S heroes. I imagine that Deku wouldn't want to waste his time judging a simple tournament. Stated Lin Lin while folding her arms across her chest. She refused to acknowledge the likes of Puri Puri Prisoner, Tank Top Master and Super Alloy Darkshine as martial artists, seeing as they were nothing more than muscleheads who only managed to defeat monsters by using their overwhelming physical strength. At least with Deku, he combined his immense physical power with his own martial art style, the Deku style, which made him the unstoppable force of nature that he is today. He's the man who rises to any occasion, stopping natural disasters and defeating monsters as easily as breathing, the one who fights the shadows of all that is evil and does so with a smile on his face. An excited tension filled the stadium as every set of eyes widened in recognition and quick anticipation, including all of the martial artists. Only one hero in the world matched the announcer's introduction, especially the part about the hero smiling. "No way," exclaimed a skeptical Rosie. "Is it really him?" Muttered Sourface, shaking at the sheer thought of having his personal martial arts judged by him. Toza's arrogant smirk stretched as a psychotic look grew on his face. The announcer dramatically waved his arm towards the second tunnel. "He's the man who knows no fear. The one who's considered the world's strongest man. It's the one and only Deku." Dressed in his hero outfit, Deku emerged from the tunnel, waving towards everyone in the stands. Deku's smile made his pearly white teeth glint off the sunlight. The sight of the number one hero was enough to rile up everyone, viewers and martial artists alike. "I can't believe it. Deku is here in person," muttered Seikos, astonished that he was standing only a couple feet away from Mr. Invincible himself. "The world's strongest man," muttered Bakuzen, looking at Deku intently. Defeating Suryu was one thing, but if he could defeat Deku, then he would be proclaimed the world's strongest fighter. Once bored, Suryu now struggled to contain his excitement as he watched Deku climb up onto the arena. "It's him. The world's strongest man," he thought, grinning in excitement. The thought of testing himself against Deku ignited a passion in Suryu that he hadn't felt in quite a while. Once in the arena, Deku stepped up beside the announcer who offered him the microphone, only for Deku to politely decline. Deku then looked out at the viewing audience. "It is my honor to judge this year's Super Fight tournament. I've always been a fan, so you can say that it's a dream come true for me to judge it," he said, his voice booming to the point where everyone in the arena could hear him without issue, showing why he didn't need the microphone. "I would like to wish every fighter here good luck in their matches. I hope to see some interesting fights." "You heard it from the man himself, folks," remarked the announcer, getting cheers from the audience. "Now, without further ado, let the 22nd Super Fight tournament begin." City E. Standing atop the rooftop of one of the many skyscrapers dotting the landscape, Bang and Bomb watched the nearby streets, hoping to find any sign of Garu. "This would be easier if we used another hero as bait for Garu," told Bang, impatient over the lack of progress in their search for Garu. "True, but as of now, even Garu would struggle to find a hero, what with them all leaving for the Hero Association conference," told Bomb, leaning a foot on the edge of the rooftop. Bang grunted, knowing his brother was right. Most heroes were likely preparing for the trip to the Hero Association headquarters, especially the ones who lived in the cities farthest away. Hence, why there were so few heroes out on the streets, leaving the protection of the cities and their civilians to the police and military. "I heard that Deku took your place as a judge for the Super Fight tournament this year," said Bomb, hoping to make some small talk with his brother. While he did agree to help Bang search for Garu under the excuse that his brother's former student would attack his own dojo, he also came to try and break his brother out of his brooding phase. Ever since it was revealed Garu was the one hunting heroes, whilst calling himself a monster, Bang had been constantly brooding and lamenting past mistakes. To see his usually cheerful brother act like this was enough to break Bomb's heart. Crouched by the edge of the rooftop, Bang's old but sharp eyes peered from person to person, searching for his former pupil. That young man really needs to learn how to take a break. He may be the number one hero, but he's still young. He should be going out with his friends, getting into trouble and hooking up with girls. Although, Bang involuntarily shivered at the thought of what Tatsumaki might do if Izuku ever did get a girlfriend. Maybe that's the god-level threat Shibubawa was speaking of. With his hands behind his back, Bomb turned to his brother, looking bemused. I think the last person Deku should be getting advice from on how he should spend his time is you, brother, or do I have to remind you of how you used to be? Bang dropped his head and sighed. Do you have to bring that up? I was young and brash back then, he said, knowing that he had been arrogant and foolish back in his days of youth. If not for Bomb literally beating that arrogance out of him back then, he wouldn't be where he is today. Arrogant and stupid too. Continued Bomb, who smirked when Bang threw him a glare. Yes, that too. Grumbled Bang, who stood up, although still with a hunch. Thankfully, Izuku is a better sort of man than I. Bang smiled in fondness. That boy has the power to wipe out multiple cities with a swing of his fist, and yet, there's not an arrogant bone in his body. Even with all that power and fame, the boy is humble to a fault. Such a person is very hard to find these days, especially in the current world of martial artists and heroes. Bomb smiled when he saw the hard edge in his brother's eyes turn soft and heard the fond tone in his voice when he spoke of Deku. He's a special kind of person, alright. No better person to be the #1 hero, I say. True. Agreed Bang with a nod. Much to Bomb's disappointment, the soft look in his brother's eyes faded as he returned his focus to the search for his wayward student. Anyway, enough about him. It looks like Garu isn't here. Let's move on to the next city. Bang then jumped across the rooftops, leaving Bomb behind, who watched as his brother hopped away. I hope this search of yours helps you find the piece you're looking for, brother, muttered Bomb before he jumped after Bang. City C. Super Stadium. And now, let us begin round 1. Declared the announcer, all while pretending he wasn't fanboying over Deku sitting right beside him in the announcer's booth. It's Lightning Max versus Lin Lin. Lightning Max and Lin Lin were the only two fighters standing in the arena, both of whom were in their respective martial arts stances. On the outskirts of the arena was the referee, who chopped his hand down to signal the start of the match. The instant the referee started the match, Lin Lin pressed on the attack by leaping high into the air. She spun while in midair and used the falling momentum to add more power to her upcoming attack. And Lin Lin makes the first move. That's an impressive leap. Lin Lin's palms bell fist style must put a lot of focus on training her leg muscles. To spin while airborne and use her own falling momentum to boost her attack power is also quite clever, commented Izuku, studying both fighters with an analytical gaze. He always found it amazing how quirkless people in this world were capable of superhuman feats just by going through hard training. Oh? That's quite a lot of praise coming from the #1 hero. Does that mean you predict Lin Lin will be victorious against Lightning Max? I never said that. Just as Izuku spoke, Lightning Max placed his hands on the floor, using them to balance his whole body. Now standing on his hands, Lightning Max rapidly rotated himself before he thrusted his legs out at Lin Lin, who was dropping down on him from above. Lightning Max's fast reaction time led to Lin Lin's own momentum being used against her, as Max's feet kicked her in the stomach, stopping the female martial artist in her tracks. Lin Lin coughed up spittle before she was thrown back to the other side of the arena, unconscious. Lin Lin is down. Many were skeptical about just how strong he is as a martial artist, but Max managed to beat Lin Lin without a single scratch, exclaimed the announcer. Izuku looked at the announcer, wondering what he meant by that, but didn't mention it for now. Lin Lin is a skilled martial artist, there's no doubting that, but it's obvious that what she lacks isn't skill, but experience. The announcer veered his attention to Deku, interested. Experience, you say? Lightning Max is a top A-class hero who has fought not only villains, but mysterious beings as well. You could say all that experience sharpened him into a fine blade. Lin Lin is good, but Lightning Max has fought faster and deadlier opponents in the past. I see. When you put it like that, it makes sense that Lightning Max would be the superior fighter. Nodded the announcer, who looked to see that Lightning Max and Lin Lin had been removed from the arena, and now, the next two contenders were ready to fight. Round 2, Zeikos vs Shiranko, is about to begin. Izuku peered down at the arena, focusing more on Shiranko than Zeikos. Admittedly, he was surprised to see Shiranko enter the tournament, but he could make a guess as to why he did so, having heard about how Bang kicked him out of the dojo. Well, Bang did it to protect Shiranko from Garu, Shiranko didn't know that. Having seen the kind of student Shiranko was, Izuku admittedly couldn't imagine him performing well against the other martial artists, most of whom were masters of their respective martial arts. Begin. As the name of his fighting style suggested, Zeikos immediately rushed Shiranko and threw a cross punch. In a very rough stance of the fist of the flowing water crushing rock, Shiranko tried to deflect the attack, only to be too slow as the blow hit him in the face, knocking him back a few steps. Zeikos pressed on with multiple attacks, a mixture of punches and kicks that all made an impact against his opponent. Izuku winced every time Zeiko's dealt a blow to Chiranko. It's been barely a minute and Chiranko was already bleeding and covered in bruises. Zeiko's presses on the offensive, giving Chiranko no time to defend himself. Chiranko has his guard up but has yet to attack. Will this be the first time Zeiko's wins a match? Grabbing Chiranko's arm, Zeiko's tossed him over his shoulder. Chiranko landed on his back with a pained gasp. Apologies, but my girlfriend is watching from the crowd and I need to win this. Apologized Zeiko's, who stomped down on his opponent's skull, only for Chiranko to roll away. Luckily, he did, because Zeiko's stomp slightly cracked the ground where Chiranko's head used to be. Shakily pushing himself onto his feet, a bruised and bloody Chiranko spat out blood and held his hands up. Damn it. Get your head in the game. I need to prove to Master Bang that I am worthy to be his student. I need to defend myself. I need to fight. I need to win. Izuku's eyes widened slightly when he witnessed Chiranko go into the fist of the flowing water crushing rock stance again, but this time, Chiranko's stance became sharper and more refined. He even spotted a barely noticeable blue aura wrapped around Chiranko's hands, exactly the same as Bang, but not as prominent. It was still amateurish at best, and his body was shaky from his injuries, but all in all, it was a near-perfect fist of the flowing water crushing rock stance. Well, I'll be. Izuku wasn't the only one to notice Chiranko's improved stance. His guard has gotten better. It's still amateur, but better than it was a minute ago. Thought Zeiko's, keeping his guard up just in case. He was not gonna get his ass handed to him, not when he was so close to his first victory. Even if he doesn't win the tournament, he could confidently propose to his girlfriend, knowing that he earned his first victory today. Going in for the kill, Chiranko moved his right hand with surprising grace and managed to deflect Zeiko's punch away, much to everyone's surprise. I can't believe it. After spending the entire match as Zeiko's punching bag, Chiranko has now begun his counterattack. Exclaimed the announcer in excitement. Just like Master Bang thought Chiranko, gritting his bloody teeth in determination. Not noticing a small ethereal blue glow covering his hands, he deflected Zeiko's punch. Deflect with the grace of flowing water and then. Zeiko's widened his eyes when he saw Chiranko's other hand thrust out at him, now that he was left wide open. He cried out in surprise and pain when Chiranko's fist struck him in the face, tilting his head back as blood spilled from his nose. Counter with the strength of a crushing rock. Chiranko ignored the aching pain in his hand, enjoying the feeling of managing to use one of Master Bang's techniques for the first time. Master, I only wish you were here to witness this. Zeiko's body fell backwards, but just as the back of his head was going to hit the floor, he managed to hold himself up by using only his leg strength and core. With a grunt, Zeiko's raised his upper body until he was standing upright again, much to Chiranko's horror. Angry and annoyed as blood dripped from his nose, Zeiko's lunged at Chiranko. I will not lose. Crap. Cried Chiranko, attempting to get back into his stance, but he was too slow. Zeiko's fist connected with Chiranko's nose, and the sound of cracking cartilage revealed that Chiranko's nose broke. Zeiko's then wrapped his hands around the back of his opponent's head to use as leverage so he could thrust his knee into Chiranko's stomach. Chiranko spat out blood, feeling his ribs crack from the attack. I need to get away. I need to make space. But Chiranko's thoughts faded as an elbow to his temple forced him into unconsciousness. Master. Even as his opponent collapsed to the floor, a heavily breathing Zeiko's waited until the referee declared him the winner. Once he did, he let the weight fall off his shoulders, having now won his first ever match after 7 attempts. I did it. He muttered, not even caring that an obvious rookie had gotten a hit in on him. It has finally happened. After 7 attempts, Zeiko's has finally earned himself his first victory in the Super Fight tournament. Chiranko had put up a good fight, but it was obvious that Zeiko's was the more skilled and experienced fighter. Zeiko's fighting style may be rash, what with him rushing head first into the fight, but his experience and better training have made him the victor. Izuku's grin widened ever so slightly. Still, Chiranko shows promise. If he were to take his training seriously, he just might become a skilled martial artist of his own right. As the crowd cheered in excitement and the matches continued on, nobody noticed a small pink figure high in the sky, being mostly a single eye with bat-like wings, poking out the side of its small body. Monster Association HQ. The matches are underway. Told Psychos, standing before Irachi as he looked through the eye of his spy drone that was watching the Super Fight tournament from a distance. By the looks of things, there are a few contenders who may prove useful to our organization. Psychos glanced up at Irachi's massive form. Once they've become monsters, of course. Deku is in attendance, as I predicted. Confirmed Psychos, nodding. The plan will begin once we reach the finale of the tournament. By then, we'll have a brief understanding of all the martial artist skill levels and find out which ones will make the better monsters. Irachi sat in silence, allowing his second in command to run the operation. They've already gone over the plan beforehand, so he already knew what they needed to do to get Deku away from the stadium. Psychos watched the matches from the safety of his spy drone, waiting till the end when they'd start their plan to remove Deku from the stadium so they could turn all of the contenders into monsters to fill their ranks. City C. Super Stadium. As time passed by, Deku watched multiple matches between the contenders, offering comments for each one. Some of the matches provided an impressive demonstration of skill, while others were a bit lackluster. Still, Izuku enjoyed the thrill and exhilaration that the tournament exhibited, and it only grew in intensity once the next match started and the obvious crowd favorite stepped out onto the arena. It's him. It's the man himself. Nobody expected to see this man compete again, and the crowd is buzzing in excitement to see him in his element. Suryu has entered the ring, exclaimed the announcer, the floor practically shaking from the loud cheers and stamping of feet of everyone in the stadium, all excited to see Suryu fight. His opponent is Max. As Suryu walked into the arena, Lightning Max was already there waiting for him with his arms folded, studying his opponent who he knew was considered the favorite to win the tournament. Look at Mr. Popular. Could he really be that better than me? Wondered Max, not caring for the arrogant smile on his opponent's face. He closed his eyes so he could recollect the reason he entered the tournament in the first place. No way, I can't see it. Don't forget, this guy isn't the one you're after. Compared to that monster, this clown is nothing more than a scrub. Opening his eyes, Max examined Suryu, who was now overshadowed by the memory of the Deep Sea King who stood in all his terrifying glory. The Deep Sea King's bloodlust and staggering physical might still haunt Max to this day. Never in all his life did he ever feel so weak and powerless than when he fought against the Deep Sea King, but now, after giving it all to his training, he could finally see if any of it paid off. Even better, he could showcase the results of his training in front of the same man who defeated the Deep Sea King. Watch me, Deku. I want you to see how much I've improved since that day. Suryu, I entered this tournament because I have to get stronger. If I fail, I can't call myself a hero. I'm sorry that I got to do this to you, but I consider you a competent and capable opponent. That's why I'm going to use our match to test my new monster fighting technique, told Max, truthfully. So, you're a professional hero, then. I see. That means you train with lofty ideals in mind. I guess everyone has some reason to be seeking strength, remarked Suryu, smirking when he saw that his words got to the hero. Unknown to either martial artist, whilst everyone else couldn't hear them speak, Deku's enhanced senses allowed him to pick up on everything they were saying. So, Lightning Max has a new technique to fight monsters. I can't wait to see it, thought Izuku, looking forward to seeing this new technique. At the same time, Izuku didn't care for Suryu's condescending tone when he spoke of Max being a hero. It sounded like the young man found the concept of heroes to be amusing in some way. Fighters, begin, shouted the referee. Immediately, Max charged at Suryu, moving so fast that when he kicked off the floor, he created a barely noticeable shockwave. Izuku's eyes perked up at the sight of Lightning Max's improved speed. In all the clips I've seen him in online, not once did Lightning Max move so fast. He must have undergone extensive training after the Deep Sea King incident. Moving so fast that he was almost like a blur, Lightning Max performed a series of difficult spins and flips, each adding more momentum to Max's finishing move. Lightning Pinwheel Double Axe Kick. Max finished his attack with a front flip and a double axe kick. Unfortunately, Lightning Max's attack never connected, since Suryu countered with a high kick to the side of Max's face, showing off his lightning-fast reflexes. The powerful kick knocked out the A-class rank 19 hero almost instantly. Personally, the reason I sought strength, said Suryu, just as his kick threw Max across the side of the arena. The hero's unconscious body bounced and rolled along the floor, stopping just shy of the arena's edge. Was so I could live the easy life with not a care in the world. Sorry to shut you down, but I was stronger, finished Suryu, smiling over his easy victory. Izuku tried hard not to show his disappointment, not for Lightning Max losing, but for Suryu. He was impressed by Suryu's fast reflexes and power that he used to defeat an A-class hero with one move. While Suryu may not have shown off his full capabilities in the multiple tournaments he attended, Izuku estimated that the martial artist skill level would be considered S-class worthy. It was just a shame that Suryu showed no interest in using his skills and talents for the betterment of everyone else. Unfortunately, Suryu wasn't only powerful, but he was very much aware of how powerful he was. Handsome and incredibly skilled, he fitted Sweet Mask's criteria when it came to what a hero should be. Izuku could imagine Sweet Mask permitting Suryu to join Class S if he were to ever join the Hero Association, just like how he did with Genos. Sadly, Suryu was far too arrogant and self-serving to be a hero, as shown by how he admitted that the only reason he entered the tournament was so he could win the prize money. All that talent, all that power, and he wastes it on living the comfortable life. It wasn't often that Izuku got annoyed, but he hated to see so much potential be wasted. In the stands, Genos watched the match with an indifferent expression, but is inwardly startled over how Suryu managed to defeat Lightning Mac so effortlessly. A Class A hero defeated by a single kick. There are more people out there who are stronger than heroes than I realized. From Izuku's perspective, the next few matches varied in terms of length and martial artist skill. In the match between Snek and Benpatsu, Snek proved his martial art skills to be far superior to Benpatsu's, who then resorted to insults and dirty tricks to try and get an edge over his opponent. Instead, Benpatsu soon found himself face down on the floor after a particularly nasty strike to the chest, courtesy of Snek, which resulted in the hero's victory. The next match between Volton and Bazuzu ended in just a few seconds after Volton used a mixture of martial arts and electricity to defeat his opponent, leaving Bazuzu's unconscious body smoking on the arena floor. Using a combination of electric strikes, Volton takes the victory. Bazuzu may be the physically superior fighter, Volton's electrical attacks were just too much for his body to handle. However, Izuku was curious about the source of Volton's electricity. Was it an iconic ability that only he possessed like Tatsumaki and Fubuki's psychic abilities, or was it because of some kind of device that he was carrying on his person? Either way, it wasn't against the rules, so it was allowed. The next match was between Gatlin and Hamukichi. Most spectators placed bets on Hamukichi to win the match, what with him being nearly twice Gatlin's size. Those very same people soon cursed over their losses once Gatlin dropped Hamukichi, winning the match. Gatlin's super fast punches were like a bombardment of fists. Hamukichi is down and he isn't getting back up. In the battle between speed and power, speed often comes out on top. Despite Hamukichi's best efforts to defend himself, Gatlin's barrage broke through his defenses with relative ease. Hamukichi's larger frame didn't do him any favors either. The match between Dave and Rosie turned out to be the quickest of them all so far. Rosie didn't even get a chance to show off his martial arts to the public. By the time he took a step forward, Dave had already jumped high in the air, surprising many. Nobody expected the large overweight man to be able to jump so high. However, everyone did expect Rosie to fall unconscious once Dave landed on top of him, having cratered the floor upon impact. And Dave puts the smackdown on Rosie with a thundering body press. Rosie is out of the tournament. In the match between Chose and Mentai, Izuku nearly had to jump down to the arena to save Mentai from his bloodthirsty opponent. Mentai did put up a good fight, but Chose's superior skill and brutal fighting style were too much for him. The problem was that even after Mentai surrendered, Chose was still keen to continue the fight, wanting to spill his opponent's blood. If not for the referee getting in between them, Izuku would have gone down there himself to stop Chose. The referee stopped the fight. Chose is a tough one. Mentai was simply outclassed. Before Chose left the arena, he leered at the announcer's booth, making brief eye contact with Deku. Smirking at the number one hero, Chose walked away with purpose in his step. Izuku didn't like the look Chose sent his way, but thankfully, the next match helped distract him from the bloodthirsty fighter. The match was between Sourface and Jakuman, and unlike most of the previous matches, it wasn't as one-sided as the others. Both fighters were of similar skill levels, but in the end, Sourface won by performing a chokehold on his opponent. What Izuku especially liked about this match was the good sportsmanship, as Sourface offered Jakuman a handshake with the pair soon raising their hands in the air while crying manly tears. Sourface wins with a beautiful chokehold. The two fighters congratulate one another. What beautiful sportsmanship. It's nice to see good sportsmanship between the contenders, admitted Izuku, smiling at the sight. Once Sourface and Jakuman vacated the arena, the next two contenders entered. On one side of the arena was Zeikos, sporting a bandage over his newly reset nose. On the other side was a bored-looking Bakuzan. Now, onto the next match. Zeikos, who advanced by beating Chiranko, is going up against two-time consecutive champion, Bakuzan. His lethal dark hell techniques have turned many of his matches into pure bloodbaths. Will this bout also end with his opponent hopelessly demolished? We've got medical personnel on standby, just in case. All I do is teach lessons to those who don't belong here. Scoffed Bakuzan while studying the tensed Zeikos. Listen up, when martial artists trade blows, it's not some friendly sport. It's kill or be killed, life and death. Bakuzan's lips twitched upwards into the bare inch of a smile. So come at me with the intent to kill. Zeikos gritted his teeth, hating how his opponent was looking down on him. Bakuzan might be the two-time champion, but he didn't win his first match to be stopped here. Fine. If you want me to come at you with the intent to kill, then I'll grant you your death wish. The referee brought down his hand to signal the start of the match. Begin. As per usual, Zeikos immediately rushed in to land the first and hopefully, last blow of the match. Bakuzan may be better, but if I can land a killing blow on one of his vital points, I can end the match here and now. he thought, targeting Bakuzan's neck. With a strong kick, he could snap Bakuzan's neck and defeat him before he had the chance to retaliate. Bakuzan not moving didn't matter, since Zeikos was confident he could land his blow first. Once halfway across the arena, Zeikos jumped and aimed a flying dropkick at Bakuzan's throat. With this kick, I'll win. Amateur. Just as it seemed Zeikos' kick was about to make contact, Bakuzan performed a high kick at Zeikos' airborne body. Bakuzan's powerful leg hit his opponent's left side, and the sound of Zeikos' left arm breaking could be heard by nearly everyone in the stadium. As if time slowed to a halt, Zeikos' eyes widened in sheer agony. Bakuzan's powerful kick launched Zeikos away, causing the blonde martial artist to bounce off the arena floor, painfully. After the sixth bounce, Zeikos slid to a stop on his back, unconscious with blood dripping from his lips and his left arm bending in the wrong direction. The moment Zeikos stopped bouncing, the medical personnel rushed towards him to immediately get to work on his injuries. Incredible. It took no more than 2 seconds for the match to come to an end. Zeikos rushed in to make the first move, and he paid for it with a shattering kick from Bakuzan. Zeikos is lucky that his arm was in the way of Bakuzan's kick. If his arm didn't take the brunt of Bakuzan's kick, Zeikos' ribs would have shattered and some of his internal organs would have ruptured. Explained Izuku, impressed with Bakuzan's reaction speed and strength, even if he didn't like how he could have killed Zeikos with that blow if it had properly connected. By that one move, Izuku predicted that Bakuzan's skill level was around that of a high A class to possibly a low S class hero. As the announcer continued to comment on Bakuzan's quick and brutal victory, Izuku noticed Bakuzan walking towards the unconscious Zeikos, and he got a bad feeling about it. The medical personnel working on Zeikos turned to Bakuzan in confusion when they saw him walk up to them and their unconscious patient. "Can we help you, Bakuzan?" asked one of the medical personnel, confused by his presence. Bakuzan shook his head as he stood over Zeikos. "No. Just wanted to remind this amateur about what I said." Bakuzan then raised his right foot over Zeikos' head. The medical personnel attending to Zeikos paled, realizing what Bakuzan intended to do. "Bakuzan, wait!" cried one of the medical personnel, moving to try and stop the martial artist, but was too slow. "It's as I said, you amateur. Martial arts is about life or death, kill or be killed." Bakuzan dropped his foot down on Zeikos' skull, intending to smash it into a bloody paste. He would have succeeded too, if not for another foot appearing above Zeikos' face, taking the blow that would have killed him. Bakuzan's stomp was stopped dead in its tracks by the other foot that didn't even budge. "What the?" said Bakuzan, surprised that someone managed to sneak up on him so quickly and stop his stomp so easily. Following the foot of its owner, Bakuzan's gaze eventually met with the unhappy face of Deku. Standing face to face with the world's strongest man had Bakuzan come to grips with how tall the hero was. Bakuzan stood at just over 6 feet in height, and yet, he had to crane his neck to look up at Deku. "The fight is over, Bakuzan. Walk away," told Deku, an evident warning tone in his voice. There was a part of Bakuzan who wanted to fight Deku here and now. After all, who better to test his full strength than against the man considered the strongest in the entire world? Whilst tempted to do just that, Bakuzan wasn't ignorant to the absolutely monstrous aura pouring off the hero. The aura was a radioactive green in color and washed over the entire stadium, and yet, Bakuzan appeared to be the only one who could sense it. It was a warning if he had ever seen one before. "If I attack, he would clobber me in an instant," he thought, drops of sweat dripping off his brow. Bakuzan was prideful, but he wasn't stupid. The difference in power between them is massive, so much so that a fight between them would end with him defeated in an instant. Annoyed that his prey had been taken from him, but nowhere near suicidal enough to take on the number one hero, Bakuzan removed his foot from Deku's before he stormed off with his head held high so he could keep some dignity. Incredible. Whereas Bakuzan was gonna finish his opponent off, Deku stepped in and took the hit for Zeikos instead, and by the look of things, he didn't even feel it. That's the number one hero for ya, folks. As Deku returned to the booth, Suryu watched from a tunnel, leaning against a wall with his arms folded. "So that's Deku, huh? He really does look as strong as he does on TV," he said to himself, smiling after watching Deku make Bakuzan retreat with a prod of his aura. Witnessing Deku's aura in person made Suryu's spine shiver, making him want to fight Deku even more than ever before. Bakuzan took out his opponent with a single hit knockout. "Guess I'll do the same. Gotta impress Deku somehow." Within an hour, multiple matches took place until the tournament eventually reached the stage of the quarter-finals. In the first match of the quarter-finals, Snek was up against Suryu. Already, 5 minutes have passed since the match started, and it mostly consisted of Snek attacking while Suryu dodged. Frustrated over the lack of progress, Snek stepped away from Suryu so he could catch his breath. Whilst Snek needed to take a breath, Suryu was calm, smiling without a hint of exhaustion. Taking deep breaths, Snek glared at his cocky opponent with unbridled frustration. I mustn't doubt myself, so I've tried to keep it completely out of my mind, but I can't. I can never shake it. He thought, recalling his early career as a hero, specifically the time he once fought and defeated a large toad monster all by himself, saving the lives of over a dozen people. Looking back, I once shone brighter than anybody. I felt the pride of being one of the few real heroes. I had the power to protect people, and it filled my spirit with purpose. Then, Snake started thinking about his recent failures, such as when he failed to protect civilians from the Deep Sea King. If not for Demon Cyborg arriving in the nick of time, the Deep Sea King would have slaughtered every man, woman and child in the shelter. But slowly, over time, reality set in. Try as I might, there were others who I couldn't defeat. Having regained his breath, Snake returned to attacking Suryu, delivering rapid but sharp jabs and kicks, each one giving off the illusion of a snake jumping at Suryu, with its jaw wide open to take a bite out of him. However, the snake illusions never did, as Suryu dodged every one of Snake's attacks with ease. Are professional heroes even necessary? Lately, I haven't been so sure. After Suryu jumped away from another one of his attacks, Snake studied his smiling opponent while still lost in his own thoughts. If I didn't exist, if the Hero Association didn't exist, would there be someone who would step up and defeat the monsters in our place? At the very least, there seems no need to protect a man like this. He thought, his faith as a hero shaken while recognizing Suryu's strength. Suryu's easygoing smile and the lack of an actual martial arts stance were starting to annoy Snake, and that annoyance only worsened when Suryu opened his mouth. I liked Max from earlier. Nice and aggressive, said Suryu, praising his previous opponent, even if he defeated him easily. Hard to believe from the guy who's been on his heels and won't fight back, remarked Snake, keeping his guard up. Suryu's guard might look wide open, but Snake wasn't a fool. Suryu may look lax, but the lazy stance was the same one that Lightning Max fought against, and he was defeated in a near instant. Having learned from Max's mistake, Snake kept his guard up so as to not give Suryu any openings to exploit. One mistake could cost him the match if he wasn't careful. You misunderstand me. I was just checking out how skilled you are. Class A heroes make a lot of money, I hear. If your level is all it takes, it might be worth my while, said Suryu before laughing. Just kidding. Why should I work for money? Snake couldn't believe the despicable words that were coming from the mouth of this arrogant prick. How'd you get to be so strong? Why does a guy like you who has no real sense of purpose have such power? Suryu placed his hands on his hips and hummed in thought for a few seconds before he shrugged his shoulders. Maybe I was just born talented. Everything about you disgusts me. Back when I trained, all I did was keep my master company. I haven't even practiced in years, told Suryu, his uncaring attitude only angering Snake even further. The playful look in Suryu's eyes turned serious. But I'm curious. How'd you get to be a hero? With that level of ability, I mean. Snake's eyes widened in outrage. What was that? More strong monsters are appearing every day. Even performing at your best, you won't make any difference. With or without heroes, those who are going to survive will survive. Survival of the fittest means the weak get weeded out. It's just the natural order of things. Snake found Suryu's blatant lack of empathy for those who could be killed by monsters greatly disturbing, and he wasn't the only one. The announcer gulped as a dangerous aura engulfed Deku, his smile not reaching his eyes. Mr. D. Deku. The announcer squeaked when Deku's fingers dug into the table in front of them, each digit slowly digging grooves into the wood. Natural order. Are you actually suggesting that we ignore the people being attacked by monsters? Asked Snake in a mix of anger and disbelief. Suryu shrugged, uncaringly. Whatever happens, I know we'll survive. And who do you mean by we? The strong, of course. Snake looked at Suryu in pure disbelief. Wait, you're not. Snake never got to finish, Suryu's quick and powerful kick hitting him against the side of his face, resulting in Snake's unconscious body spinning in place like a pinwheel. After multiple spins, Snake's body eventually hit the ground with the side of his head making contact with the floor first. Legs still raised from his kick, Suryu's cold eyes don't even spare a glance at the unconscious hero by his feet. Understand now? Izuku wasn't someone easy to anger, having long since gotten control over his emotions. While his control was not good enough to keep him from hiding his emotions, they no longer controlled him. It had been quite a problem for him during his first year as a vigilante, especially during those times when he couldn't save civilians from monster attacks. That had been an unhealthy moment in Midoriya's life, but it did lead to him understanding one big factor of a hero's life. You can't save everyone. Still, it was not often that Izuku lost his cool, but after listening to Suryu's views on the Hero Association and monsters, he admitted that the martial artist vexed him. Sure, not everyone had the greatest opinion of the Hero Association, but Suryu's blatant disrespect to the heroes who risk their lives every day to protect innocent civilians annoyed him greatly. His views on the world were also disheartening to hear, not only because of how barbaric they were, but because those are the same views that were often popularized in his homeworld. Those with powerful quirks survived and thrived, while the quirkless were left to die or fade into obscurity. Closing his eyes, Izuku took a deep breath of air to help calm his nerves. It took longer than usual, but once his nerves settled, he released the air trapped in his lungs with a sigh. Only then did he notice the squeamish announcer beside him. "Sorry about that." He apologized with an embarrassed chuckle. Thankfully, the announcer got distracted when someone walked into the booth with details on the next matches. The semi-finals were about to begin. Monster Association HQ. Above the stadium, Gyoro watched everything through his spy drone. He hummed to himself as he eyed the demon cyborg sitting in the stands. No. That won't do at all. They couldn't exactly force the competitors to become monsters if there was an S-class hero nearby. For starters, they would need to take the demon cyborg out of the equation. Time to lure out the S-class. The one-eyed monster looked over its shoulder to the executive member who was standing behind him. "That's your cue. Once the demon cyborg is dealt with, I'll send the expendables out to lure out Deku. That'll be your moment to shine. Go have fun up there." The executive merely grunted out a reply before he left the room, each step causing the room to shake and dust to fall from the ceiling. City C. Super Stadium. The semi-finals started with the first match between Volton and Suryu, though to call it a match would be insulting. The moment the referee announced the start of the match, an electrified Volton charged at Suryu fast, in the hope of knocking him out with his electrical attacks. That hope was dashed when Suryu defeated him with a single kick, just as he did with Lightning Max and Snek. The young fighter had no problem soaking up all the praise from his many fans afterwards, as he raised his fists in the air, victoriously. Once Suryu left the arena and Volton was brought to the infirmary, the second match of the semi-finals started with Chose and Bakuzin staring each other down. Chose stared at Bakuzin with a wide-eyed stare and a crazed grin. Bakuzin stared back with a bored expression. "Don't blink or you'll miss it, folks. Who will win? Could it be Chose, who has been enjoying the physical destruction of his opponents, more than he really should? Or could it be our two-time champ, Bakuzin, who has defeated each of his opponents as quickly as he did brutally? It could be anyone's match." Anyone's match, he says. Chuckled Chose, his grin widening to a frightening degree. "I've never heard someone say something so funny." Bakuzin merely raised a curious brow. "Oh? How so?" "What you and every other commoner in this world don't realize is that I am far superior to you all in every way there is," said Chose like it was simply a fact. The white-haired man spread his arms out wide and basked in the glory of his existence. "My family has spent generations breeding superior genes. We are a chosen breed. And I am their greatest creation to date. I am a completely different species to you, commoners. I will show everyone how powerful I am and then take over the world," he explained, clenching his fist once he mentioned his goal of taking over the world. Bakuzin deadpanned over both the crazed lunatic's dramatics and his foolish goal to take over the world. He wanted the referee to start the fight so he could shut this guy's trap for good. Right. Izuku deadpanned as well, having heard every word that came out of Chose's mouth. "He sounds like every classmate I've ever had since preschool," he thought, having heard plenty of times from those classmates about how superior they were because of their quirks. Itsuki might have been the loudest and most abusive of them all, but the others still made their opinions of him known, either through hurtful words or through violence. Still, he did wonder if Chose was serious about his goal to take over the world. And here I thought Kitsuki was ambitious. He joked to himself while grinning. Though, that grin disappeared when he sensed a burst of killing intent aimed in his direction. It didn't take a genius to find out where it was coming from. Watching the match from one of the tunnels, Suryu detected the killing intent that was pouring out of Chose. Bakuzin noticed as well, but both fighters were confused as to why Chose wasn't aiming his killing intent at his opponent. Instead, his killing intent seemed to be aimed towards the announcer's booth. Both Suryu and Bakuzin widened their eyes as they both came to the same conclusion about what Chose was about to do. Just as the referee was about to announce the start of the match, Chose spun to the left and started running, to the confusion of everyone watching. "What is going on? Is this Chose's way of surrendering?" exclaimed the confused announcer. "You best get down, for your own safety," warned Izuku, who grabbed the announcer by his shoulder and pushed him down to the floor, much to his growing confusion. The number one hero knew exactly what Chose was about to do, so he thought it best to keep the announcer down for his safety. The booth was about to have another guest. Just as he reached the edge of the platform, Chose jumped, soaring over the many benches filled with gaping viewers. The man's crazed laugh escaped his smirking lips as his body ascended towards the announcer's booth where the real challenge was. "I can't hold myself back any longer. Why should I deal with all these peons when I can kill the world's strongest man right here and now?" The fighter's right hand clenched into a fist which he intended to pierce through the body of Deku. Once Chose reached the booth, he thrust his hand through the glass window, the only thing left between him and the S-class rank 1 hero. Chose's punch shattered the window without resistance and was on a direct course to Deku's undefended throat. Despite that, one of the tournament's fighters just straight up attacked him with no warning, destroyed the window in front of him, and was now just a foot away from him. Deku never once reacted, even as broken glass bounced off his face. "With your death, I proclaim my right to rule this war." Chose's moment of triumph was cut short. Just when his fist was about to smash into Deku's Adam's apple, the hero's hand blurred, and Chose soon found a finger about to flick him in the face. A harmless gesture to be made by a normal man, but most knew that such a gesture made by Deku was by no means harmless. From how Chose's eyes widened, he knew the severity of a finger flick made by Deku. The last thing Chose saw before unconsciousness overtook him was Deku's powerful green eyes. Then Deku flicked his finger into Chose's face and shot the fighter out of the booth and straight back down to the arena with the speed of an iron ball fired out of a cannon. Chose impacted the center of the arena in an explosion of dust and rubble, creating a miniature earthquake to shake the foundations of the arena, something which was felt by everyone attending. Bakuzin was forced to cross his arms to prevent any dust or rubble from blinding him and to help reduce the strength of the shockwave which was created by the collision. It might have pushed him back a few feet and knocked the wind out of him, but at least he was still standing and not out of bounds of the arena. The same couldn't be said for Chose, as everyone saw once the dust settled down. The supposed superior human was now lying in a crater in the middle of the arena platform, unconscious. The announcer was quick to regain his senses once the violence was over. What a shocking turn of events, folks. I'm sure I don't need to say it, but I will anyway. Chose is hereby disqualified. Not that he could fight even if he wanted to. The announcer turned to the hero who hadn't so much as budged from his seat during the attempt on his life. The only evidence that something happened was the broken window and all the glass littering the floor. "Are you alright, Deku? You're not harmed, are you?" "No need to fret, I am fine." Izuku laughed off the announcer's concern, as well as the concern he could see from many in the audience. "I'll admit, I never thought someone would be so bold as to attack me in the middle of a tournament that is being broadcast worldwide, but Chose was just that bold. Still, no need for that little incident to delay this tournament any longer than necessary." The announcer nodded in agreement and went back at it. "You heard it from Deku himself, folks. With Chose eliminated, Bakuzin is now heading to the finals to face off against Suryu. It's legend against legend and possibly the greatest matchup in super fight history. We'll take half an hour for a break, so get yourselves settled before the big match begins." As Chose was dragged out of the crater and the spectators all left their seats to get food or go to the bathroom, Suryu watched on from one of the tunnels, body shaking. The martial artist held up his shaking left hand and couldn't stop himself from chuckling. "I've never felt so excited," said Suryu, having witnessed something truly spectacular. Chose might not have been on his level, but he was still in a higher league than most of the other fighters. And Deku took him down with a flick of his finger. Suryu clenched his shaking fist and looked on, knowing what he had to do. He needed to fight Deku. One of the few who stayed in their seats, Genos had his arms folded and glared at nothing in particular. He was lost in his thoughts regarding Chose's assassination attempt on his sensei. He was also mentally berating himself for getting caught off guard and not immediately moving to stop Chose. The cyborg's berating thoughts were interrupted when he felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Taking out his flip phone, Genos answered the call that he saw was from the association. "Yes. Demon Cyborg, we've got word of a monster sighting near your location. You and Deku are the only heroes in the area to deal with it," told the console operator on the other side of the call. Genos nodded in understanding. "Very well, I'll deal with it. Send me its location." "Of course. Thank you again." Genos hung up the call and contemplated informing Izuku about the monster. "There's no need to disturb Sensei. I'll head out, defeat the monster and come back before the final match is over." Nodding, Genos stood up and headed for the exit. With the monster's last known location, it shouldn't take long for him to find it and kill it. Flying overhead, Gyoro's spy drone watched as the demon cyborg left the stadium, its owner smiling at the sight. "And we're back. I hope you've all settled because you do not want to miss this match," exclaimed the excited announcer with great enthusiasm. That enthusiasm was shared by everyone in the stadium as they watched Bakuzin and Suryu, the two favorites in the tournament, square off against each other in the arena. "So, I've finally made it. Face to face with Suryu," thought Bakuzin, looking as bored as he did throughout the entirety of the tournament. Suryu himself simply stared back with an easygoing smile. In the announcer's booth, Izuku watched the fight with his arms folded and a knowing glint in his eyes. From their fights, both Bakuzin and Suryu held skills comparable to an S-class hero. They were both strong, but he knew which one would end up victorious. "Match, start," called out the referee, who brought his hand down to signal the start of the final match. Neither Tsuryu nor Bakuzen moved to get into their fighting stance, simply happy enough to stare at each other. Bakuzen spoke. "Tsuryu, I've waited a long time for this moment. To prove that I am the strongest fighter in super fight history. Finally, today is that day." Tsuryu placed his hands on the back of his head, shrugging uncaringly. "Man, sounds personal. I nearly feel bad that I'm just here for the prize money." Looking thoughtful for a moment, Tsuryu then showed a big mocking grin. "Nah." A tick mark grew along Bakuzen's forehead. I can't imagine how much work you put into your training. How many years did you train to get as strong as you are now? 10. 20. Your whole life." Growing annoyed, Bakuzen growled. "What's your point?" Tsuryu dropped his arms to rest by his sides and lazily shrugged. "No point. Just wondered, that's all. All those years to get as strong as you are now, and yet to be so much weaker than me while I haven't trained in years." "Uh-oh," muttered Izuku, realizing that Tsuryu just pushed Bakuzen to the breaking point. Bakuzen's seemingly limitless patience finally broke as a dark aura encompassed the man. From within the darkness of his aura, two glowing red eyes pierced through. The martial artist's muscles bulged to the point that his feet left cracks in the floor and his veins pulsated all over his body. "I'm going to kill you." Despite Bakuzen summoning his full strength, Tsuryu smirked. "Oh. Amazing. Bakuzen nearly looks like death incarnate. Are we finally seeing Bakuzen use his full strength? Can Tsuryu withstand the full might of Bakuzen and his dark hell assassination art style? The match will end in the first move," told Izuku as more of a fact. Tsuryu placed his hands on his hips and shot the angry Bakuzen a cocky grin. "You're strong, I'll admit, but you're more of an appetizer to me. To quench my hunger, I need something a bit more filling, you understand?" Bakuzen responded with a roar before he lunged at Tsuryu at high speed. "You won't have to worry about hunger once I've shoved my fist down your wham." It happened so fast that those watching from the stands couldn't see what just happened. One moment, Bakuzen was standing on one end of the arena before disappearing. The next, the wall behind Bakuzen exploded. When the dust cleared, Bakuzen was shown embedded in a crater in the wall, completely unconscious. Everyone then saw Tsuryu standing in the same spot in the arena, his left leg thrust out in a kick and his foot smoking slightly. Izuku didn't say anything, having already predicted the outcome. The announcer took a minute to get over his shock and close his gaping mouth. It's over. Bakuzen has been knocked off the platform. Therefore, he is this year's Super Fight Tournament winner," cried the announcer, holding onto his microphone with one hand while the other pumped the air. From the sidelines, the previous fighters who were knocked out of the tournament were all just as shocked by the outcome. They expected an epic match between the two favorite fighters in the tournament, but instead, it was as one-sided as the rest of Tsuryu's matches. "He didn't stand a chance," shouted Seikos in disbelief. There was a bandage covering the bridge of his nose, and the arm Bakuzen broke was in a cast and sling. "I can't believe it. He moved so fast, I couldn't see a single one of his movements," muttered Lin Lin, rethinking her skills in the martial arts. She thought she was good, but compared to Tsuryu, she may as well be a novice. Covered in a few bandages, Mentai looked disturbed by Tsuryu's easy victory over Bakuzen. Tsuryu is on a completely different level. Side by side, Lightning Max and Snuck looked on as Tsuryu basked in the glory of his victory. Neither said a word, but both had the same thought. Tsuryu was a monster. Genos landed on an empty street in a crouch. All the civilians had already been evacuated after a monster was sighted in the area. Taking in his surroundings, Genos activated his scanners to search for the monster. The stoic cyborg frowned, contemplating as to why he couldn't find the whereabouts of the mysterious being. The association did say the monster was spotted in this area. They also mentioned the monster was said to be massive in size, yet I don't see any sig. Genos widened his eyes when his sensors suddenly detected something large and powerful standing right behind him. "Behind me." Jumping forward, Genos turned in midair and aimed an incineration cannon at the monster standing behind him. Only for something large and fast to hit the airborne cyborg before he could react. Sounds of metal shattering bounced off the nearby buildings as pieces of Genos broke off his body. The last thing the cyborg saw was the face of the large four-eyed mysterious being responsible before he faded into unconsciousness. Once a solemn Bakuzen regained consciousness, all the fighters were brought to the arena for the closing ceremony, except for Chose, Rosie, Dave and Bazuzu who were recovering in the infirmary. Standing alongside the fighters was the announcer, Deku, and a scantily clad showgirl tasked with handing Tsuryu his trophy and his cash prize, which was in the form of an oversized check. "Congratulations on your win, Tsuryu. Tell us, what's next for you?" asked the announcer, holding out his microphone so Tsuryu's answer could be heard by everyone. However, the announcer and the other martial artists noticed how Suryu wasn't looking at the announcer but was instead making strong eye contact with Deku. The eye contact was returned by the smiling hero. "He's not going to do what I think he's gonna do, is he?" wondered Snack, brows widening in disbelief. He knew the guy was arrogant but to such an extent. "I've never seen that look in his eye before. Is he going to do it?" thought a sweating sour face, his face scrunched up even further. Deku's smile widened. "You look like you have something to say, Suryu," he said, a knowing tone in his voice. Suryu returned the hero's smile with a grin. "Yeah, I do have something to say actually." The young martial artist turned to the showgirl who was waiting to hand him his trophy in check. "Hold on to those, will you, beautiful?" he asked with a wink, getting a nod from the flustered young woman. "Thanks." Turning back to face Deku, he took the announcer's microphone and pointed a finger straight at the hero. "Deku, I challenge you to a fight, here and now." He spoke into the microphone so everyone could hear. The entire stadium erupted into mass gasps as they witnessed the 5-time Super Fight champion challenge the world's strongest man. The audience soon went silent, wanting to hear the hero's response. Could they get their hopes up on watching a fight between the two powerhouses? Izuku's smile neither lifted nor fell. "Oh. After all your fights today, you now want to fight me? How unusual of you, Suryu. I pegged you as someone who'd do as little as possible if it could be helped." Suryu grinned, the jab at him not going unnoticed. "Those so-called fights were just appetizers. I'm now looking for the main course." The number one hero smiled widened ever so much that only Suryu noticed the miniature difference. "You think I can fill your appetite?" "Like no other," Suryu answered, matching Deku's grin with one of his own. "Though, if you're too afraid to face me, that's also fair. You might not want to lose your title as world's strongest man to me in front of the world." Egged on the martial artist, spreading a hand out towards the audience who began cheering. Izuku looked out to the cheering crowd, listening as they chanted for a match between the two young men. He then peered back at Suryu who had a shit-eating grin plastered over his handsome face. "I'll admit, watching the tournament did get my blood pumping a little." Chose's little stunt only added fuel to the fire. "Very well, let's fight." That seemed to be the right answer, for the stadium started to shake with the amount of cheering and stomping the spectators were doing, filling the stadium with a contagious electricity that swept the whole audience. The air seemed to vibrate with all the loud noise bellowing throughout the stadium. Grinning in excitement, Suryu handed the microphone back to the announcer who jumped off the platform with everyone else. Instead of returning to the booth, he decided to announce from the sidelines alongside the defeated contenders of the Super Fight tournament. Not even he wanted to miss even a second of this fight. In an incredible turn of events, Suryu, our Super Fight champion, has decided to challenge Deku, Mr. Invincible himself, to a match. In an even more shocking turn of events, Deku accepted. Who could have possibly predicted this would happen? Dakuman couldn't believe his eyes as he watched Deku square off against Suryu. "This is the greatest day of my life." "Oh, Deku. Kick his ass," shouted Linlin, hands cupping her mouth to make her shout louder. "Looks like someone already has their favorite picked." Deadpan's echoes, nursing his broken arm. Despite his tone, he was also excited to witness the upcoming match. Snack and Lightning Max barely blinked, that was how focused they were in watching this match. "What do you think?" a serious Snack asked, eyes refusing to shift away from the two fighters who were stretching their muscles. "I think Suryu isn't gonna be so smug once this match is over," answered Max, just as serious as his fellow hero. "He definitely won't be able to finish this match with a single kick anyway. That's a given. Still, I am curious to see his full strength. Fighting Deku, he'll have no choice but to show it," remarked Snack, looking forward to seeing the hero and Super Fight champion fight each other. After finishing their stretches, a nervous referee stepped between the two fighters. "This is an exhibition match between Suryu and Deku. We're playing by tournament rules. The victor is decided if their opponent is knocked out, surrenders, is incapable of fighting, or is knocked off the platform. Per chance that either fighter is killed, the other will be disqualified and their win made redundant." "That won't happen," told Izuku, seriously. "They were here to spar, not to kill each other." "Let's have some fun," said Suryu with a smile. "Are both fighters ready?" asked the referee, hand raised ready to drop. "Ready?" nodded Izuku. "Same," replied Suryu with a nod. Once he got confirmation from both fighters, the referee dropped his hand. "Then fight." Suryu was already gone, appearing before Deku with his leg already halfway through a kick. Just as the kick was about to hit the hero's cheek, it stopped and blew a small gust of wind. Even as the wind blew his cheek and Suryu's foot hung motionless beside his face, Deku never once moved to either dodge or block the attack. In the eyes of everyone watching, the attack would have connected. Between the two fighters, they both knew it wouldn't, since Suryu never intended to land the kick. Suryu strikes first, but he stopped for some reason. Suryu thrust the same leg out, aiming for Deku's face, but again, stopped right before impact. Showing off impressive flexibility and balance, the martial artist raised the same leg until it hung over his head, leaving him to perform a standing split. Just like last time, Izuku didn't so much as flinch when his opponent's foot stopped in front of his face. Not once did danger sense flare up when the martial artist attacked, so he saw no reason to dodge. His opponent was simply showboating. "What's wrong? It's not like you can't see my moves," Suryu asked, legs still raised over his head. "True," agreed the hero with a nod. "But what reason would I need to dodge an attack I know wouldn't hit me?" Suryu's grin grew. "I knew you were the real deal. Okay then, can you see through these attacks?" Suryu lowered his raised leg till it hung in the air in front of himself. The leg then blurred as Suryu threw a barrage of rapid one-legged kicks. The kicks were aimed to hit Deku all over his body, but like before, Suryu stopped before they could connect and threw another kick. Even with the flurry of kicks being thrown around all around him, Deku remained standing and kept his eyes on Suryu's own. All the kicks did was kick up a strong gust of wind that blew in the pattern of a minuscule tornado. Multiple kicks. But Suryu is aborting all of them. Can he not find an opening in Deku's guard? The gust of wind came to an end once Suryu stopped kicking. He glanced in the direction of the announcer. The announcer's got no clue what's really going on. This is only a warm-up. He peered back at Deku, who never once moved a muscle since the fight officially started. He pointed at the hero. "They have no idea how strong you really are, but I do. That's because I'm strong as well." Izuku quirked a lone brow. "Oh, you're pretty humble, aren't you?" Suryu rubbed his finger under his nose, looking confident in himself. "Hard to be humble when I'm stating a bona fide fact." He then pointed at his own eye. "Your eyes. I can see that you're not like other heroes. You're not in it for the fame or glory. You're in it to help people." How odd. He has some keen perception there, thought Izuku, noting Suryu's unique skill. Looked like he wasn't just a brute after all. "You make it sound like a bad thing." Suryu shrugged half-heartedly. "Not bad per se, just odd. You're the strongest man in the world. You could be enjoying the good life like me. You're rich, you can get any woman you want, and more importantly, you're strong. So why do you run around, fighting monsters, attending meetings and running a school of all things? Come on man, live it little." For just a moment, Izuku studied Suryu before he asked him a question that was on his mind. "You don't hold a high opinion of heroes, do you?" Suryu blinked, surprised by the sudden question. "Well, why would I? I fought two supposedly strong A-class heroes, but they were so weak, it was like a bad joke." He tilted his head in the direction of Lightning Max and Snek, who were watching alongside the other competitors. "Hero is just some stupid title. It's supposed to be their profession, but they won't shut up about good deeds and justice." Suryu folded his arms and his carefree expression turned serious, showing how little heroes meant in his eyes. People at that level are never going to be able to save the world, though. Noble aspirations, fine thoughts, lofty ethics, heroic justice. They're just boring sentiments in my life seeking fun. The martial artist was so focused on talking down heroism as a whole that he didn't notice Deku's eyes narrow. An arrogant smirk plastered itself over Suryu's lips. "You're strong, the strongest even. You shouldn't be concerned with such trivial things. Just live free and have fun." Eventually, he finally saw how Deku's smile twisted into a frown. "Aw, did I bum you out?" he asked, mockingly. "I'm only giving you some truthful advice because I respect you." Without any warning, Suryu swung his right leg and landed a kick on Deku's cheek, the impact summoning a gust of wind. I can't believe it." Suryu just landed a clean blow on Deku. Having put a nice bit of power into his kick, Suryu grinned, confident that he just dealt a lot of damage to the world's strongest man. Suryu's eyes widened now that he got a closer look. His foot was still pressed into Deku's cheek, but the problem was that Deku was still looking straight at him, despite the foot being in his face, as if his kick did no damage to the hero. No, Suryu knew his kick did no damage at all. Jumping back to avoid a possible counter, Suryu gauged the hero's reaction, wondering why Deku didn't attack. "I was wide open for a counter. Why didn't he take it?" He then directed his gaze at the hero's cheek and glowered when he saw no hint of damage done. "How? Fair, I didn't put all my strength into that kick, but I put in more than when I beat those A-class weaklings." "I see now." Suryu's eyes narrowed when he heard Deku suddenly speak. "You see what?" Izuku's grinned and he peered at Suryu in a way that made the martial artist feel naked. Like as if the hero could see straight into his soul. "You're a coward." It took 10 seconds. 10 seconds for Suryu to grasp what the number one hero just said to him. By the 11th second, Suryu blurred across the arena platform and performed a flying kick aimed straight at the hero's chest. Deku easily sidestepped the flying kick, but Suryu landed right where his opponent just stood, putting him less than a meter away from him. In that position, Suryu threw a barrage of kicks, but none made contact. It wasn't because Suryu wasn't trying to hit him like before, because he most definitely was now, but because Deku was tilting his body away to dodge each kick. To add further insult to injury, he did so without taking a simple step. Suryu is on the attack. Even when throwing so many fast kicks, Deku is easily dodging them and doing so without taking a step. Amazing. With your skills and strength, you could become an amazing hero. You could do so much good and save so many lives. Yet, you squander your gifts to live a life of luxury and pleasure. Spoke Deku, all while he kept dodging Suryu's flurry of kicks. But that's not the only reason, is it? He ducked under a swinging leg and jumped over a followed-up leg sweep. You're scared that if you went out into the big bad world, you'll realize that you aren't as strong as you think you are. That's why you keep yourself in your comfortable bubble filled with riches and women. But I've got bad news for you. One of these days, that bubble is gonna pop, and on that day, you'll see that there are those out there, both human and monster, who are much stronger than you. Deku's speech and how his kicks couldn't so much as graze the hero quickly broke Suryu's patience. Shut up. Just as Suryu was about to continue his spree of kicks, Deku's voice broke his thoughts. Prepare herself, Suryu. That was all the warning Izuku gave his opponent before throwing a single punch. The punch that Suryu struggled to see because of how fast it was moving. With no time to dodge, Suryu crossed his arms to try and withstand the punch, but he knew it was in vain. Too strong. Just as Suryu wondered if he would survive the incoming attack, the punch stopped a couple of inches away from his crossed arms. It was like how Suryu faked his kicks against the hero before. The difference was that whereas Suryu's powerful kicks conjured up a strong gust of wind that could blow back a person's hair, Deku's punch summoned a burst of intense winds which ripped the martial artist's shirt and even physically pushed him backwards. Gritting his teeth, Suryu's planted feet left grooves into the arena's floor as he was forcefully pushed back by the strong winds of Deku's punch. Right as he was about to be pushed out of bounds, the sound of rock breaking echoed across the stadium as he slammed his feet into the ground, kicking up a small cloud of dust. Now stopped on the edge of the platform, Suryu sucked in a lungful of air, having realized he had been holding his breath. For the fans of Suryu, they were shocked to see the undefeated martial artist champion in such a condition. Deku's attack had nearly pushed him out of the arena, tore through his shirt, took his hair out of his ponytail, and left him a sweating and panting mess. All from a punch that didn't even hit him. Suryu, the man who won the super fight tournament 5 times without getting a scratch on him, has been put through the ringer just by getting hit by the wind of Deku's attack. Lighting Max and the other competitors watched in amazement over Deku's feat. I've always heard of how strong Deku was, how he could shatter mountains and cut through the ocean with one of his punches, but I always thought they were exaggerations. Now, I'm not so sure. Snek's facial expression never changed, but the drip of nervous sweat running down his cheek spoke of his amazement over what he just witnessed. Don't forget, this is the same guy who defeated the Deep Sea King and did so without breaking a sweat. There's a reason he's on the top of the Hero Association. Deku defeated the demon-level monster as easily as it did them, if not more so. As much as Snek might not like him, he'll admit Suryu was strong. Frighteningly so. However, Deku was in a league that not even Suryu could reach. The very sweaty Suryu was left there wearing the tattered remains of his destroyed shirt, arms still crossed and trying to regain his breath. Only one thing crossed his mind. Strong. Come, Suryu. Looking at the now serious-looking hero from between his crossed arms, Suryu watched Deku make a come-hither motion with his hands. Let me show you true strength. The strength of a hero. All his life, Suryu believed that being strong meant that you should live your life without worry. To be strong meant that even if the world were to fall into chaos, he would survive because he was strong. So why? Why was Deku, a man who had the pressure of the world on his shoulders, a man who could live a life of luxury if he wanted to, so strong? Regaining control over his breathing, Suryu ripped off the remains of his shirt and stared back at Deku, no longer messing around. It was time to see the difference in their strengths. In their ideologies. Izuku didn't miss the serious glint in his opponent's eyes. You finally ready to take this fight, seriously? No words left Suryu's lips. Instead, he blurted in front of Deku and for the first time today, threw a punch. A punch that connected with Deku's knee when the hero raised it to block. The impact created another powerful gust of wind which went ignored. With the same leg, Deku swung at Suryu who ducked under the limb before throwing an uppercut towards Deku's chin. The hand caught the attacking limb before it could make contact, not that it deterred Suryu who spun and aimed a chop at the back of Deku's neck. He never made it because, with his grip on Suryu's other hand, Deku slightly twisted it, not enough to damage it, but enough to ruin Suryu's balance, making the martial artist reel back. He would have fallen on his ass if not for him flipping backwards to gracefully land on his feet. So, you're not just brute force after all. commented Suryu, noting a mastery of martial arts in the hero's moves, though he didn't recognize the style. What martial art style is that? It's the Deku style, designed by me, for me. And here I thought I was conceited. Chuckled an amused Suryu. Izuku shrugged his shoulders with an embarrassed smile. It was the only name I could think of. Suryu shook his head. Fair enough. He disappeared again and the pair were back to fighting, though to those watching, it was more of Suryu attacking and Deku dodging or blocking his attacks. Why won't my attacks hit? Thought Suryu, throwing punch after punch at the hero, but nothing stuck. At first, he was excited to fight the world's strongest man. After all, what better challenge for him than the man considered to be the strongest, even if he was a hero. But now, he was growing agitated since none of his attacks seemed to do anything against Deku. It was making him feel weak. And if there was anything Suryu hated, it was to feel weak. Take this. He roared, dropping his hand in a chop. Deku sidestepped the chop, only to jump back when he saw Suryu's knife hand strike hit the arena floor instead, which sliced the floor in half. The platform? Cried the announcer in shock and awe. Having seen the hero jump away, Suryu slammed a foot on the edge of one half of the destroyed arena platform. You're not getting away. Izuku blinked when he felt his back hit the floor while he was still in midair. A glance showed him exactly how that was possible. He stomped on the edge of the platform I jumped over and flipped it, stopping me from gaining distance. As he then expected, Suryu jumped up at Deku who had his back to the now vertical floor. Just as he was about to throw a barrage of punches at the hero, Izuku raised a leg and kicked it down on the platform behind him. The stomp not only threw him over the surprised Suryu, putting him out of range of the martial artist's attacks, but the one half of the platform shot back down to the ground with a loud bang. Both fighters landed on the floor with Suryu back on the attack the instant his feet touched the ground. He threw a flurry of punches at Deku's face, only for him to constantly move his head aside to avoid each hit. Izuku was grinning as his head blurred with every dodge. I thought you only fought to have fun. You're trying far too hard to be having fun. An equally grinning Suryu kept throwing punches. Well, losing isn't any fun, is it? True, but I'm afraid there's only one way this match is going to end. Suryu agreed with a nod. Yes, with your defeat. He exclaimed before spinning rapidly and throwing a barrage of punches at his opponent. His spin and attacks had such tremendous momentum that it made him twist like a tornado in midair. He didn't have to worry about slowing down because the momentum he created from his repeating blows preserved his midair rotations. Void Sky Dragon Fist. Izuku's eyes widened when he saw Suryu summon a small twister with his spins. Then came the unrelenting blows which would have turned a normal man into a bloody waste within a few seconds. Deku used one hand to block each punch thrown his way from the spinning twister, each hit harmlessly bouncing off the palm of his hand. Not even Void Sky Dragon Fist can break through his defense. Thought a still spinning Suryu who couldn't believe one of his special techniques was nullified so easily. Even now, Deku was still harmlessly blocking each one of his punches, no matter where he tried to hit the hero. He gritted his teeth in frustration. If that won't work, then I'll just have to try this. Canceling his technique, Suryu backflipped away to make some distance, and upon landing, the half of the platform he was on broke apart. Taking a stance, he stomped towards Deku, each step cracking the already destroyed platform even more. It was obvious he was going in for a power move, but Deku didn't bother moving. In fact, Suryu noticed the hero didn't even bother to defend himself against his upcoming attack. Your funeral. He thought, stomping his last once he was face to face with the hero. Then with a roar, he drove a punch into Deku's chest, placing his full strength into the punch. As proof, the metal bands that were wrapped around his biceps shattered, unable to contain Suryu's full might. For a fleeting moment, Suryu felt success when he heard the hero let out a gasp of air and his feet left the floor. That glorious second of thinking he finally won left him when he saw Deku get thrown across the arena by 4 measly feet before landing, showing no harm done to his body whatsoever. Izuku patted where Suryu's punch hit him and laughed good naturally. That was a pretty good punch. Knocked the wind right out of me. As Izuku laughed, Suryu could only stare at his still outstretched fist in sheer disbelief. Even that isn't. For once in his life, he was left completely stunned. So proud of his strength, Suryu never thought he'd ever experience a time where his great strength would fail him. All the answers to his problems could be answered with strength. Yet, here he stood, having been played with by the world's strongest man who didn't even take him seriously. For once in his life, his strength failed. Worst of all, he didn't know what to do now. What was the point of punching and kicking an opponent who could dodge his blows faster than he could deliver them? Suryu. Having been lost in thought, Suryu never noticed Deku moving to stand in front of him. Caught off guard, he looked up at the looming hero and felt his lungs constrict when his gaze fell on those powerful green eyes. He was ashamed that he unconsciously took a step back just by looking up into those eyes. Before he could take any more, Deku placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. For a moment, the two simply stared at one another in silence. A despairing Suryu looking up with no answer to how to defeat this unbeatable opponent. Izuku looked Suryu up and down with a serious expression. Then Izuku opened his mouth. Has the bubble popped yet? The next thing Suryu knew, he was flying. His surroundings blurred past his vision, twisting and turning until finally, it stopped when his back collided with the wall. More stunned than hurt, Suryu looked around and saw that he was out of bounds, having cratered the wall behind him when Deku pushed him. It's all over. After a tense battle, the victor, to the surprise of very few I imagine, is Deku. Bellowed the announcer into his microphone, pumping his fist in the air. His announcement was rewarded with a plethora of applause from the audience, who could only scream to show their excitement. All of that went ignored by Suryu, who looked at nothing, contemplating his first loss in a long time. He should feel angry and frustrated that his long winning streak was finally broken. Strangely, he felt neither and he wasn't sure why. Maybe it was because he lost to the world's strongest man. There was no shame in that defeat, or at least that would be what his grandfather would say. But fight. Blinking to regain himself, Suryu looked up to see Deku by his side. I lost. He didn't know why he stated the obvious, but he did it anyway. Deku nodded. You did. Just like every other person in the world. Suryu scoffed. Says you. Says me. Nodded Izuku. What, you think I was always this strong? He asked, spreading his hands out to showcase his muscular physique. Wasn't that long ago that classmates would call me names, push me around and even beat me up? While he didn't react to his public defeat, Suryu now openly gaped. You got bullied. Izuku nodded. All the time. Stupid reasons, of course, but what would you expect from children? The immature like to show off their supposed dominance over others by beating up the weak. Survival of the fittest in their minds. Suryu couldn't help but flinch, having a similar mindset like that as well. Whereas Deku's speech about heroism had annoyed him before, now it made him uncomfortable. A new feeling for sure. Izuku glanced over at the wrecked platform where everyone was gathering to start the delayed closing ceremony. We should get back to the others. You still need to collect your trophy and winnings. Numbly nodding his head in agreement, Suryu pushed off the cratered wall and followed Deku back to the arena. For winning the tournament, he didn't feel much of a winner right now. As the trophy and check were handed back to Suryu, Deku felt his phone vibrate. Taking it out and answering it, everyone watched a hero nod his head a few times before clicking it off. Answering the call, Izuku offered the group an apologetic smile. Apologies, but I've just been informed of a monster threat on the outskirts of the city. I need to go and handle it, so you will have to finish the ceremony without me. Lightning Max and Snek stepped forward. Is there anything we can do to help, Deku, sir? Izuku chuckled and waved them off. Thanks for the offer, but this shouldn't take long. You guys enjoy the ceremony. He then waved his finger to all the competitors. And for everyone, you all did spectacularly today. I look forward to seeing you all again next year. With everything said and done, Deku took to the sky and was out of sight in a near instant. He's so cool. Muttered Chiranko in awe as he watched a green figure disappear in the distance. Sourface nodded in agreement beside him, watching the disappearing hero as well. Yes, he is. Unseen by anyone, a one-eyed spy drone watched as the number one hero flew off in the distance, the owner pleased with how everything was going according to plan. That's it guys. With that, we've reached the latest chapter. Welp. We'll just have to wait for the author update. With that, take care.